Diane Macedo. Today on ABC News Live, the potential deal to elect a Speaker of the House. After 6 failed votes, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is now making new concessions. But will it be enough to end the standoff? A state of emergency in California after a life-threatening bomb cyclone. Winds hit up to 132 miles an hour in some places. Here where the storm is heading next. And the new COVID-19 subvariant spreading quickly in the U.S. Hear the new warning from the World Health Organization. But we begin with the House set to try to elect a speaker again today after 2 days of failed attempts. It's the first time in 100 years the speaker wasn't elected in the first vote. Now, after 6 failed votes, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has a new offer for his detractors. Sources tell ABC News McCarthy has proposed changing the House rules so that just one lawmaker could force a vote to remove the speaker, putting more conservatives on the powerful House Rules Committee, and a vote on bills like term limits and border security. But it's unclear if that will all be enough. ABC News political director Rick Klein joins me live now, along with ABC's Jay O'Brien, who's on Capitol Hill for more on this. Rick, Kevin McCarthy is trying to appease his detractors here, but he risks alienating his supporters in the process. So how much of a fine line does he have to walk here?
Well, Diana, it looks like he's already crossed the line that he drew for himself with some of these concessions. He knows that everything that he gives to that side not only potentially alienates some people that he's counting on to continue to support him, but maybe more importantly, makes that job as Speaker less and less tenable, less and less possible for anyone to do. It's not just a matter of, I don't want to give in to these people. The reason that he has held firm on the motion to vacate, the way to replace a Speaker, is that he recognizes that if any one member can call for your head to be put on a platter, they might do it. And that means you have almost no wiggle room, no negotiating room, no leverage. As one Democrat put it, it's like they'll have a spokesperson, but not an actual speaker in the House. So he has to be worried about the math. He also has to be worried about what this means functionally for the job he still wants so badly.
Rick, could any of his supporters, the people who have stood by him through all of this, turn around and say, well, what about us? You know, here we are standing by you, and yet you're giving in to demands and arguably preferential treatment to those who didn't.
Kevin McCarthy has to watch his back, because this is the moment where someone close to him could decide to essentially knife him politically. And this is the moment where someone like a Steve Scalise could say, hey, guys, you know, I'm not going to give in to those folks the same way, and I think I can lead the banner. Is it likely to happen? I think not. I think he's got more problems with the 20 holdouts than he does with the stalwarts that are behind him. But there's a lot of anger right now among some of those moderate, more establishment-minded Republicans. They don't want to negotiate with what they feel like on the other side they've been calling legislative terrorists, people that say they have no viable solution of their own. All they're doing is trying to sink the man that has been already elected as the House Republican leader.
Now, Jay, these holdouts are set to be meeting on these proposed concessions, and incoming Congressman Warren Davidson also says they're deciding whether they'll stick together as a bloc and demand more concessions, or whether they will each vote their conscience from here. How significant is the outcome of that meeting?
Well, Diane, some of them are meeting right here in this brick building you can see right behind me. One of them, Bob Good, walked out. He stood right here, actually confronted reporters right in the middle of the street here, and he made a point to say, you never have to ask me if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy ever again. That's what he said to me and a number of other reporters here. He said he will always be a no on Kevin McCarthy. Lauren Boebert walked out just moments ago, said the same thing, that Kevin McCarthy in her position does not have 218. I asked her how many no votes there are that are firm no votes that could not be moved by any McCarthy concessions. She didn't answer that question. Ken Buck earlier today told me that he believes there are 6 firm never McCarthy no votes, that despite what Kevin McCarthy does, he will never earn their vote. These are people that will not vote no, they'll vote for someone else other than Kevin McCarthy. The protest votes against Kevin McCarthy so far have been for Byron Donalds and Jim Jordan. Ken Buck says there are 6 who will never move into McCarthy's column. He believes they could vote present, which would lower the threshold that McCarthy needs to become the next speaker. But a lot of these anti-McCarthy votes, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, have said that they will never vote present, that they will oppose Kevin McCarthy. Lauren Boebert, again, walking out here saying that McCarthy does not have 218 votes. She said the same thing when she was confronted last night on Fox News by Sean Hannity. So you're seeing pressure against these never McCarthy Republicans to bend and to break. But so far, they are saying that they will stick together. They will oppose Kevin McCarthy tooth and nail, Diane. If we go to a vote vote at noon today. We will see if the proof is in the pudding. We will see if they band together and still vote to deny McCarthy his speakership after 3 days of this so far.
So, Rick, do the math on that. You know, if they stand by what they are saying, some of them may vote present, some of them no, but they're not a yes. I mean, can McCarthy pull this off?
Well, the one problem is that those present votes, to think through the math of this, voting present, each vote only basically gets you half as much as a vote in favor of you, because you're lowering the threshold, and the Democratic candidate is still in the race as well. So they can't lower it that much without getting into danger where you've got those 212 Democrats that are voting together. There's only so much negotiation you have. If all of those Republicans were to suddenly vote present, then you'd have Hakeem Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. So you have to make sure that you're balancing this in a very delicate way. One model might be that vote to adjourn last night. Jay and I were covering it late last night, and you could tell that they were anxious to horse trade some votes and make sure that it passed. That motion to adjourn passed with fewer than 218. It was 216 votes total. They lost a few Republicans on it. It was a strange sight because you had a big applause for the McCarthy forces and Republicans, and when all they did was just vote to go home for the night. But that might be a model for how you can get it through, where you know that there's a couple of Republicans that might withhold their support for McCarthy, a few that might not show up, but in the end, enough to make sure that a Democrat is an elected speaker. It would be a very high-stakes game of chicken, however.
Jay, it wouldn't be the first time that a lawmaker or lawmakers say, I'm not going to do X or I will do X, and then in the end, they change their mind. So how much nuance is going on here behind the scenes based on conversations you're having?
Well, as has been described to me, a source close to these conversations said that the word that they keep coming back to is pain resistance for this Never McCarthy group. How much pressure can they get and bend but not break and not cave and not vote for McCarthy and not vote present? There's a little bit from that you glean from a conversation I just had again moments ago with Lauren Boebert as she walked out here from this meeting behind me. Here is a little of what she had to say when I asked her if she would ever vote for Kevin McCarthy or if her fellow colleagues would. Congresswoman, do you think that...
How are you? It's a great day.
Good morning.
Isn't it?
Is there...
You know, I'm a mom of 4 boys and a previous restaurant owner. Chaos and dysfunction have been a part of my life for a long time, but this constitutional republic at work is a really, really beautiful thing.
But anything on Kevin McCarthy, there's nothing that could change your vote, just to be clear.
It doesn't really matter what my vote is at this point because he doesn't have 218. There are too many people, who are committed to never voting for him.
How many do you think are committed to never voting for him? What's the number? Again, her point there is that he doesn't have 218, referring to Kevin McCarthy. We will see come this ballot and come subsequent ballots if that changes. But I can tell you, if this group of 5 to 6 Never McCarthy votes does stay together and every Democrat shows up and votes, that is a tough number for Kevin McCarthy to overcome. And the sense that we're getting from the lawmakers that we're talking to is that there is a core group that will not bend, they will not break, despite what Kevin McCarthy offers them. The question that hangs over this vote in just an hour from now, Diane, is how many of them are there? How many of those lawmakers don't want anything from Kevin McCarthy and just want to deny him the speakership? And how many are willing to deal with him?
It was also interesting, Jay, that in all of that, she didn't directly answer your question of whether she would, under any circumstances, vote for Kevin McCarthy. So it'll be interesting to see if any of them are leaving that door just at least cracked open as these votes play out today. Jay O'Brien, Rick Klein, thank you both. And White House correspondent Karen Travers joins me live now for more on the reaction to this. Karen, you talk to radio hosts across America every day. So what are they saying to you? What are their thoughts on this chaos on Capitol Hill?
Well, Diane, the one question I keep getting is, when is this going to end? Of course, I can't answer that. They also want to know how this is going to end. Does this end up with Kevin McCarthy as Speaker? And what is the process of getting to that point? What are the concessions that he can make? You know, Diane, in my many years now of talking to radio stations across the country, the one thing I've really learned is that Americans do not like the process, the sausage making up on Capitol Hill. They want to know what this all all means for them. So a lot of the questions I've been getting now over the past couple of days is, if this drags on for a long time, into next week maybe, what does it mean for the business of Congress, for constituent services? What is not getting done? And I think the point that we've been making for the last several days, which is important, is nothing is getting done. That the House is essentially frozen. New members aren't sworn in. They can't do committee work. They can't do anything. And that is something I was hearing a lot about today, a lot of questions about why aren't they doing actual work as they're scrambling and fighting over this leadership process.
Now, Karen, President Biden yesterday called this whole thing embarrassing. Do you expect we'll hear more from him on this today?
Diane, we were really surprised at how candid he was talking about this yesterday. He came over and spoke to reporters on 3 separate occasions. That is very chatty for the president. One was unprompted. He clearly wanted to engage on this, and that came a day after his press secretary said that the White House was not going to insert itself into this process. Now, the president did say that the House Republican situation is not his problem, but he said it's embarrassing and that the world is watching to see how this gets sorted out. He said he hoped they would get their acts together yesterday. That, of course, did not happen, but he said that this is too critical. There's too much work that has to get done, and that it is embarrassing that Congress and that the United States right now is functioning like this.
Now, President Biden is set to give remarks on border security today. So what can we expect on that front?
He is going to be talking about his push for Congress to fund the Department of Homeland Security. What he is saying is record funding, a request from him, as well as moving forward on a comprehensive immigration reform plan that the White House says he proposed on day 1. Diane, he's also going to be talking about a trip he will be making on Sunday to the border, El Paso, Texas. This is the first time that he will be visiting the U.S. southern border since he took office. He'll be going down there to take a look at border operations and meet with local officials that the White House says have been solid partners in their effort to stem and get a handle on this record number of migrants that are trying to come here to the United States. The White House says they are fleeing oppression and gang violence in countries like Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Haiti. This is a very significant trip for the president. He's under a lot of criticism for not making a visit like this since taking office. It also comes right before he goes to Mexico for 2 days for meetings with the president of Mexico and the Prime Minister of Canada. Migration will be a top issue on the agenda for that summit.
And Karen, tomorrow, the president expected to present the President's Citizens Medal to several officers who defended the Capitol 2 years ago on January 6th. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this will be quite a ceremony at the White House tomorrow afternoon. The president will be marking the 2-year anniversary of the January 6th attack at the Capitol by giving out those awards to several of those officers who are now really very familiar faces, household names, people like Harry Dunn, Michael Fanone, but also some of the other election officials that we heard from during the committee hearings of the January 6th committee. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State from Michigan, Ruby Freeman, who was an election worker from Georgia, will also be honored. This is going to be an event tomorrow here at the White House. We'll be getting more details from officials today, but a chance for the president to reflect back on that moment. Also just really interesting when you think about what was happening 2 years ago at the Capitol, that type of chaos and violence, and also what's still happening right now. A different kind of chaos, of course, but still very striking.
All right, Karen Travers, thank you. And we're getting a scope of the damage after a massive storm slammed the West Coast. Dangerous winds and rains caused flooding, mudslides, downed trees, and power outages. Our Mola Lengi's in Sacramento County, California, with the latest.
Overnight, a major storm barreling down in California. Winds gusting over 100 miles an hour in some areas.
Look at this. The wind has knocked down the roof of this gas station.
Waves of heavy rain pelting San Francisco, where up to a foot is possible. Firefighters and police in that city rescuing a family after a tree fell on their vehicle. In Occidental, officials reporting an infant lost his life after a tree fell on a mobile home.
This is probably up there with 19, some of the storms 20, 30 years ago, with the amount of trees down. A lot of the same scenarios have happened this time that we had a long time ago.
This satellite image showing the heavy storm as it entered the area, inundating the West Coast with torrential rain. The storm so powerful, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration sending its hurricane hunter to better understand the severe weather. And throughout the state, authorities desperately urging residents to stay home.
This may be one of the most challenging and impactful series of storms to touch down in California in the last 5 years.
Well, here in Sacramento County, some spots still flooded from the last storm as heavy rain and wind come through today. That storm broke a nearby levee. That levee has since been plugged. And of course, officials hoping that that plug can hold as more rain is expected today and over the next few days, Diane.
All right, Mola Lenghi, thank you. And the World Health Organization is warning a new COVID-19 subvariant is spreading quickly around the country. Officials say the subvariant already makes up about 40% of new cases in the U.S. Early research shows it may be more transmissible than other Omicron subvariants, but so far there's no evidence it makes people sicker. ABC News' Elwin Lopez has more on that. Hi, Elwin.
Hey, Diane, good morning. That new subvariant already making up about 40% of new cases across the country. The Northeast hit hard. Take a look at this. That new subvariant XBB.1.5 making up an estimated 75% of new cases there. Now, early research shows that it may be more contagious and immune evasive than other Omicron subvariants, but so far there's no evidence that suggests it makes people sicker. Now, those at most risk continue to be people with compromised immune systems and those with certain pre-existing conditions. Health experts are still looking into how well our current vaccines hold up against this more transmissible strain. But Diane, they reiterate that the best way to stay protected is to get that updated booster shot.
All right, Elwin Lopez, thank you. And a new government health survey has found that nearly half of young adults 18 to 25 experienced either substance abuse or a mental health disorder during the height of the pandemic. The report also found many of those people did not receive treatment. ABC News' Phil Lipoff has more.
It is a major new report by the government detailing just how common substance use and mental health disorders are becoming, especially among young people. In the 2020-21 survey, 46% of all people between the ages of 18 and 25 said they had experienced a substance use or mental health disorder in just the past year. For teens and adults over the age of 12, 1 in 5 had used illicit drugs in the past year, and 17% met the criteria for having a substance use disorder, meaning their drug and alcohol use led to health problems. But a whopping 94% of those teens and adults with substance use disorders were not receiving treatment. The report also found teens suffering high rates of mental illness, with roughly 1 in 5 teens experiencing a major depressive episode in just the last year. More than half of those teens did not receive treatment. And this is so important. We say this to you every time we do a story like this, but it's really important. If you are experiencing suicidal, substance use, or other mental health crises, please call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You will reach a trained crisis counselor, free, 24/7. You can also go to 988lifeline.org. Diane?
All right, Phil Lipoff, thanks for that. Coming up, the suspect in the killings of 4 college students has arrived back in Idaho. See the new body camera footage of him during a traffic stop in Indiana after the murders when we come back.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! Is this mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day.
I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good. Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Can I hug you?
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
America's #1 news, ABC News.
most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here
along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news.
Welcome back. The suspect in the murders of 4 college students is back in Idaho to face charges. We're also learning new details about that 2,500-mile drive he and his father made to Pennsylvania last month. New body cam footage shows the suspect was pulled over for tailgating, but then let go with a warning, only to be stopped again for the same thing. Kenny Whitworth is in Moscow, Idaho with the latest.
Brian Kohberger, the suspect accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in November, now back in Moscow to face charges, touching down overnight. The 28-year-old criminology PhD student surrounded by security, wearing a dark jacket over his jumpsuit. According to Carfax, the 28-year-old received a new Washington state license plate for his car just 5 days after the murders. The car had previously been registered in Pennsylvania. Now, as the family of the victims and the suspect himself wait for his arrest warrant to be unsealed, new body cam footage emerging from that police pullover in Indiana last month as Kohberger drove to Pennsylvania with his father.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
The father telling police Brian is working towards his PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The officer letting them go.
Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
Minutes later, an Indiana trooper pulls them over again for tailgating. Both stops ending only with a warning. Now, as police investigate whether Kohberger knew the victims, we're learning more about another police stop involving the suspect just months before the murders, less than 2 miles from the victim's home.
Law enforcement in Pullman and Moscow had no prior history with this guy.
I think we had a traffic stop with him. At one point in time, I think we gave a seatbelt ticket.
In the white Elantra?
Yes.
That traffic stop back in Moscow in August, 3 months before the murders.
All right, thanks to Kenny Whitworth for that. We'll be right back with more of the day's other top stories. Stay with us.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
All right, this is like the new chapter. This is fire. They not just sneakers. These sneakers tell stories.
I'm the king of
We're these guys
who want to reshape the culture of the game of golf from a black standpoint.
I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life.
Don't cry yet. Just hold on.
We talk about grails. Well, this is ours, and this is our story.
This can actually change the game.
I'm the king of the wild.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
The
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a temporary ceasefire in Ukraine. The Kremlin says the 36-hour ceasefire will begin tomorrow on the eve of Orthodox Christmas and was requested by the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. Ukraine has dismissed the move as a trap. We're getting an update on Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin's health after his heart stopped on the field during Monday Night Football. His teammate Khair Elam tweeted that Hamlin is awake and doing better. Physicians caring for Hamlin say he's shown, quote, remarkable improvement over the past 24 hours. They add he is still critically ill but appears to be neurologically intact and that his lungs continue to heal. And as Catholics say their final farewell to former Pope Benedict, we're taking a look at his cultural impact on the world. He leaves behind a trove of writing and has been immortalized on the silver screen, with his influence even reaching space. Our Will Gans has more.
The legacy of Pope Emeritus Benedict for many lives on in the literature he leaves behind. 66 books, 3 encyclicals, and 4 apostolic exhortations.
He could really write. He was a really great stylist, and I think his stuff is going to be read for a long time.
The late Pope also immortalized on screen by Academy Award winner Anthony Hopkins.
I do not hear his voice. Do you understand me?
No, you're mistaken. You are a mistake.
I believe in God. I pray to God. Silence!
Hopkins playing Benedict in The Two Popes, which earned him an Oscar nomination. That friendship with Pope Francis front and center in the film and in real life.
They're friends, and so he'll be, celebrating the funeral mass of a friend. I think that's very important.
The pillar writing Pope Benedict's most important legacy is Francis. And the Pope's legacy lives on 186 million miles from here, an asteroid named 8661 Ratzinger, bearing the Pope's name in honor of the role he played in opening the Vatican archives in 1998, allowing researchers to correct judicial errors against Galileo and other scientists. Of course, there are less serious pop culture moments, too. From SNL...
Retired Pope Benedict is trying to compete in cuteness, and now he's attempting an "oh no, you didn't" gesture.
To the Pope soap on a rope, which is now going for $90 on eBay.
Pope soap on a rope. Our thanks to Will Gans for that, and our thanks to you for watching. I'm Diane Macedo. Do stay with us as ABC News Live continues with more news, context, and analysis.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Bring them on. If only there was a place in the morning to start my day. With a smile, somewhere to help me get in the know. A place as spectacular as, well, me.
I think we might know a place, right, guys?
Bring your friends. Oh, wait, there is.
Good morning, America.
GMA, 7A, every day. Boom, boom, boom.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning, America. How are you?
Boom. Now that's how you start your day, people.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
People will do despicable things to get their hands on a fortune.
Can this be our little secret?
The Watchful Eye, January 30th on Freeform and stream on Hulu.
A double homicide, a dark mystery, and a haunting note left behind.
It said, I have been watching for a long time.
Was someone watching this family?
My jaw dropped.
The new 2020 Friday night on ABC.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. But a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi!
This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasure that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh, yeah, baby. It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I'm Diana Macedo. We want to get right to our top story. The House is set to reconvene shortly to try to elect a speaker again after 2 days of failed attempts. It's the first time in 100 years the speaker wasn't elected in the first vote. Now, after 6 failed votes, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has a new offer for his detractors. Sources tell ABC News McCarthy has proposed changing the House rules so that just one lawmaker could force a vote to potentially remove the speaker, putting more conservatives on the powerful House Rules Committee, and a vote on bills like term limits and border security. But it's unclear if that will all be enough. ABC News political director Rick Klein joins me live now, along with Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill for more on this. Rick, what kind of a practical impact could these proposed rule changes have down the line?
It means you would have a House Speaker with about as little leverage and as little power over his members as we've seen in any time, and certainly in modern times. The idea that any one member could call up a vote of no confidence is troubling for any House Speaker, although that by itself, I think, can easily be defeated. There are procedural things you can do to prevent that from exploding. But the idea of opening up votes to all manner of amendments means you could be delaying for days or weeks some appropriations bills. That, I think, is something that has some rank-and-file members concerned, is that you are essentially letting the fringe elements of the party take over and forcing all of the membership into distracting and time-consuming and frankly counterproductive votes through the entire congressional session. And that's one reason I think that some of the moderates are going to push back. Not just that it's going to make McCarthy's life harder, but for everyone in the House of Representatives, it could essentially grind everything to a functional halt if you just have a few members of Congress who insist on extended votes on things.
Now, Jay, Kevin McCarthy says he expects the vote to be more of the same today. He said it's going to take time to get there. Time has already passed, right? So where does that leave this process, and how much time does Kevin McCarthy need?
Well, that's the question that hangs over Kevin McCarthy right now. This is, by the way, the steps of the House side of the Capitol. We'll see members walking this way and also in the tunnels underneath to go to the floor not long from now for that vote. It's already been time, though, Diane. You said this yourself. It's been 2 days now. This is the 3rd day. The last time a speaker vote took 3 days was 100 years ago in 1923. It took exactly 3 days at that point as well. Kevin McCarthy needs time, he says, to continue to negotiate with these members. He just told our colleague Catherine Folders nothing is agreed until everything is agreed to, a sign that they are in discussions with those McCarthy holdout votes, the 20 of those members who voted against McCarthy yesterday, who have been consistently voting against McCarthy. But the question that hangs over those deliberations as well is how many of those members would agree to a deal with Kevin McCarthy? So if eventually a deal is constructed and McCarthy presents it to those members, all of whom are in the House Freedom Caucus, or most of whom are in the House Freedom Caucus, that ultra-conservative group of the House GOP conference, how many of those members will go with that deal and go with the concessions that McCarthy's making and vote for McCarthy? And then how many of those members are never McCarthy Republicans who will vote for McCarthy or against McCarthy on every single ballot? If you have enough of them who do not want any kind of deal with Kevin McCarthy, that puts McCarthy in a very tough spot. You've got to convince those members members to either vote present, which would lower the threshold that McCarthy needs, kind of a minor concession to help him win that they would make, stepping out of the way, if you will, or you'd have to convince them to not show up to the vote, Diane.
Now, Rick, Republicans have this razor-thin majority in the House. Being this hard to elect a speaker, does that offer kind of a foreshadowing of what's to come in the House, or could this be an isolated incident and then everyone comes together and it's all fine?
Yeah, symptom, not a cause. Keep in mind that this is not just a one-off. It is the reality in a closely divided Congress. It's also a reality in a Congress where so many members who are elected into the majority party feel like they were sent there to do things that are different than actual functional governing has looked like for a very, very long time. And we're seeing, I think, in some of the machinations, the particular difficulties in the moment. Anything in the House can happen as long as you've got a majority of members to make it happen. And a lot of these things kind of work on the conventional wisdom and the accepted practices of past Congresses. That's what greases the skids. And if that doesn't happen, then you can grind things to a halt. And this is particular because there's no such thing as a Congress right now, or as a House of Representatives right now. These members haven't even been sworn in. There's no business that can get done. Everything's being done by the clerk of the House because there is no speaker, no majority party. That's the kind of chaos that you can descend into, though, at any moment in the House if you lose kind of the general agreement in the majority party to allow things to happen. And I don't see that here at the beginning of the Congress existing at all.
Jay, I know you were outside a meeting where some of those holdouts were getting together and discussing some of these concessions presented by Kevin McCarthy. Does it seem like there'll be enough?
Well, the sense we got from that meeting is that there is a deal that's being talked about, but it is certainly not there yet. Byron Donalds, who got a number of votes for Speaker of the House yesterday, everybody who didn't want to vote for Kevin McCarthy voted for Byron Donalds as a protest vote, all 20 of them. Byron Donalds came out of the meeting. He was repeatedly asked, is there a deal? Is there a deal? He said, stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. There were some members who said even if there wasn't a deal, they would never go for Kevin McCarthy. Bob Good, who has been a frequent critic of Kevin McCarthy, stood right out front of that meeting in the sidewalk of the, or in the crosswalk of the street and said, you never have to ask me again if I will vote for Kevin McCarthy. He said he's always going to be a no for Kevin McCarthy. So we know that there are discussions between McCarthy, with McCarthy's allies, and that group of the anti-McCarthy Republicans. Again, how many of those anti-McCarthy Republicans are never McCarthy Republicans, who will never vote for McCarthy despite what kind of a deal is presented to them? We know, again, that a deal is being worked out. I've heard from sources that McCarthy is in discussions with both his allies and both with the Freedom Caucus members who are opposing him. But to Rick's point earlier, McCarthy has two concerns: crafting a deal that will get him the 218 votes he needs to be Speaker, but also crafting a deal that doesn't turn off the moderates in the Republican conference who would feel perhaps if McCarthy gave too much away that he was giving away the store and had weakened the speakership to the point that he did not get their vote, Diane.
So, Rick, how careful does McCarthy have to be here? He's offering some concessions to get votes, but one, how far does he have to go to get enough votes to actually win? And what happens after? What does that do for his power as Speaker and how he now convenes over this Congress?
Yeah, no, there's multiple levels to his challenge right now. One is the math problem that Jay is alluding to in trying to craft something that gets you to the magic number, that gets you that majority. And then do you do something that takes so far that there's another member of Congress who says, wait a second, enough is enough. I'm not ready to give in and devolve things into this sort of chaos. Is there someone else waiting in the wings ready to knife Kevin McCarthy politically? This is the tenuous time where that can happen, especially when he's conceding that today's votes are probably going to go a lot like yesterday's. We're going to be watching every one of those to see if any of the coalitions change. And then, yes, lastly, what this means functionally for a speakership that's going to be confronted with hard choices. Being a House Speaker when your party is opposite of the White House in some ways, it's liberating because you can do a bunch of stuff that isn't really going to matter because it would be vetoed or not taken up in the Democratic-controlled Senate. But you are constitutionally second in line for the presidency. There are national security concerns that come up. There are financial concerns that come up around the debt ceiling, around funding of the government. All of those things, every one of those things is a tenuous vote. And if McCarthy enters the speakership with no wiggle room, with no ability to maneuver on his own or make decisions on his own that couldn't be vetoed effectively by just 3, 4, 5 members of his own conference, man, that is the hardest job in Washington.
It sure is. And Jay, right now McCarthy is up against this group of detractors, but he's also up against patience running out on behalf of the people who do support him. He has several supporters now saying, according to sources, that, listen, yeah, well, you know, we support him and we vote him, but if we don't see progress, then it's time for him to step aside. So how much is this crunch time?
Well, the clock is McCarthy's enemy and his ally here, because it's his ally in the sense that you just said, Diane, where there are Republicans, or it's his enemy in the sense that you just said, Diane, where there are Republicans who are saying, how many rounds are we going to go until we coalesce around another kind of speaker candidate who's not Kevin McCarthy? But then you also have this notion that you've got to make sure that every Democrat shows up to every single round of voting here and votes, because if you start to have Democrats who are not showing up, who are going out to dinner, who are going to spend time with their families and not going to that chamber and not casting a ballot on every single speaker vote, that lowers the threshold that Kevin McCarthy or anybody needs to be the Speaker of the House, because you don't just need a majority, you need a majority of those members who are physically present and voting. So you've got to cast a vote in order to make sure that Kevin McCarthy has that 218 threshold that he needs if you're a Democrat. So we're seeing the Democratic conference, or the Democratic caucus rather, confronted with this notion that they have to make sure that all of their members show up to every vote and they cast a ballot and they don't cross the aisle and try to work with Republicans and vote for Kevin McCarthy or vote for somebody else, Diane.
So, Rick, walk me through the various strategies here, because I know one is to maybe get some of these no votes for McCarthy, not necessarily to vote yes, that may be a bridge too far, but to vote present and lower that threshold a bit. But there are risks in that, too. So what are the different variables at play here?
Yeah, there's even a scenario that's been talked about. There's a reporter from Bloomberg who said that there's a discussion about letting the people that want to vote against McCarthy simply get up there and say hell no, which would be counted as a present vote, because that isn't actually a choice to vote no right now. But look, you have to think about this as a very complex game of math. There are 434 members of Congress. It starts out pretty simple. If you get 218, you win. But there's a couple things that can happen. One is, as Jay laid out, you lower that threshold by having some people not show up or vote present, either Democrats or Republicans. Problem is, you can only do that so much if you're the Republicans, because you know there are 212 Democrats. So you don't want to lower the threshold so much that Kevin McCarthy gets 211 and Hakeem Jeffries gets 212, and you've got a Democratic speaker in a Republican-controlled House. You could also have the entire House of Representatives vote to lower the threshold on its own, and that would be, I think, part of more of a negotiated deal, which would allow some folks to not vote for Kevin McCarthy but not risk the speakership ended up with the Democrats. But they've got to balance all of those things against, yes, the fact that these are members of Congress that are getting restless on day 3 of what's supposed to be a productive and celebratory first week. They're going to start to feel the pull of wanting to be back home in their districts pretty soon. By tomorrow, if this is still going on 24 hours from now, you'll start to smell jet fumes in the minds of lawmakers who would love to get back on planes and get back home, especially if they're sitting around and doing really nothing, against the realities of the fact that the House of Representatives technically doesn't exist. It actually isn't a legal entity until or unless there's the Speaker of the House and these members are sworn in. So this is a really complicated game, and the fact that McCarthy's already conceding coming into the votes early this afternoon that he doesn't expect any progress today, and it doesn't bode that well for signs that McCarthy's got this thing locked up.
Oh, it doesn't. And we've also heard a lot from Democrats pointing to Nancy Pelosi saying, you know, this would never happen under her watch, that she managed all of these things. She had opposition too going into her own speaker votes, but that this was all managed behind the scenes in November, not unfolding in front of the country in January. Rick, I want to ask you, how much do you put behind that? How much of this could have been managed by Kevin McCarthy, or did he do everything possible and this is just how the cards fell?
Look, Kevin McCarthy knew this was going to be a challenge from the moment that the election results were finished, if not before then. I mean, to know that you've got a disappointing election night where they've got a margin that allows you to only lose 4 members on a vote for Speaker, McCarthy knew this was a challenge, and he's been working it. In fact, he's been working it for the last decade. His mantra of being kind of the friend to everyone and a consensus builder, all of it has been building up to this moment. He thought that he would be able to effectively isolate this ragtag group of anti-McCarthy holdouts. He thought it'd be a little bit smaller than it is, and he thought that he would be able to put pressure on them once the voting started. That's looking like a miscalculation, and I think that's what Pelosi's referencing in terms of the political acumen involved. Every time that she was elected Speaker, she knew exactly how the votes would land. And sometimes that even meant winning with fewer than 218. And she knew that. But once you get members of Congress who are actually out there casting a vote for a particular candidate or a particular issue, it's hard to move them. And that, I think, is something that Pelosi probably wouldn't have done. That isn't to say that McCarthy had an easy answer for any of this. I mean, the terms of engagement around these negotiations might have never favored McCarthy, and it's possible that you've got members of Congress that didn't care about the fact that you're now day 3 of not having a functional House of Representatives. Maybe they even prefer that. It's not a fair fight, but this is not the kind of fight that I think Nancy Pelosi would have ever allowed to have happened. And McCarthy, I think, miscalculated his ability to cajole and to isolate the folks that are still blocking his path.
And now here we are. Jay O'Brien, Rick Klein, always great to have you. We, of course, are keeping a close eye there on the Capitol. You see Jay there live as lawmakers start to show up to cast their votes in yet another attempt to elect a Speaker of the House. We're watching it all closely, and we'll be right back with more on that and the day's other top stories. Stay with us.
Avatar: The Way of Water
is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was going to hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir. America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live. After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Ready for a good show? I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci.
Family owned, now in the 6th generation.
Most spectacular fireworks this city has ever seen.
But it's been a roller coaster ride.
We had an explosion. It destroyed us. If it wasn't for the strength of the family, we would have never decided to keep going.
You either band together or you fall apart. And we're still here.
Next week, say good morning to...
Hi guys, Jamie Oliver here. Tune in for 3 days cooking with me. The quickest, easiest, most delicious recipes for the new year.
Next week, the most delicious mornings are on
Good Morning America. It's gonna be the best thing ever.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights.
Welcome back. The suspect in the murders of 4 college students is back in Idaho to face charges. We're also learning new details about that 2,500-mile drive he and his father made to Pennsylvania last month. New body cam footage shows the suspect was pulled over for tailgating, but then let go with a warning, only to be stopped again for the same thing. Kenny Whitworth is in Moscow, Idaho, with the latest.
Brian Kohberger, the suspect accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in November, now back in Moscow to face charges, touching down overnight. The 28-year-old criminology PhD student surrounded by security, wearing a dark jacket over his jumpsuit. According to Carfax, the 28-year-old received a new Washington state license plate for his car just 5 days after the murders. The car had previously been registered in Pennsylvania. Now, as the family of the victims and the suspect himself wait for his arrest warrant to be unsealed, new body cam footage emerging from that police pullover in Indiana last month as Kohberger drove to Pennsylvania with his father.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. So you're coming from Washington State University? Yeah. And you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
The father telling police Brian is working towards his PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The officer letting them go.
Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
Minutes later, an Indiana trooper pulls them over again for tailgating. Both stops ending only with a warning. Now, as police investigate whether Koberger knew the victims, we're learning more about another police stop involving the suspect just months before the murders, less than 2 miles from the victim's home.
Law enforcement in Pullman and Moscow had no prior history with this guy.
I think we had a traffic stop with him. At one point in time, I think we gave a seatbelt ticket.
In the white Elantra?
Yes.
That traffic stop back in Moscow in August, 3 months before the murders.
All right, thanks to Kana Whitworth for that. We'll be right back with more of the day's other top stories. Stay with us.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Avatar, The Way of Water,
is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was gonna hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We're following breaking news. The House is set to reconvene shortly to try to elect a speaker again today after 2 days of failed attempts. It's the first time in 100 years the speaker wasn't elected in the first vote. Now, after 6 failed votes, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has a new offer for his detractors. Sources tell ABC News McCarthy has proposed changing the House rules so that just one lawmaker could force a vote to remove the speaker, putting more conservatives on the powerful House Rules Committee, and a vote on bills like term limits and border security. But it's unclear if that all will be enough. As we watch some House members come onto the House floor, let's bring in ABC News political director Rick Klein for a little context here. Rick, if these concessions are made, what does that do for Kevin McCarthy's ability to govern long term, even if they are enough to secure the speakership for him?
Look, every little detail that he concedes is something less that he can do as the House Speaker. When you talk about allowing members of Congress to bring a no confidence vote to the floor with just one member doing so, when you talk about open amendment process where anyone can want to offer anything, when you talk about a commitment to specific votes on things like a balanced budget or individual budget bills, they may seem like little arcane, maybe even common sense ideas, but in terms of the functioning of the House, it takes away a lot of the leverage, a lot of the maneuverability that a House Speaker enjoys over the House schedule. Basically, what these members of Congress have been saying is two things. One is they don't trust Kevin McCarthy. And secondly, they don't trust Kevin McCarthy with the House as it's been currently situated. Those things are obviously related. And it's not clear that even if McCarthy were to give all of those things away, whether that helps the trust issue with him personally, because the Speaker still does have pretty wide authority to influence things, thus the ability to take him out. So he's negotiating over basically how tough his job would actually be. He's tried to hold on to some of the strands of maneuverability, of flexibility as Speaker, but every little concession like this takes that away, hands it to not just the full House membership, because obviously the House can do what it likes as a majority, but specifically a small band of around 20 never McCarthy members of Congress who are said as Republicans that despite the fact that the Republican conference has voted for Kevin McCarthy, despite the fact that Kevin McCarthy's worked for a decade to get the majority that they have right now, they will never, ever support him as Speaker. It means you're basically negotiating with Jell-O from the perspective of a lot of the moderates and a lot of the McCarthy forces, because it's not clear that any of this gets you anywhere.
Negotiating with Jell-O, gotta love that. Rick, how does he go about doing that, attempting these negotiations without alienating his supporters? Because if he loses them, then he's also in trouble.
Yeah, look, it's a game of whack-a-mole, and you're deciding what's the biggest threat that's in front of you right now. And I think it's fair to assume that the never McCarthy people are a harder bargain than the McCarthy loyalists, the moderates. But that doesn't mean that there's infinite patience, either with McCarthy or, frankly, with a lot of the folks that are holding out right now. We've seen some really heated things said, Republicans about fellow Republicans, about these holdouts, a lot of accusations, a lot of questions of motives. All of those things have to be on McCarthy's mind.
And as we await that vote on the House floor, we're also going to go to President Biden now, who's set to give remarks on border security and enforcement at the White House. Let's listen.
And personnel and 100 new immigration judges, so people don't have to wait years to get their claims adjudicated, which they have a right to make a claim legally. And the failure to pass and fund this comprehensive plan has increased the challenges that we're seeing at our southwest border. No one knows this better than the Vice President. And to truly understand what's happening there, it's important to step back and see the bigger picture here. You know, I know it's hard to see, but because our politics has been so divisive, you know it's getting much better, you've all observed, but it's been so darn divisive that it clouds the picture. I mean, it clouds the picture. But let me explain what I'm going to do, and as clearly and plainly as I can. I know it's a complicated issue. I don't want to pretend there's anything easy about it. People come to America for a whole lot of different reasons, to seek new opportunity in what is the strongest economy in the world. Can't blame them wanting to do it. They flee oppression, you know, to the freest nation in the world. They chase their own American dream in the greatest nation in the world. And the story of America is the story of so many of your families, including mine, going back to the mid-1800s from Ireland. Now, there are a number of ways to immigrate to America legally under our existing laws. For example, an American citizen can sponsor an immediate family member from another country. An American company can sponsor an employee from another country. There are visas for students to study in our colleges and other special categories. And regardless of the legal pathway they process them to require everyone be involved in following the law. That's the notion. There are laws to get here legally. That includes another legal way for someone to come to America by seeking asylum because they're fleeing persecution, like a lot of our ancestors did as well. And for many people, that's what's happening at our southwest border now. Over the past several years, thousands of people have been fleeing from Central and South America and the Caribbean countries ruled by oppressive dictators, including Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and escaping gang violence, which has the same impact, in Haiti. Currently, these 4 countries account for most of the people traveling into Mexico to start a new life by getting to the American border and trying to cross. But instead of safe and orderly process at the border, we have a patchwork system that simply doesn't work as it should. We don't have enough asylum officers or personnel to determine whether people qualify for asylum. There's a standard by which you have to meet. We don't have enough immigration judges, to adjudicate the claims of immigrants. In fact, the previous administration used a rule called Title 42 to deal with the pandemic, to rapidly expel people who crossed the border. It was designed to deal with the pandemic, but it's used as a means to expel people at the border. People turned away under Title 42, and they're not barred from trying to come back. They've been turned away. They go back. They try again. They try again. Well, you know, they can and they do try to re-enter the United States again and again, which makes the problem at the border even worse. And under the United States Supreme Court decision, a case on Title 42 later this year, my administration will make a decision, finally, what to do about Title 42. In the meantime, my administration will continue to use that authority as the Supreme Court has required. And until Congress passes the funds, a comprehensive immigration plan to fix the system completely, my administration is going to work to make things better at the border using the tools that we have available to us now. Today, my administration is taking several steps to stiffen enforcement for those who try to come without a legal right to stay, and to put in place a faster process, I emphasize a faster process, to decide a claim of asylum. Someone says, I'm coming because I'm escaping oppression. Well, there's got to be a way to determine that much quicker for people who are credibly seeking protection from persecution. Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas will detail these actions very shortly after I finish at Homeland Security. But here's one significant step we're taking. Over the summer, we saw a huge spike in the number of Venezuelans traveling through Mexico and attempting to enter the United States without going through our legal processes. We responded by using and ensuring that there are two safe and lawful ways for someone leaving the country to come to America. That was one of the reasons you were proposing. First, if they're seeking asylum, they can use an app on their cell phone called CBP1, O-N-E, CBP1, O-N-E. That's to spell it out, not the number one. To schedule an appointment at a port of entry and make their asylum claim there without crossing the border unlawfully and have a decision determined by an asylum officer, do they qualify? Second, in October, we worked with the Mexican government to launch a new parole program. There's another program called, you all know it, but the public may not, called the parole program, that immediately showed results by reducing the number of people crossing the border unlawfully. The way this parole program works, one must have a lawful sponsor here in the United States who agrees to sponsor you to get here. Then, that person has to undergo rigorous background checks and apply from outside the United States and not cross the border illegally in the meantime. If they apply and their application is approved, they can use the same app, the CBP1 app, to present at a port of entry and be able to work in the United States legally for 2 years. That's the process. But if their application is denied, or if they attempt to cross into the United States unlawfully, they'll be returned back to Mexico and will not be eligible for this program after that. So it's making the program available. If they apply and they do it properly, fine. If they don't apply and they try to come through, they're not going to have an opportunity to deal with the program. This new process is orderly, it's safe, and it's humane. And it works. Since we created the new program, the number of Venezuelans trying to enter America without going through a legal process has dropped dramatically, from about 1,100 per day to less than 250 per day, on average. That's several hundred people on average every single day who are not crossing into America illegally. Today, I'm announcing that my administration is going to expand the parole program for people not only from Venezuela, but from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti. Again, these 4 countries, Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti, these 4 countries account for most of the people now traveling into Mexico to try to start a new life by crossing the border into the United States of America on the southwest border. We anticipate this action is going to substantially reduce the number of people attempting to cross our southwest border without going through a legal process. In fact, today, I'm announcing that Mexico has agreed to allow to return up to 30,000 persons per month who try, get caught, and get sent back from those 4 countries, who are apprehended while attempting to unlawfully cross the border, the southwest border.
Listening to President Biden announcing an expansion in a migrant parole program. This is where people trying to come to this country can apply for asylum or for a sponsor. If they have a sponsor in the country, they can then apply to enter the country, but they have to apply from outside of the United States. The president's also committing to return any unauthorized migrants each month. I want to bring in our Rick Klein for a little bit more on this. Rick, what's the big picture here that President Biden is trying to get across? He's faced a lot of criticism over overwhelming numbers of people at the southern border. What will this program do?
Yeah, this is an attempt to make good on a promise to provide for a safe and secure and humane border. And what he's trying to do is discourage people from showing up in the first place. Now, with this new program that would have drastically reduced the number, or increased the number of people who can apply for legal means via a new app, a new program, 30,000 people a month from one of 4 countries that the U.S. is willing to accept migrants from. If you can apply on the app, find a sponsor, he's saying there's a legal pathway for you to live and work in the United States. But if you try to come the old-fashioned way, if you try to come via Mexico and the U.S. border with Mexico, where we've seen those migrant surges, you're not eligible for that program. In which case, you will be, if you're found, you're apprehended, you'll just be returned to Mexico, as has been the policy under Title 42, the controversial Trump-era program where health emergency has been cited to allow for those very quick redistribution of people back to Mexico. So the idea here is to try to cut off the flow at the point of initial departure, to tell people that there's a way that this can happen, and also put a system into place that can continue even after Title 42 is lifted, which is what the courts have so far ordered.
All right, Rick Klein, we're going to keep an eye on that, of course, but right now we're also keeping an eye on the House floor. The House is getting ready to resume voting on a new House Speaker. 6 votes so far have failed. The first time it's taken more than 1 vote to elect a Speaker of the House in over 100 years. Now Republicans are getting together once again, trying to see if they do have enough votes. And the big question is, does Republican leader Kevin McCarthy have enough votes to become Speaker? Our Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill. He's been following it for us since the very beginning, in some cases literally following these lawmakers into the House to see where we stand on this vote. Jay, what's the latest?
Well, I've joined them back now in the Capitol building as we settle in to watch what has been a long process in this vote. 3 days now, Diane. The last time it took 3 days to elect a Speaker of the House was 1923, 100 years ago. The same thing, the last time we had multiple ballots for Speaker of the House was 100 years ago. So what we're watching now is for what happens here on the floor. So is there a vote? Do we go to this next ballot for Kevin McCarthy? Or do they try to adjourn again, which is what they've been doing at the end of their long days of voting, and try to strike some deal? It looks like we're heading to a vote. I can tell you the sense we're getting is that we are headed to a vote here. And so what to watch for when this vote plays out is, has anyone flipped? Have any of those 20 lawmakers gone from supporting Kevin McCarthy, from voting against Kevin McCarthy yesterday to now supporting him, right? There's been a block of 20 that have been voting against Kevin McCarthy. They voted previously for Jim Jordan on this first day of balloting on Tuesday. Then yesterday they switched their votes, and all 20 of those McCarthy protest votes were going for Byron Donalds. And now today we'll see if Byron Donalds or another kind of protest candidate emerges and how many votes he or she gets. Does that 20 anti-McCarthy group stay together, and do they vote for their protest candidate? Do a couple peel off and vote present, which would help Kevin McCarthy? Do a couple peel off and vote for Kevin McCarthy? That would show you how McCarthy's deliberations have gone up until this point. He had the entire evening to talk to this group of anti-McCarthy lawmakers to try to offer some concessions, to try to get towards a deal. And you'll watch in this vote right now in the next few minutes whether or not that process has been successful, or do we go to another ballot? And just to remind you, if you've been watching this at home and if you've been playing the home game, if you don't get to a speaker, you just keep doing ballot after ballot after ballot until you elect a Speaker of the House. The House of Representatives does not do anything else until it picks its speaker, which is why we are on day 3, Diane, of speaker ballots.
And we're seeing Congresswoman Elise Stefanik there on the left side of the screen. She is one of those few names that have been floated as possible contenders, if you will, if Kevin McCarthy doesn't get the vote, people who might collect his support. Rick, McCarthy's now offering some concessions to his holdouts, but could that provide an opportunity for some of these other names to step up and say, you know, I will stand strong, I will not cave to these people, so give me your support instead of McCarthy?
That's the intrigue I'm watching, is that if there is a rival out there who's been secretly waiting in the wings to take over for this and try to become the establishment choice if McCarthy falters, this is their moment to pounce, because they're seeing McCarthy have to give away so many tools of the speakership. It might make some people uncomfortable. I'm sure it is making many of them uncomfortable. It may be so uncomfortable that they start to say, wait a second, maybe McCarthy isn't our guy. Maybe we should be putting our lot in with someone else, like someone on his leadership team like Steve Scalise or Elise Stefanik. Now, there's no signs of that happening. Maybe Jim Jordan, who got votes earlier in the speakership, is another potential landing point for that, although I think he's less amenable to support from the moderate wing of the party. But this is the moment that if he has any secret rivals, we're going to find out, because McCarthy has given things that he said he'd never give. He's crossed red lines that he said he'd never cross, and he's doing it to a group of people that, frankly, are making lives miserable for their fellow Republicans and embarrassing them publicly and stopping them from getting on with the basic business of governing.
Jay, if Kevin McCarthy doesn't have the 218 votes he needs, do any of these other names that are being floated, could they persuade enough support?
It appears what you would face if Kevin McCarthy doesn't get to 218 is the name of a candidate we have not heard yet. Byron Donalds has openly said he does not want to be the next Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan has said that he does not want to be the next Speaker of the House. So those protest candidates we're seeing pick up support from that anti-McCarthy faction have openly said that this is a job that they do not want. And instead, you may see the emergence of another candidate if it's not Kevin McCarthy.
All right, and it looks like they may be getting started there on the House floor. Let's listen.
Just like they rejected my recent request for an additional $3.5 billion to secure and manage the border with more holding facilities, better transportation.
Personalities toward other members-elect. The chair appreciates the cooperation of members-elect in respecting and upholding order and decorum in the House. Thank you. For what reason does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
There you go now. Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's been a lot of talk about history over the last few days. And 1856 was the last time it took longer than the votes we're having right now to find a Speaker of the House. 133 over 2 months. Without question, the issues divide us today are much less severe than they were in 1856. In fact, there's far more that unite us than divide us, regardless of our political party or our ideology. The issues today are over a few rules and personalities, while the issues at that time were about slavery and whether the value of a man who looks like me was 60% or 100% of a human being. It was a long, drawn-out, painful process, but it needed to happen. And in the end, Nathaniel Banks won by the slimmest of margins. But you know, margins don't matter when your policies are on the right side of history. On that day, long ago, the good guys won. On that day, long ago, the abolitionists won. On that day, the people who believe in freedom and self-determination won. The leading Republican nominee won then, and the leading Republican nominee will win again today. Since then, our nation has made a lot of progress. That includes families like mine. My family's gone from slave to the floor of United States House of Representatives, being the first member of his freshman class to speak in a series of 5 generations. My family has gone from slave to right here since 1856. My father and mother born in the 1940s and 1950s in the Jim Crow South, and my dad lived directly across the street from a school he couldn't go to because he was black. He started a business with 1 truck, 1 trailer, no excuses, with the help of his wife, and now his son stands here on the precipice of taking back the majority for the American people and taking this nation in the right direction. Yeah. I'm a freshman, I've only been here for a couple days, but I've heard a lot of DC politicians tell me about how broken DC is. I don't need DC politicians to tell me how broken DC is. The American people have already told us how broken DC is by giving Republicans the majority so we can fix this mess. We will counter the socialist movement of envy and confiscation with a conservative movement of access and opportunity. We will stand on the right side of history again. We will end the growth of government, and we will stop 87,000 new IRS agents from picking through your pocketbooks. We will secure our energy independence. We will ban the sale of petroleum from our strategic reserves to China. We'll establish a bipartisan select committee specifically to keep our eye on the ball in China. We'll address the crisis at the border that's killing Americans by the day and improve both our safety and our nation and our dignity for those who come here in search of a better life. But not yet. We're still stuck at the starting block. The American people have told us by putting a Republican majority here that they want Republicans to lead, and they want a government that works and doesn't embarrass them, and we are failing on both missions. That must change today. It will change. Benjamin Franklin said, we must hang together or we must assuredly hang separate. We're stuck in a malaise, at an impasse, and we will stay here. We will not be able to fight the real conservative fights until we find a way to come together and fight that mission together. Yesterday, we experienced very briefly our first win. It's a small victory. It's a small victory. It was a small victory, but didn't it feel good? We've been working hard for that victory, and there's much more to come. As a cadet at West Point, I learned the phrase, and it's always been my motto throughout life, mission first, people always. And right now, the people are left out. Right now, they don't have a Congress to speak for them at the highest level of government. Right now, every individual in this room can concede that the rounds that we've taken is not what we told our constituents we'd do. We told them that we would fight the opioid crisis. For perspective, there's a hallowed monument that my father took me to. My father's a Vietnam veteran. This monument is a total length of 500 feet, nearly 2 football fields. It's 10 feet high, and the letters are only a ½ inch. 58,000 names. 58,000 names for a war that lasted years. According to the CDC, in 2021, We lost almost twice as many people as we lost in Vietnam to overdoses. We've lost 600 Americans to overdoses since Tuesday, y'all. We're talking about the debt rising. You can't count how many dollars we spent of our great-grandchildren's money since Tuesday. The work we promised the American people we would do, we're welching on that promise. But I have hope. I have hope that we'll be able to come together, unify, and put the right person in leadership. From many one, e pluribus unum. I'm standing here today because I'm the seventh to stand up in support of Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. He's earned my trust. The first time we met was in his office under the watchful gaze of a Frederick Douglass painting. And he told me in that office, on the eve of the 2019 State of the Union address, that there's nothing that could be said or done during that address that embarrassed him more than the fact that when the Democrat side stood up, they would look more like the United States of America than we did. And he set out not to compromise our values, not to compromise our ideology, but to work harder to make sure that more people with diverse perspectives and different lived experiences could be here. In the very next election, he won 14 seats up from 199. And all the seats he won were with minorities, women, and veterans. The very next cycle, this next cycle, he won, and me and my good buddy and classmate Wes Hunt helped double the number of black Republicans in the Republican Congress. Look, y'all, we have a long way to go, but we've come so far. We've come so far, and we can't quit. We can't quit. You don't fire a guy who's winning. And when you look at the governor's mansions and the legislatures we've lost across the country just this past cycle, and when you look at the gains that Kevin McCarthy has made uphill, getting the gavel as a minority leader in half the time, you know, the mainstream media likes to laud the leadership of Nancy Pelosi. Kevin McCarthy won the gavel back as minority leader in half the time uphill. We want to talk about people who can win? Well, I'm a Lions fan, and yeah, that's right. Look, I'm well acquainted with snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Y'all, we need to learn how to win. We need to learn how to take a victory. And by Kevin McCarthy's leadership, he's given us victories on rules. He's given us victories on keeping costs down. He's given us victories with winning a majority back. I'm so proud to be a part of the majority-making class, and he's earned my trust. And hopefully he'll earn your trust, and he's got 90% of us in the conference. When is the last time any of us had 90% approval ratings? Kevin McCarthy, you're gonna see up there, has over 90% approval ratings. If you really wanna start making history, let's do it the right way. We need a conservative fighter to help this country get back on the right track. But the first thing we need to do is elect Leader McCarthy as Speaker of the House. I'm ready to make history, and I know you are. I'm excited to work with each and every single one of you because we have a job to do. So at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries of New York for Speaker of this House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, I speak on behalf of the Democratic Caucus. when I say that there is no victory in adjourning without doing the business of the people. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are united behind a champion of expanding and protecting the right to vote. Since the beginning of 2021, 21 state legislatures have passed 42 restrictive voting laws. Hakeem has stood up against voter suppression and the new Jim Crow era every step of the way. As we begin a new Congress, we need a leader who believes in strengthening democracy, who understands that to cast a vote is a sacred responsibility that should be afforded to the many, not the privilege for the select few. Hakeem understands that in order for us to become a more perfect union, we can't deny the voices of individuals in a democratic process. Madam Clerk, today we affirm our support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and nominate Madam Clerk, and that's why I am directed by the Democratic Caucus to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries from New York as Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to place in nomination the name of Byron Donalds of Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to begin by saying how much I have anticipated the gentleman from Michigan's arrival in this House, not in the Senate, not in the old staid, unchanging Senate, but in the House where we make change. Yesterday, we could have elected the first black Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Bring it. Bring it. Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Had the cascade of votes begun, it would have extended to every member of this body. It could begin today. Last night, I sat within feet of Mr. Donalds as the tweet of another member-elect appeared on the screen. That member-elect wrote and sent out to America that Byron Donalds is a prop. I've spent a good bit of time with Mr. Donalds, especially lately. He ain't no prop. And if he were a prop, he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting. This is the tired, old, grotesquely racist rhetoric that we've seen far too long. Today, a member-elect quote-tweeted a Fox News story that incorrectly reported that I said that if I don't prevail on the question before the House, I will resign. That member-elect quote tweeted that incorrect story for his own political purposes after the story had been corrected and the actual statement contradicting that report had been provided. This is the old trafficking in lies from Washington that the American people know far too well. And by the way, I'm not leaving. Kevin McCarthy released to the public on New Year's Eve a document entitled Restoring the People's House and Ending Business as Usual. To his great credit, Mr. McCarthy made a statement of huge significance to the country. The nominal leader of a major party acknowledged publicly that this institution is broken, and he committed to make change to fix it. So let me help my colleagues in the minority understand. We are doing the people's business. That's what these 3 days have been about. 3 days. We are committed to make change to this institution that has lost its way. It is epitomized in the $1.7 trillion omnibus rammed through this institution just 2 weeks ago. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I came to fix this broken system. America has seen that problem for a very long time, too. The commitment to change it is new. The genesis of the prospect of changing it emerges from this moment and those since June that led at long last to the New Year's Eve statement of Mr. McCarthy and to these 3 days on the floor. America needs men and women of courage to do something new in Congress so that Congress can serve the American people. The Lord said, "Behold, I do a new thing." We need more Byron Donaldses. I know Byron. He's not a prop. He's a man of personal conviction. He arrived at his convictions through authentic and genuine life experience. People ask me, what is the end game? How does this end? The answer to this question is that this is a dynamic process. All of the decisions on this floor result from the coming together of minds, one way or another. This is the people's business. We will resolve the people's business. And when we do, we will go to the mat for the American people. Because we will be led by people of conviction, like the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds. I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Watching the House floor as the House gets ready to start a new vote for Speaker of the House. So far, 6 votes have failed now.
Adams.
Kevin McCarthy has failed to collect enough votes to meet that 218 vote threshold.
Aderholt.
And now we are hearing those members start to vote again.
McCarthy.
Let's listen.
Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Emiday.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman.
We're watching the House floor here as the 7th round of voting is underway for House Speaker. So far, after 6 rounds of votes, Kevin McCarthy has failed to garner the 218 votes he would need to secure the speakership. We're hearing those votes come in now for this 7th round of voting. Kevin McCarthy can only afford 4 votes in order to secure that speakership. More than 4 votes against him, and he will not meet the threshold he needs. I want to bring in Rachel Scott, who's there on Capitol Hill. And Rachel, it looks like he's already at 4 votes, seemingly 1 more, and he could fail this vote yet again.
Round 7, Diane, and at this point, Kevin McCarthy could be on track to once again lose the Speaker's gavel for yet another round of votes here. These talks went late into the night. We were obviously here on Capitol Hill. McCarthy meeting with members. They adjourned for a short time. They came back in session around 8 p.m. yesterday and adjourned quickly so that they can try and hammer out some sort of deal. And so late last night, we got word that Kevin McCarthy put a new deal on a table, which would be more concessions, essentially. He would make it easier to remove a speaker. That's something that conservatives were calling for. He would also put some conservative members on key committees, promise votes on bills. At this point, it does not look like it would be enough in order to get him the support that he needs in order to become the next Speaker of the House. And so once again, we find ourselves in this similar cycle where we're asking, what is the strategy here? What is the approach? And honestly, what is left to give at this point? He has to really strike a very delicate balance here because he's trying to accommodate all different wings in the party. So he has these far-right conservatives on one end, he has moderates on the other. But I will tell you that I did talk to some of his supporters even who said that if this just keeps going and he just keeps failing, the Republican Party is going to have to take a very hard look at who can get to that magic number of 218 if it's not going to be McCarthy. But he is defiant. We just talked to him moments before he walked onto the House floor. He thinks eventually they will get there. The question is, how long is that going to take?
I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, here, because, Rick, we're hearing Rachel talk about strategy, and one of those strategies involves that column on the right. Actually, we'll bring in Mary Alice Parks. One of the strategies here involves that column on the right. We're seeing present as an option for voting. And right now, 0 members have voted present, but that has been one of the strategies floated, that maybe if Kevin McCarthy can turn some of these no votes into a present vote, that lowers the threshold of the number of votes ultimately that he needs in favor.
You're exactly right. Now, in order for that to actually help him, he needs to convince someone that has voted no to vote present. Like you said, it would lower the total number of votes he has to win in order to secure that speakership. So far, we've only seen 1 member of Congress vote present in previous votes, and she was actually someone that had previously voted for him. So it didn't really help him. He didn't actually gain more votes. It just made it harder in some ways. It was essentially a no vote. But you're right. Part of the strategy that's been talked about is if he really can't convince some of these holdouts to vote for him, can he at least convince them to essentially step aside? Now, we're only at the beginning of the alphabet, but no evidence of that so far. And that is what is so tricky here, Diane, is that Kevin McCarthy just hasn't been able to demonstrate any progress in these negotiations.
So, Jay, what are some of the big votes that you're watching for here?
Well, Diane, we're watching to see if anybody changes from a vote for someone other than Kevin McCarthy to Kevin McCarthy. Right now, let me check my tally, but I don't think that's, no, that's not happened yet. Instead, what we're seeing is those same lawmakers who were voting for Byron Donalds previously voting for Byron Donalds now. You had mentioned those present votes. To your point and to the other points that have been made on that front, that's also something that I'm watching for if anybody decides to vote present. There's 2 voting of present that could help Kevin McCarthy. If any of the anti-Republican or anti-McCarthy Republicans decide to vote present, that could be something that helps Kevin McCarthy because it takes a vote away from a McCarthy opponent, but mainly what it does is it lowers the threshold that Kevin McCarthy needs to become the speaker because you need a majority of all the votes that are cast, not a majority of every member of the House, a majority of all the votes that are cast. So if you have someone who's voting present, it means they're not technically voting, and therefore it lowers how many votes Kevin McCarthy has to get to become the speaker. So if anyone who's anti-McCarthy flips, in a sense, and votes present, that would be huge. The other thing is if any Democrats miss this vote, which it doesn't look like has happened, but also vote present, that could help Kevin McCarthy. We have heard from Democratic leadership who say that that is not in the cards. They will not have their members. They will make sure that their members are there, and they will make sure that their members vote for Hakeem Jeffries, which would deprive Kevin McCarthy of any votes that he would need and any present votes that would help lower his threshold from Democrats. But again, it's something to watch out for. It helps you kind of digest what this process is because it's slow rolling, right? It's alphabetical. It's each member's last name being called in. They shout the last name of who they want for speaker. But there are these moments of high drama. Take my word for it. Yesterday, when Victoria Spartz went from voting for Kevin McCarthy to voting present, that was a huge piece of news because it demonstrated that Kevin McCarthy was losing votes. The first vote he lost was Byron Donalds, right? Byron Donalds went from voting for Kevin McCarthy on the first 2 ballots to on the 3rd ballot voting for Jim Jordan, and now voting, at least yesterday, voting for himself. We'll see what he does today. And then Victoria Spartz went from being in McCarthy's column to voting present. Now, subsequent to that, she said she's open to voting for Kevin McCarthy again. But the question still remains, what are those little moments of high drama that we see play out as these votes trickle in? I can tell you, based on reporting from our colleague, Catherine Falders, who spoke with Kevin McCarthy just before this vote, that he doesn't view these results as changing, which would be a signal that over the course of the evening, he had all night last night, Diane, remember, to negotiate some kind of a deal, and this morning. And if he doesn't have any lawmakers switching back into his column after this vote, it would show that that deal, if it exists and if it's being formulated, is either A, not there yet, or B, at least not ready yet to sway any votes, Diane.
Again, the vote is still ongoing, and there are a few different variables here at how this could play out. But at this point, with 7 other votes, it does look like Kevin McCarthy is poised, or at least on track, to lose this vote yet again. Jay, how many times do you think he can survive a vote like this before his supporters lose patience and tell him to step aside?
Well, that's a really good question, and it's what confronts the McCarthy allies right now. To walk you through the math of all of this, so you need 218 votes to be the Speaker of the House, right? That's the majority of all the members who are casting votes. Republicans have 222 members in the United States House of Representatives in this new Congress. So you can lose 4 votes to become the Speaker. That gets you to 218. But if the minute you lose 5, you are on track to lose, unless, you know, Democrats switch into your column or something like that, which is extremely unlikely. That's why Kevin McCarthy now on track to lose, because he's lost 7 votes. Those are votes that are all going, just checking my tally, yep, to Byron Donalds. No one else is getting any straggler votes. How many times can he lose? How many ballots can he go through? That is a question Rachel Scott has asked Kevin McCarthy repeatedly. Rachel Scott is in another part of the Capitol complex that I'm at, and McCarthy has to walk by her repeatedly to get from the Speaker's office, which he's been using as his office despite not being elected Speaker yet. He's been using that office. He has to walk from the Speaker's office past Rachel and hordes of other reporters to get to the House floor to sit for this vote. And every time, it seems, when he passes Rachel, Rachel asks, how many ballots can you survive? How many ballots do you go until your calculus changes or you bow out? And he hasn't had a good answer for that, Diane. He's just saying he's not bowing out.
And I want to bring in ABC News contributor, former Trump administration official Sarah Isgur, as well as former Democratic Congresswoman Kathleen Rice of New York on this. Sarah, how concerned are you about where we are right now? 7 votes, and it appears for the 7th time now that Kevin McCarthy again and Republicans in general have failed to elect another Speaker of the House.
Well, I mean, in this very unexpected week, this vote was actually very expected. We know that the negotiations that started last night have not been completed. The problem is, for those 20 never Kevins, they don't trust Kevin McCarthy to keep his word, and that's the real question that will come out of these negotiations. What will he do to assure them that he will keep his word? But if those negotiations were to work and Kevin McCarthy were to become Speaker, the deals that he's had to cut will actually have a fascinating effect, not just empowering more junior members of the House from this point forward on the Republican side, it will actually also empower members on the Democratic side. These are the same procedural changes that members of the squad wanted. AOC supports these changes. And so we can see a real change from the last 30 years where power has been concentrated away from members, away from committee chairs, even into the Speaker's office. We could see that really change for the first time.
And I want to bring in former Democratic Congresswoman Kathleen Rice of New York as well. Kathleen, you've been there. You have done this, not this kind of a vote, not this contentious of a vote, but just walk us through what's it like in the room when this is happening, and what are those conversations like behind the scene before we see this moment play out?
Well, the conversations can be very tense, obviously, because you're talking about, certainly in the Democratic caucus, it's a very diverse caucus. But, you know, as I making the point that, you know, Democrats always remembered that we believe in the same values. We have the same values. We share the same values. So we might nitpick on a rule here or there or a committee assignment. But at the end of the day, we were always able to come together because ideologically we were all the same. What you're seeing here with Kevin McCarthy is a group of people who are literally hijacking the House of Representatives, literally ceasing the functioning of the House of Representatives for what seemed to be personal animosity, feelings of personal animosity towards Kevin McCarthy. I mean, it seems that he has been giving away the store, and that still has not satisfied him. I was kind of waiting to see if they were going to actually go to a vote. Clearly, they didn't have the support to make a motion to adjourn again. But let's see at the end of this vote if he was able to pick off a couple more people. If not, they're going to have to start having a conversation about who will be able to go over 218 votes. And as of right now, there are no names. I don't think Donald is in that position. We'll see if there can be a compromise candidate. But right now, this is, doesn't bode well for, the Congress getting going anytime soon.
And I want to go back to Jay O'Brien, who's there on Capitol Hill. Jay, we're currently looking at 68 for McCarthy, 10 other votes. Where does that leave things, and where do they go from here?
Yeah, Diane, so obviously it means that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes on this ballot unless something changes to become the next Republican Speaker of the House. That is a certainty. We're also seeing some surprising votes, and forgive me for looking down. I'm just watching my proceedings of the floor here, and I've also got a vote total here. So in your screen, it says 10 other votes, right? 9 votes have been for Byron Donalds, who's been the protest candidate against Kevin McCarthy. There's 1 vote for another person to get up to that 9 total, there's 9 votes have been, there's 1 more vote. Matt Gaetz just cast his vote for Donald Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's supporting Kevin McCarthy, vocally supporting Kevin McCarthy, criticizing Gaetz for opposing Kevin McCarthy, she stood there and laughed right at that vote and laughed with Gaetz about it. And that is not high drama. Yes. It's not a huge piece of news. It's not going to change who becomes the next Speaker of the House. But what it does indicate is, firstly, there are Republicans, Gaetz being one of them, who have indicated they will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. And also, in doing so, they are defying Donald Trump. Donald Trump has said to this anti-McCarthy group of Republicans, vote for Kevin McCarthy. It is Kevin McCarthy's time to be Speaker of the House. He's encouraging every single Republican in Congress to vote for Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker. So this group of anti-McCarthy Republicans, and this is something that surprised some, are defying Trump at every turn when they don't vote for Kevin McCarthy. And Gaetz, not just defying Trump by not voting for Kevin McCarthy, defying Trump by voting for Trump, Diane.
Irony there. I want to bring that to Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, we spoke a little bit about this morning. Well, what does that say big picture? The fact that Donald Trump came out encouraging Republicans come together, support Kevin McCarthy, and yet some of these candidates who were considered, hardcore Trump candidates, big supporters of Donald Trump in the past, are defying him.
Yeah, absolutely. It says that he doesn't have a lot of influence, or at least they're not doing what he is asking them publicly to do. Now, I do think it's important to remember we don't know what those conversations are like on a private level, but publicly, President Trump has thrown his support behind Kevin McCarthy and told people like Matt Gaetz, like Lauren Boebert, to support him, and they have come right back around and said no. And in fact, Lauren Boebert yesterday said she thought Trump should tell McCarthy to withdraw. Really, one of the most Trumpy, most ultra MAGA sort of members of Congress, saying that she wants to tell the former president what he should do and what his advice should be. So really what we're seeing, just like Jay was talking about, is a real waning of former President Trump's influence on some of the day-to-day decisions of these members. But I do think it's worth taking a note right here and just reminding our viewers that they can decide to elect someone who is not a member of Congress, Speaker of the House. That is allowed. It is possible. They could all come together and decide to elect former President Trump. I have no idea if he would want to be Speaker. He's announced that he's running for president again. But there have been some conversations about whether, on a more practical note, whether this goes on and on and on. Like if we are a week into this and they still have not come up with a Speaker of the House, will we start to see a real conversation between Democrats and Republicans about a consensus candidate, in theory, someone outside of Congress who would come in with the purpose and intent of building kind of a coalition government? It is, in the realm of possibility, something that could be considered.
And Jay, I know you spoke with some of those holdouts after they came out of a meeting that they had earlier today. What kind of a sense did you get from them as to how much wiggle room there is, how much they can be persuaded to vote for Kevin McCarthy or maybe even vote present Or are they a no and that's it and they're not budging?
Well, I think they're split in that, Diane. That's certainly the sense that they gave as they emerged from that meeting. So you had some lawmakers who were saying, stay tuned, there is a deal potentially that could come. Byron Donalds is a good example. He's the one who's getting the votes from the anti-McCarthy protest votes. Donalds said when he was asked as he emerged from that meeting with those anti-McCarthy Republicans, is there a deal on the table? Donalds said stay tuned. So an indication that there is some kind of a deal that they might be coming to. We heard the same kind of stay tuned language from other members. And then we heard from Bob Good, who's been a vocal anti-McCarthy member. And he said, stop asking me if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy. I will always be a no on Kevin McCarthy. That was Bob Good's words to me and to other reporters. Additionally, we heard from Lauren Boebert. She said her vote doesn't matter. She didn't say whether or not she would ever move to be back in Kevin McCarthy's column, but she said that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. A signal, and something I've heard from other lawmakers, that there's just a core group of never McCarthy Republicans who under no circumstances will vote for Kevin McCarthy. One more point in that. So I spoke with Ken Buck this morning. He's been another anti-McCarthy vote. And he was getting a number of questions of how many ballots until you nominate someone else, how many ballots do you think McCarthy could last? And he dodges most of those questions, although he did say he might nominate someone else if there is clearly a sign that Kevin McCarthy will never get to the votes. But then I asked Ken Buck, is there anything Kevin McCarthy can do to sway every single member of the conference who is against him? And Buck indicated that there is a core group, as he believes, of 6 lawmakers who will just never vote for Kevin McCarthy on any ballot. And so then I asked him, what happens at that point if there are just 6 lawmakers who you can never offer a deal to? They will just never vote for Kevin McCarthy, because remember, you can only lose 4. So if there's 6, the math does not work out for Kevin McCarthy. Ken Buck indicated he believes there might come to a point where those lawmakers vote present, which again, as we've been saying, if you vote present and you're anti-McCarthy, that lowers the threshold McCarthy needs to become the next speaker. That would work in his favor. That might clear the lane and allow him to become the next speaker. But Buck said he really didn't know what they would do. He said they could vote present, but he was unclear if they will. And I can tell you what we've heard from members of that anti-McCarthy faction is they have said repeatedly they will never vote present. They will vote against Kevin McCarthy on every single ballot if they have the opportunity. So if you see one of them, or anyone who's in that 20 group of anti-McCarthy Republicans vote present, that would be a huge pickup for Kevin McCarthy and a sign that negotiations are going in the other direction.
Now, Jay, McCarthy may not have 218 votes now, but neither does anybody else. So if not McCarthy, then who? Could any of these other names floated right now, do they hold a realistic chance of being able to get the support they would need to actually secure the speakership?
Well, each of the names that's been talked about right now, that's being voted on, so Byron Donalds, Hakeem Jeffries, Byron Donalds is largely a protest candidate, and he's acknowledged that himself to a degree, meaning that those who don't want to vote for Kevin McCarthy are voting for Byron Donalds. For Hakeem Jeffries, you've noticed on every single ballot, Hakeem Jeffries has gotten more votes than Kevin McCarthy, because Kevin McCarthy's got a block of 20 members of his party who are voting against him on every turn. That does not mean Hakeem Jeffries becomes the Speaker of the House. You need a majority of the votes being cast, and Democrats do not have a majority in the House, so therefore they will never have a majority of people voting for Hakeem Jeffries unless people cross the aisle, which is so remote of a possibility it would probably never happen, but you can never count anything out in the Congress. So what happens here is, if any of those candidates really had a path, it would be if you went to some kind of a plurality vote. The House has broad power to change its own rules. They can vote to elect a speaker based upon the highest vote getter and not based upon who gets a majority of the votes being cast, meaning that if you got just a raw total more votes than the other person, you would be the speaker. That's called, in many circles, as my colleagues and our colleagues have reported, the nuclear option, because that would essentially put Hakeem Jeffries in direct contention with Kevin McCarthy and say to those never McCarthy lawmakers, you've got to vote for McCarthy or you risk Hakeem Jeffries becoming the speaker. The nuclear option is also an extremely remote possibility. We have not heard a lot of discussions about that, so I would caution you to, take anything about the nuclear option with a grain of salt. But it's certainly the option Republicans have at their disposal if they get tired and they want to try to force that never McCarthy faction to cast a vote for Kevin McCarthy, Diane.
McCarthy decides to bow out, throw in the towel, and throw his support behind somebody else. We're seeing Kevin McCarthy smiling on the House floor right now to a round of applause, I think because he just surpassed Jeffrey in the numbers of votes. How likely is he to do that anytime soon?
So Kevin McCarthy has indicated to our colleagues, Rachel Scott has asked him repeatedly this question, that he will not bow out. He has said he is in this for the long haul. What that means and how many ballots is the long haul is unclear. And does there become a time, as you've indicated, that members of McCarthy's conference get fed up with him? It's unclear again. But at least as of right now, there is a deal, we can tell you, being discussed between McCarthy's allies and those holdout votes. What is in the deal? We've indicated what could be in the deal, lowering the threshold of how many votes it would take to trigger a vote to remove the sitting Speaker of the House, something that's called the motion to vacate the chair. There's also committee assignments and Rules Committee assignments in there for House Freedom Caucus members. So there's a deal being formed. What the final deal looks like is unclear. But at minimum, you would expect that Kevin McCarthy and his allies would probably attempt to stay in the fight for as long as that deal is being hammered out, Diane.
All right, Jay O'Brien there on Capitol Hill, Mary Alice Parks, Sarah Isger, Kathleen Rice, thank you all. Again, we are watching the 7th vote now for Speaker of the House, and it appears once again Kevin McCarthy has failed to garner enough support, those 218 votes he needs, in order to win the speakership, but the vote is still ongoing. We're watching it closely, and with that, I want to hand it over to my ABC News Live co-anchor, Kira Phillips, in D.C. for more of that continuing coverage. Hi, Kira.
Hi, Diane. Here we go. It's Groundhog Day again. And I'd say to our viewers, just stop me here if you've heard this before. Congress, yes, stuck in a stalemate, as Diane just said, as the House continues to struggle for a speaker. GOP leader Kevin McCarthy failing again and again and again to secure those votes needed for the job. The chamber now in its 7th round and 3rd day of voting. And once again, Kevin McCarthy is on track to lose. Live pictures from the floor right now as we have our all-star political team once again working overtime along with us. Oh, let's start with ABC's Jay O'Brien, who I think never even left Capitol Hill last night. Jay, I hope.
Kira, we've got to stop meeting like this.
This is not a dream. We have been nonstop. At least we had a chance, to hydrate, change our clothes. With that said, Jay, any end in sight? I know you've been talking all morning and into the noon hour that there is some sort of deal that's in the works. We just are not sure what it is, right?
Yeah, in terms of raw vote totals, in terms of details, as of right now, things could change. The vote is going on. But not much has changed between yesterday and today, except yesterday I was standing over there. Now I'm standing over here. But other than that, Kevin McCarthy still does not have the votes that he needs to become the next Speaker of the House. We're waiting as this vote progresses to see if he picks up any votes that were against him yesterday that might be for him today. That remains to be seen. Again, the vote is still ongoing. I can tell you I was just at a meeting not long ago of those McCarthy holdout votes, some of them, not all of them. And they got repeated questions of what is the deal? Is there a deal on the table? Have McCarthy's allies hammered out something that could pick him up all of the votes he needs, or at least some of the votes he needs? And they were tight-lipped about that. Byron Donalds, who is being voted on right now as a protest candidate to McCarthy, he's got 12 votes for Speaker. He said stay tuned, indicating that there is something that is in discussions. And there were other members who said that there is a deal in the works potentially that could pick up some votes. But then you have a core group of so-called never McCarthy Republicans. And their numbers vary to about 5 to 6. According to lawmakers that I've spoken with. And that group, again, according to lawmakers that I've had conversations with, say they will never vote for McCarthy on any turn, no matter what is offered. So, case in point, I spoke with Ken Buck earlier today. He's an anti-McCarthy vote. And I asked him, is there anything Kevin McCarthy can do to get all the support he needs? And he indicated he believes there are 6 holdout votes who will just vote no on McCarthy or for someone else other than McCarthy on every single ballot, no matter what Kevin McCarthy offers them. So I asked Buck, what is the option then? Because Kevin McCarthy, if everybody shows up and everybody's voting, he needs 218 to become the next House Speaker. So 6 people voting against him would be fatal because he can only afford to lose 4 votes. Ken Buck said to me those individuals couldn't end up voting present, which would lower the threshold that McCarthy needs to become the Speaker. although he indicated he doesn't know if they're going to vote present, and a lot of those holdout votes, like Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert, have said they will never vote present. And then there are other lawmakers who are just going to not vote for Kevin McCarthy on every turn. Bob Good, I spoke with him earlier today. He said, you can stop asking me if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy, indicating he will always be a no on Kevin McCarthy. So the question that Kevin McCarthy and his allies are confronted with this afternoon is, how many of the anti-McCarthy votes are never McCarthy votes? Meaning, how many lawmakers are there who will vote against Kevin McCarthy no matter what they are offered? And how do you get around that, Diane? Or excuse me, Kira, it's been a long day.
Yes, it has, and it's just getting started. So clearly, we gotta up our game here. I mean, there's so much has happened even in just the last hour, Jay. You know, we've been for the past 2 days, now entering the third. You and I have been talking about a lot of moments that have been happening here on the floor, right? The first day, we were talking about it was the very first day of this new Congress, and there were family members there. Representative Jimmy Gomez had his baby. You even interviewed them. It was such a moment. You saw other family members on the floor, and you thought, okay, there's some moments, and this is sort of fun, and this is interesting. And then you hit the second day, and it starts to get a little more serious, and then you're seeing more names thrown into the mix to be speaker, and the votes and the ballots going a different way. We had the interview with Byron Donalds. He had his day in the sunshine yesterday out on the steps. He hasn't even passed any legislation. He's not even been formally voted in yet, but he's getting so much attention. But today, I mean, Matt Gaetz stepping up and nominating Donald Trump, really? I mean, now it's getting a little bit out of control, wouldn't you say? Because we know that that's not even an option here, and there has to be a point where we've got to really take this all very, very seriously, because there are consequences that will result because of this and the fact that we don't have a speaker. So, okay, have some fun, but, we're in day 3. We're going to the 7th round of voting, and there are going to be a lot of constituents saying, come on, we voted for you to get things done, and nothing can get done when you don't have a functioning Congress.
Well, and I think it's worth reminding the folks at home who are playing the home game, Kira, that this has real-world consequences. The House floor is paralyzed. You cannot do anything in the House of Representatives until you elect a speaker. Those are the rules. You can't even adopt the rules until you elect a speaker. So there are currently no technical rules that govern the floor of the House of Representatives other than the majority gets what the majority wants. So that has real-world implications in the sense that you can't bring legislation to the floor. We've heard from lawmakers who are saying that they can't do casework for their constituents because they haven't officially been sworn in as members of Congress. They are still technically members-elect. They should have been sworn in on Tuesday. They only get sworn in after the speaker is elected, and the speaker has not been elected. It has implications on security clearances, we've heard from some lawmakers, because, again, they're not officially members of Congress. Also, you can't get committees going. You can't get the committee work going until you elect a speaker because you can't form the committees. And those committees have oversight over some very key aspects of American life. The military, the intelligence community, the Pentagon, agriculture. Committees in Congress have a broad berth over just about everything that goes through this country. And all of that work is put on pause until you elect a Speaker of the House. It's been 100 years, as you said, for the last time there were multiple ballots to elect a Speaker of the House. The last time we had more than one ballot to elect a Speaker was 1923. That took 3 days to pick a Speaker. We are on the 3rd day here. Before that, it took, if I recall correctly, 44 ballots, and that took about a month to elect a speaker. Before that, it took 2 months. So look, this is not the longest this country has waited to get a Speaker of the House, but certainly in the modern Congress, this is unprecedented, Kira.
Right, and just talking about all the consequences, while Representative Matt Gaetz may think it's cute to nominate Donald Trump for Speaker, I mean, you've got young staffers who depend on their paycheck, and they're not going to get paid. They're not out there on the floor, having this platform and on live television. They're behind the scenes wondering, wow, I'm not even getting a paycheck, and I'm having to work through the night and deal with this when they can't even come together and make concessions here. So any idea how much Kevin McCarthy, gave away the farm in these talks last night. I had a couple sources telling me that he made a lot of concessions, Jay, and that they actually thought at noon they wouldn't go into another vote. They'd vote to adjourn and then set another time because they were so close. But they were thrown for a loop as well as soon as we entered into this seventh round.
Yeah, and that's exactly right, Kira. The question that Kevin McCarthy confronts is, are the concessions that he's making enough? Well, he's got two questions he confronts. Let me back up. A, are the concessions that he's making enough to sway the votes he needs to become Speaker of the House? He doesn't have to convince every single anti-McCarthy vote to vote for him. He has to convince everyone but 4. And there are 20 people, at least in the previous ballots, there were 20 people voting against McCarthy. We'll see what the numbers look like after this vote. That's the first thing. The second thing he's got to confront is if he brokers a deal with this anti-McCarthy faction, they are a smaller percentage, a much smaller percentage of the House GOP conference than the people who are voting for Kevin McCarthy. On the previous ballots, 202 Republicans voted for Kevin McCarthy, 20 Republicans voted for somebody else. John James said it when he nominated Kevin McCarthy. He said Kevin McCarthy, in his words, has a 90% approval rating from the House Republican Conference, indicating, look, there are 200 members that are voting for Kevin McCarthy, 20 that are voting against him. And so if he brokers a deal with this anti-McCarthy faction and gives away too much, we have heard rumblings from moderate members who are watching that very closely because they don't want McCarthy to give away the store. And there is a potential, there is a world in which he gives away too much to the point that he turns off the moderates in his conference and we go back to the drawing board. Now, will that happen? Nobody knows. But he's got this really intricate balancing act that he's got to work out here, Kira.
Well, and you make a good point. Depending on how much he gives away, I guess that really points to the fact that this is so personal for him versus political. This is about Kevin McCarthy becoming Speaker over anything else, over his constituents, over the country, over good, respectful leadership. It comes down to giving up whatever he can just so he can say he's Speaker.
Well, and Kevin McCarthy, it has long been known that Kevin McCarthy has wanted to be Speaker of the House for quite a long time. He came to Capitol Hill. He was a staffer in the district office for Bill Thomas, and there is this anecdote that's banded around about Kevin McCarthy a lot where he said, I want to be Speaker of the House, when he was an aide to that congressman. So, and his home district's congressman, by the way. And so McCarthy has always wanted to be the Speaker. It's one of the reasons that many believe he went to Mar-a-Lago shortly after January 6th to talk to Donald Trump. To meet with Donald Trump, very much reviving Donald Trump's political career, according to some Republican congressmen like Adam Kinzinger. And so this has been something that Kevin McCarthy has coveted for a long time. And you look at that in the sense of, it doesn't appear right now, at least, that there is a ballot number that he would bow out on. Our Rachel Scott has been consistently asking Kevin McCarthy, when would you drop out? At what ballot does it become not worth it anymore? And McCarthy has always said to Rachel repeatedly, every time she asks him, that he is in this for the long run. What is the long run? How many ballots does this go, Kira? That is unclear. But as you have seen, and we should remind the folks at home, nothing happens on the House floor until you elect a Speaker of the House. They have two options, really. They can keep voting or they can adjourn. And over the last 3 days, we've seen voting, 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 and adjourn, more voting, and more adjournments. And that's all they're doing. There is nothing going on in this Congress officially until they elect a Speaker.
And it looks like, again, McCarthy is on track to lose the Speaker vote for the 7th time now as we work our way through all the letters. It's interesting. It's not as a gregarious floor as we saw yesterday and even the day before. A lot more quiet, somber, still. It's interesting just to watch the change in the mood, Jay. And thinking about just Kevin McCarthy and giving away as much as he can because he appears to be so desperate to become Speaker. I mean, that just guts his power, right? Guts his power, guts the respect from other members. And then let's say he is Speaker and there's some critical votes coming up. It's going to be hard to push those through if you don't have people that really respect your leadership. I mean, this could have so many more consequences than just what it's doing in the moment.
Yeah, there's a couple different things you said there, Kira, that's worth unpacking. The first is what the floor looks like. So I see the clerk's going up. I think maybe we're calling the members who didn't vote yet. Yeah, I think she's going to call the members now who weren't present for the vote, which is another thing here. Okay, so when you look at the floor, it's much emptier than it looked yesterday, right? That's not because there aren't members who are in the quorum and voting. That's because members have learned what this process is, that you can step out of the floor. Maybe you're not officially allowed to, but they have been stepping out of the floor after they voted or before their last name gets called. That first vote, everybody sat in the chamber because they didn't know what the rules were. So this is a broader way of saying this Congress has never had to do something like this, has never had to figure out how this process works, multiple ballots for a speaker, for 100 years. You've been seeing the clerk stepping up to the rostrum there and saying, we are operating under the rules or the precedent from 1923. Again, this Congress has never had to confront anything like this. So members are now a little bit used to this because they've been doing this for 3 days. But this is something that the modern Congress, again, has never had to confront. To your question on Kevin McCarthy and concessions, you're exactly right, particularly when it comes to motion to vacate the chair. So that's one of the things we're hearing from moderate Republicans in McCarthy's conference, that motion to vacate the chair is a mechanism that you can use. If enough members agree, you can trigger a vote to oust the current Speaker of the House. It's something that Republicans had in their rules originally. It was originally part of the rules of the House. Democrats took it out. Republicans tried to use it to oust John Boehner, you'll recall, Kira. It's no longer a rule of the House, and Republicans who are voting against Kevin McCarthy want to put that back in. Some of them do, at least. McCarthy has proposed saying, hey, if 5 members agree to get rid of the Speaker, we will trigger a vote on getting rid of the Speaker. Now it appears he's moving his concession to saying if 1 member says let's get rid of the Speaker, we will trigger a vote on getting rid of the Speaker. That would be a huge concession for Kevin McCarthy, and it would weaken the speakership because it would allow anybody to call a vote to oust the Speaker. That's one aspect of this. The other is it is evident that in this GOP majority, in this close, tight GOP majority, if you get a handful of lawmakers to agree on anything, you can hold up bills that the GOP conference wants to pass that you know no Democrats will vote for. If you get 5 lawmakers to just say, we don't want to vote on this because we want some key concessions, that is going to be an issue for Kevin McCarthy. And it's evident that there is clearly a sign that in this slim majority, it gives outsized voice to those Republicans who haven't necessarily had an outsized voice in the legislative process, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Matt Gaetz. They have high public profiles, but they were just 1 member of Congress with 1 vote. Now, if you have a certain numbers of members of Congress opposing anything on the House, on the Republican side, as we're seeing play out now, that can throw things into an upheaval, Kira.
Well, let's kind of talk about that some more, this weekend speakership idea. Donna Brazile and Barbara Comstock, I know you are still both with us right now. Donna Brazile, former DNC chair, just kind of playing off of that. And, we're talking about immediate consequences, and that is the security clearances, the payroll, the constituent casework. That's right now. And the fact that we have we don't have a functioning Congress, and so you can't get anything through. That's what we're looking at right now. But let's say Kevin McCarthy, Donna, does eventually get this speakership, and he has, because he wants it so badly, gutted his power. And then it comes to hard votes and big decisions and needing to influence members. The consequences of that can be even more detrimental.
They may come to the well and
absolutely. I mean, this could really put the Speaker in a difficult position in trying to get legislation on the floor and trying to cobble together the votes required to lift the debt ceiling. There's so many consequences of having the House of Representatives today still paralyzed by its failure to elect the Speaker, but long term, if Kevin McCarthy can overcome the obstacles and I guess give away more of the storefront and a bid to become Speaker, this really has long-term implications for his leadership and running the Congress. Barbara is a former member. She's a good friend from just across the pond here. So I know she knows a lot more about what's going on in the Republican caucus than I do. But let me just say this, as someone who knows the institution, as a staff person, someone who is honored to serve, I'm surprised. I am so surprised by his failure after 8 years to cobble the votes together to win the speakership.
Barbara, go ahead, please weigh in.
Sure. Well, as we've discussed over the past few days, a lot of the reason it's come to this is because of the coddling and the appeasing of these Freedom Caucus guys. I can tell you, having been in the room, there just was such a, back in 2015, 2017, there was so much frustration with the Mark Meadows team. Look where he went on to, and thank God he lost the re-election for Donald Trump. But these are not people who legislate or who want to legislate or care about if the government operates. One of their demands is they basically don't want to pass anything, pass a debt limit increase. But I can tell you, Mick Mulvaney, who was a former, Freedom Caucus member, when he was over at the White House as chief of staff, he came up and explained to everybody why something he had always voted against, raising the debt limit, we had to do, or there would be a huge economic collapse. This would be terrible for Donald Trump. It would be terrible for Republicans. And he was right. Now that his butt was on the line, he understood basic economics. But this crew doesn't want to do things like that. So it is a huge problem. And I think you're going to have, Kevin's problem now is going to be a lot of these members who have to sit there and listen to these knuckleheads who don't know anything about basic governing. Most of them have never passed a bill. Certainly, Lauren Boebert never will pass a bill. And she's last night crowing about, well, this is great. No money is being spent because we've shut down the government or something to that effect. She doesn't understand how it works. The money that's already been appropriated, yes, dear, it is being spent. So you just don't understand this. Hopefully, she will have her pay docked for these days that they haven't been sworn in. I hope all the members have their pay docked while this nonsense has been going on. But her constituents are being hurt. And you have members like her who we've only, you have this small majority they have, and she only won by 500 votes, yet they act like they got, a 2/3, resounding, overwhelming majority, and they don't. And that has always been the problem. When you listen to these guys, when they were in caucus, they acted like we had, 60, 70% when we had just a small majority, and they never understood what it meant to be a governing majority.
So, Barbara, when you said knuckleheads, I have to ask you, was that a knucklehead move? Clearly political theater, Republican Matt Gaetz standing up and nominating Donald Trump for Speaker.
Oh, of course it was. And listen, no less than, hardcore right-winger Mark Levin, who, was a big supporter of Trump, has called these guys boneheads, I think is his word. He's called them. And certainly this, I think people are seeing this. And even among some of these Freedom Caucus guys, they're getting sick of the performance artists like Matt Gaetz, like Lauren Boebert. But the problem is, as you reward them, which they keep getting rewarded, and for them, the whole purpose of being in government is to be on TV. It's to be popular. It's, these are the nerds who never got any attention in high school, I guess, or whatever in life. And, as they say, politics is Hollywood for ugly people. So, they get out there and instead of passing bills and doing the work behind the scenes, this is just their shot at being in TV. And, if Fox News would just give them a show, they would be gone out of Congress in a second. But the problem is there'll be somebody else to follow them. You have some of these other freshmen who are with them in that 19 who they want to have their star turn on TV. And so, this is why they're doing it. And that's why appeasing them and encouraging this, you're only going to get more of it. This is basic, you don't give in to legislative terrorists, as John Boehner called them. And at some point, you're a victim of doing this all the time. This isn't a matter of, conservatives versus moderates. This is conservatives versus crazy. The people who are supporting, whether you like Kevin McCarthy or not, plenty of people would be happy to have Steve Scalise versus, as well as Kevin McCarthy. But these guys are just anti-governance. And I hope, particularly for someone like Lauren Boebert, I think there's probably 500 votes that she got that when they see her nonsense, and just see how ignorant this person is who, I guess didn't even graduate from high school, got her GED, and doesn't understand the job that she's supposed to do. I sure hope we'll see her go out because she's alienated now Donald Trump, people in the middle, certainly she's got the whole Democratic Party against him, but she's got sizable chunks of the Republican Party against her. And she's going to be ripe for the picking next time. And I think an easy member to knock off either by a Republican in a primary or even a Democrat in a presidential year.
Okay, I still can't get past this is the Hollywood for the ugly people because you say they get all the attention that they want.
Hey, you're supposed to be there to do a job. This isn't a glamorous job. I mean, if you do the job right, there's a lot of hours of just sitting in meetings and meeting with people and doing it. It's not about being a celebrity. You're not a Kardashian. You're just supposed to be a workhorse.
Oh, you always do put it in perspective. I know Donna Brazil's going to want to weigh in on that, but hold one sec. We've got Rachel Scott, our congressional correspondent up there on the Hill, who had a chance to grab McCarthy once again. Rachel, what did he tell you?
Well, Kevin McCarthy is still feeling confident despite this being his 7th defeat at this point. And so I talked to him on the way into the chamber. I said, well, how do you convince Republicans who just simply do not trust you, that want you out of leadership? And he smirked at me, kind of laughed, and he said everybody's trying to build trust. I asked him if he was confident that he will be able to get the votes today. He told me he's confident they'll be able to find a solution, but that he doesn't get to pick the day. At this point, though, there's a lot of frustration among these 20 Republicans that have opposed him for the 7th time, especially when it comes to the inner workings of this deal. I was just looking at a quote from Congressman Perry, who was frustrated that the details ended up trickling out to the media. He says at this point, there is no deal at all. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert told me that at this point, there's nothing that could essentially get her to support and rally behind Kevin McCarthy. And the margins here are just so thin. Again, he can only afford to lose 4 members of his own party. You see the tally in this box just below me, 20. 20 is the number that he is at. Once again, this is the 7th round, but McCarthy has made it clear that he's willing to keep on doing this. He's ready to go round and around and around again until he is the next Speaker of the House. It's just unclear how he gets there, Kira.
And Rachel, critics are coming forward saying he is so desperate to be Speaker, he will now do anything. And there's been some pretty harsh comments describing his actions. But in all seriousness, if he's so desperate to get this speakership and he keeps conceding and conceding and conceding and making these deals to the point where he just guts his power, I mean, the consequences could be devastating to our country.
It is a great point that you bring up, Kira, because also we have to look at if Kevin McCarthy is actually able to clinch the Speaker's gavel, what kind of leader he would actually be if he is making concession after concession after concession. I mean, the whole goal from the Republicans who oppose him in many ways is to empower the conservative wing of this party and also weaken his ability, right? And so if they're able to prevail in that and he's able to just keep making concessions in order just to be Speaker of the House, he's going to be entering leadership extremely weak. And especially on that motion to vacate. You know, the people at home, okay, well, what is the motion to vacate, right? Essentially this making it easier to possibly remove a Speaker of the House. I mean, bringing that down, that is a major concession. But not only that, you know it's bad when you have McCarthy allies calling moderate Democrats. And that's something that happened weeks ago, where they were calling Congressman Henry Cuellar, trying to ask him, name your price, tell us what it would take for you to support a Republican. I mean, he totally disregarded that. And as you can see, the Democrats are remaining united here. But that just shows you how desperate McCarthy was to work this out. But here we are again. And one of the big issues for McCarthy, too, is that he has known that this was going to be an issue now, not only for weeks, but for months. Conservatives have been warning him for months that they were not behind him. He was predicting a very large red wave in the midterm election. opposition. And when that didn't happen, and he was left with the reality that he had this very thin majority, he was now confronted with all of his problems sort of stacking up here. And at that point, it was a little bit too late for many of these conservatives to sort of reverse course. So I will say some of his supporters have told me that at a certain point, the Republican Party may have to start considering who could get to 218. I mean, they're honestly considering that right now. If it's not going to be McCarthy, then who? But we've been talking about these two groups of Republicans for a very long time, the only Kevins, the never Kevins, and it's a staring match at this point. Somebody is going to have to cave, and it feels like Groundhog Day up here, Kira, because we've been saying the same thing over and over again as they go round and around with this.
You know, talking about the never Kevins and all these group names, I think something that we haven't really talked about, which is sort of shocking, is Donald Trump. And I just thought about this because Matt Gaetz, you know, political theater, votes for him for speaker today. I mean, which is very silly because clearly we all know that. Well, then again, anything can happen nowadays. But, you know, let's put it in perspective. I think, if anything, this has proven is that no one really listens to Trump anymore, or is intimidated by him, or scared by him. I mean, he went full out, sticking up for Kevin McCarthy and giving that speech. He was out on Twitter, or not on Twitter, sorry, Truth Social, because he's been banned from Twitter, saying, "Vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory. Republicans do not turn a great triumph into a giant and embarrassing defeat." No one's listening to Trump.
Think about it, Kara. We have seen Republicans fall in line repeatedly when former President Donald Trump speaks. So the fact that that is not happening with staunch conservatives in this party tells you how strong the opposition is. To hear Congresswoman Lauren Boebert go toe-to-toe with Sean Hannity defending her opposition against McCarthy, saying that there needs to be new leadership, saying that she loves Donald Trump, but that she will not support McCarthy, that is major. And it just shows you that they're ironclad here. They're not backing down on this. And even though McCarthy does have the majority of Republicans supporting him, even the concessions that he made, that deal that he put on the table, the offer that he put on the table, was not even enough to chip away some of the opposition. And that was sort of the goal, I think, going into today. His allies did not think that he would necessarily come in and win the speaker's vote outright, but they were hoping to start peeling away some of the opposition so then they could put more pressure on the members who were left in that box, right? But that's not happening at this point. So he is going to have to reevaluate his approach, his strategy, but it's a big question on what is left to possibly give up to make these conservatives happy.
So we're getting some more information in now. You know, we were talking yesterday, Rachel, about the second in line. If not Kevin McCarthy, it could be Steve Scalise that becomes speaker, that it's possible. A respectful way to bow out of this would be that Kevin McCarthy withdraws, and then Steve Scalise moves in, and then he becomes the speaker. Apparently, Steve Scalise now telling us that he expects another round of voting. So it looks like it's not going to stop here for the 7th time. It looks like we're going to move on to an 8th time, Rachel.
Yeah, this is heading now into the 8th round of voting, and there's only minutes between the last round of voting. So not too sure what much has changed here. You know, these members are breaking out on the House floor, having these discussions, right? Maybe trying to figure out a path to get there. But for the American people watching this all play out at home, the reason why the House is essentially just moving into round after round is because this is the first order of business. We've been talking about how they cannot do anything else. They cannot pass major pieces of legislation. They can't even swear in their members until there is a Speaker of the House. So this is exactly why you're seeing one vote after another. My guess is that if this does fail again right now, if McCarthy is defeated for the 8th time, we're going to start hearing from Republicans who say, okay, maybe we need to take a recess, press pause, all get in the room again, and figure out if there is a path forward. Because this, for them, is starting to become embarrassing, especially for Kevin McCarthy. Even though he is defiant in this is not what he wanted to see. Listen, on the first day, he told me that wasn't the day that he wanted to have. Now we're in day 3, 7 votes later, and he is still losing. So we'll go into the next round, but I don't know if there's necessarily a breakthrough happening on that House floor. Maybe he's able to peel away 1 or 2, but definitely not the numbers that he needs in order to become the next speaker, Kira.
So these House members that are not voting for Kevin McCarthy, let's just do a refresh here.
Yeah.
What does it boil down to? What is it that they want? Clearly, they want more power for themselves, less power for Kevin McCarthy, which looks like that's definitely something that's going to happen here in light of all these concessions. But tell us, give us a few more details, Rachel, on what this is coming down to in addition to that.
Right, and I think that is actually the challenge for Kevin McCarthy, is that these 20 members of his own party who are opposing him, they all want different things. They are actually not even on the same page about what they all want. And so on one end, you have people who just do not trust him. You have people who just say that they want him gone, that they need a new era of leadership, that they need to, quote, drain the swamp, something that we've heard conservatives talk about. And then on the other hand, you have some conservative Republicans in that category who definitely want more power. So they want to be able to choose members to be on certain committees, key committees that have big implications here in Congress for how things are run, what bills sort of get brought to the floor. They want to see more conservative members in key positions there. They want to see more representation. They also want promise on key bills. A border security bill is one that they have been pushing. They want term limits. That's another thing that they have been pushing as well. The motion to vacate, that was slid into this deal that Kevin McCarthy, slid into this offer that Kevin McCarthy put on the table, lowering the threshold to possibly remove the Speaker of the House. So they're kind of all over the place, if I'm just being honest here. And that's what's hard when Kevin McCarthy is just trying to satisfy this conservative wing by doing concession after concession. You also have to think about the other wing of this party, too, and that is the moderates, right, who maybe don't agree with the far-right conservatives on what they want, but they're supporting McCarthy. Do they start to lose support because he's making too many concessions, because he's such a weakened leader? I mean, those are all things that McCarthy is thinking about right now, and that is what makes this such a delicate balance and why we have landed here so many times.
And it looks like if Steve Scalise is on the mark, that we're going to be headed for another vote for an 8th time, Rachel. So appreciate your reporting and just these long hours, Rachel, and keeping us tuned in to all the latest details and chasing after Kevin McCarthy, of course. Donna Brazil, really, we appreciate it a lot. And Donna Brazil, as Rachel kind of describes this, mess that we're dealing with, this messy situation. Barbara Comstock has put it a little more direct and said, look, this is coming down to conservatives versus crazy. Do you agree with that?
I'm never going to disagree with Barbara Comstock. I've known her too. I think it really comes down to a bunch of hardliners. Yesterday, Barbara, I referred to many of your former colleagues as rebels. Because they are rebellious. I mean, I'm familiar with rebellion inside the Democratic Party. We had an insurgency, as you well recall, within the Democratic Party, but Nancy Pelosi was able to bring everybody to the table and cut the type of deals that you saw that allowed us to pass the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, and much, much more. The question I have for you, Barbara, and Kira, perhaps others, is that Mr. McCarthy said that he was going to bring all of these hardliners to the table. What else can he give? I mean, if you've given away the motion to vacate, if you've given away the ability to allow your super PAC to participate in primaries, if you've given away seats on the Rules Committees, Appropriation Committee, Armed Services Committee, so much, what else is there left? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And, clearly as an American, I'm watching this, but this is embarrassing to the United States. The United States House of Representatives is paralyzed until it elects a speaker. That should concern all of us.
And also, doesn't that mean, Donna, that when push comes to shove and there are some, hardcore issues at hand and votes that have to get through, that McCarthy will have no power, no influence the way a speaker should?
I mean, who is he going to call? I mean, he's giving away the store. I mean, is he going to call back and say, hey, I need my keys back, or I need my potatoes and my eggs back? I've given away too much. He's going to have to cobble together a coalition to pass legislation. And if you go back to the Boehner era and the Paul Ryan era, of course, short-lived eras, you will find out that he's going to need Democrats to come across the aisle on major legislation, like raising the debt limit. There's the reauthorization of the FAA, the Federal Aviation, the Farm Act. There's so much that needs to be done. And Kira, I would be mistaken if I didn't speak on behalf of the thousands of congressional staffers, whether they work on Capitol Hill or they're back home in the districts, and all of the other employees of the House of Representatives. They deserve leadership at this moment. I would hope that the hardliners, who may never come to like Kevin McCarthy, I would hope that they would understand that those staffers deserve to be treated with respect, because they're doing their job. They're serving the American people. It's the members who are failing to step up and to accept some of these compromises. They're not going to get everything they want. Look, Democrats are not going to get a lot of what we want, but we're going to accept the reality that we're in the minority again. The Republicans need to accept that they're in the majority, and it's time to lead that portion of the legislative branch of government.
Well, let me ask Barbara Comstock then to follow up on that, Donna. And Barbara, that is, at what point, or will this ever happen, that Kevin McCarthy will sit back, set aside the hubris and this desperation to become speaker, right? And think about folks, lower on the totem pole there that do all the hard work, like the staffers, like Donna mentioned, right? If you don't have a functioning Congress, if people can't get sworn in, you've got staffers that are not going to get paid. They're not going to get their benefits. They're paralyzed as well. So there's so many more people that are involved in this, from not just the speaker, but from the staffer all the way to everyday Americans. I mean, this isn't just about now someone who just wants to be speaker. He's impacting the lives of so many other people.
Yeah, well, tragically, these are the very same people who refused to accept the election in 2020, most of them, pretty much all of them. And they're now ignoring what their colleagues want.
The speaker, or the clerk, once again stepping up to the mic to give us a breakdown of the count, see where we're going to go here. Barbara, hold your thoughts. I'll get back to you just momentarily. We're going to take it live to the floor once again.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 19. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I think at this point we've all heard about Kevin McCarthy in length. He is my friend, my colleague. I'm very proud to say that. I know our remarks are directed towards the clerk and the chair, but I don't mind saying I'm directing my remarks to another part of our team. And make no mistake, we are a team. We are together. I would say this to some of my friends in Texas. I have the same fear, truly, that some of you have, that we squander this opportunity to right the wrongs that have gone on here for the last 2 and 4 years, and there are very real wrongs. I have that fear, just like you do. I'd say to my friend from Montana, I would say that I have the same fear you do, that America's given us this chance to change our course and that we fail. I have that fear. I would say to my friends from Arizona, I have the same fears that you do, that we don't recover from the indifference that has been shown to the honor we have to serve here, to the responsibility we have to safeguard our Constitution and the freedoms of Americans. I have that fear that it can't be recovered from. I would say to my friend, the general from Pennsylvania, that I have the same fears that he has, that we squander what our brothers and sisters in arms have sacrificed for. I stand differently because of sacrifice. My friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, when he looks out at the world, he sees the world differently because of what he sacrificed for. My friend Jim Baird, when he extends a hand, he extends it differently because of what he sacrificed for during his service in Vietnam. We have so many in this body that gave so much, sacrificed so much to support and defend the Constitution of our United States. And I fear that we don't live up to what some of our friends and brothers and sisters in arms have very literally given their lives for. And I don't mind saying that on occasion that absolutely brings a tear to my eye, because it does. It's not for that. My friend from Texas, my colleague, Mr. Roy, he and I, we've stood on this floor together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America, with so few people in here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends. I've sat in classified briefings with the general from Pennsylvania, minimally attended on both sides, with issues that absolutely matter to the safeguarding of every person within our borders and our service members abroad. We can do better than that, and we will. But I would say to my friends, those issues that we deal with like that you've spoken passionately about, I've heard your speeches, I've sat and listened to them. They can't be fixed by our friend Andy. And they can't be fixed by our friend Kevin, or our friend Jim, or our friend Byron. That comes from inside each and every one of us. To change what we prioritize, to change how we choose to spend our time, given this opportunity, this honor to serve in this place. My friend, Mr. Roy, has been very proud of the number of individuals that are in here, saying that this is how the process should play out, and I totally agree with him on that. But we don't control whether individuals in here are sitting on their cell phones, scrolling through whatever social media, or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues. The speaker can't change that. That's up to the individual. That's something that we have to look at each other and sharpen each other and make each other better. When we started this process months ago, behind closed doors, as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors. Leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors. I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said, please don't look at us and see me as your friend or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues. Don't look at us and see us as individuals that are votes for Speaker of the House. Look at us as individuals that are looking out to our communities, our neighborhoods, our friends, our neighbors, in our country, and telling them that we vouch for you, because that is what we are doing. We are vouching for you, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here today and vouch for you, my friend. I vouch to my community that Kevin will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity to write the course. He will give us the opportunity to vote. He won't control how every individual votes, but he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy between the Atlantic and the Pacific that makes sense for Americans, to make sure that he protects our border, protects Americans, to make sure that we don't spend what we don't have on a credit card, that we don't spend wastefully. I'm vouching for my friend that he will give us that opportunity to make sure that we don't have endless terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to stand before my country and say that Kevin McCarthy is different. He is different. That is why, for those that I was speaking to earlier, the process is where it is today. He's different. He's not Paul Ryan. He's not going to tell you about you'll get a term limits bill and then you won't. He's not Mitch McConnell. He fought against the $1.7 trillion wasteful spending package that was sent to us on New Year's Eve. That's not him. He's different. He's not John Boehner. He didn't throw you all that disagreed with him out on your cans and say, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to listen to you. He welcomed everybody in because he's different. And if we give him the chance to be our speaker, we will all be different. He will be different. This Congress will be different, and our country will be different. And I stand before you today and say, at the direction of the Republican conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy very proudly as the next Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, and today, 212. House. House Democrats stand united behind our leader because Hakeem Jeffries stands united for the American people. The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It will imperil the ability of this government to deliver basic services. It is imperiling our jobs and our responsibility to serve our constituents. But it is also entirely predictable They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people. When schools and small businesses needed to reopen and the American people wanted vaccines, they said no. When we capped insulin costs for seniors at $35 a month, they said no. When we lowered health care costs and premiums for working families, they said no. When we defended the civil rights of LGBTQ plus Americans, they said no. When we protected lives from senseless gun violence, especially in the wake of the horrors of Buffalo and Uvalde, they said no. When we stood up for women and reproductive freedom, they said no. When we brought manufacturing back to America, they said no. When we answered the urgent call to protect our planet and invest in clean energy and create tens of millions of good-paying jobs, they said no. When we said women deserve equal pay for equal work, they said no. When we said that childcare and paid family leave should be available to every worker in this country, to every family, they said no. When we secured the fundamental right to vote for every single American, they said no. When we stood by our veterans and expanded their access to health care, they said no. When we defended our democracy 2 years ago tomorrow from a tyrannical president following the January 6th insurrection, they said no. House Democrats will stand together. We will stand for the American people. It is our job and our responsibility to elect a speaker who stands with them, and with great pride, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. Tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told This process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, is he here? But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control, and this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis. It's a crisis when in 2020, the Yuma sector had 9,000 encounters, not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the Yuma sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening. We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change. And to make a change, it can be difficult. It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden, things ease up and you can start having success. The direction here, in my opinion, is to someone like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment. The experience that you bring, the knowledge that you bring, is unique. The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery. And the person who I think is most capable and will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. Allen. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer.
And it continues, now entering into the 8th vote for Speaker on this third day. Live pictures from Capitol Hill there on the House floor as the votes are being taken in. Congress still in a stalemate as the House is struggling to get a Speaker. Rick Klein, our political director, been following us now into the third day. So I guess the question now is, we've been trying to read through the tea leaves, right, Rick? We thought, okay, maybe today will be the day. They adjourn at noon. They don't keep going with these votes that are not really moving the needle in any way, shape, or form, and really, truly try to come to some sort of deal. Oh, something's going on here. Let's listen in. Let's listen in.
Hearn.
Did you catch that, Rick? What happened? Why did everybody moan? Do we know?
That was Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. By the time the sound was up, I heard something about Oklahoma. We're trying to get some information on what exactly she said that caused the stir there. But it sounds like she voted for Kevin Hearn, a congressman from Oklahoma, as opposed to the expected choice. So what that signifies in terms of the way that this group has been united in the past. You've had 20 votes in the last several ballots now, all for Byron Donalds. So whether this is a shift in strategy or similar to what Matt Gaetz did last round in voting for Donald Trump, I think that remains to be seen. But in any event, it would appear that they are on track for a similar outcome. What matters functionally for what Lauren Boebert just did was to not vote for Kevin McCarthy, which is happening over and over again, Kira. And my read on the situation right now is the reason they're voting is that the McCarthy forces, frankly, don't know what else to do. They went through all sorts of machinations last night to get an adjournment through to today, hoping to use the overnight hours to change the equation. We heard a little bit about some of the concessions that were made by Kevin McCarthy. None of them appear to have peeled away individual votes. By itself, I don't find that surprising, only because until the entire deal is done, this group is trying to show that it's united in not voting for Kevin McCarthy. And if one or two votes were to start to slip away, I think you'd soon see an avalanche, and they'd realize that their negotiating position is that as long as the McCarthy team is putting forward McCarthy, and as long as the Democrats are united, they're going to try to continue to do what they've been doing, even knowing they have a candidate who's not going to be the speaker, doesn't even have interest in being the speaker, in Byron Donalds. But yes, the one shift we've seen in these last couple of votes is that some members of the anti-McCarthy forces are voting for different candidates. That's the only difference that we're seeing in the last couple of ballots. Otherwise, it is literally the same thing over and over again.
So could we just keep seeing yet another vote, another vote, another vote, and maybe a shift here, a shift there? Is that a possible strategy? And if so, what can that lead to if they continue to vote and maybe one by one or two by two, who knows, they start to shift? Will that eventually change the dynamic here?
I'm looking for even one or two to shift, Kira, because I think that would be a significant change in dynamics. It may not sound like much when you've got 20 to break down, but because we've seen such consistency in these numbers and in the votes, and both sides trying to show that they're as steadfast as always, even the movement of one or two members, I think, would be significant, and it would show that McCarthy is making progress, or maybe losing progress if they go in the other direction. So the only reason I think to pay attention for this, besides our scintillating commentary and our insightful analysis and our incredible on-the-spot reporting on every piece of it, Kira, is whether a vote or two shifts. This is not going to be the last vote, I think, almost certainly. You're going to see more than 4 Republican votes for someone other than Kevin McCarthy, which means we're not going to have a speaker, and we're going to be on to another vote, in which case, we're just going to be watching this space. Look, I think they're back after taking the night off. They were back, and they've only been voting for about 2 hours now. Presumably, they can do it again and again. There's nothing in the non-existent rules of the House that would stop them from doing this in perpetuity.
White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks, give us the viewpoint from the Dems side here. At what point does the president do something differently? Do Democrats do differently? Can they help? Can they intervene in any way? What do you do?
Yeah, the Democrats so far haven't shown any interest in helping McCarthy, helping Republicans with this problem. I mean, if anything, they've been sitting back with with popcorn and you know, there's been jokes on the floor about them sort of smiling and cheersing at the end of the day, that this is the Republicans' mess to figure out. You know, I do think, though, if this goes on and on, we're going to start to see more pressure on Democrats. And there's a few things that could happen. One, you could have Democrat sort of roll call start to slip. You could have some Democrats that don't make it to some of these votes. It's taking, obviously, all this time, all day long. They want to get on with other things. And if that happens, that inadvertently could really help Kevin McCarthy. You know, if there's fewer people there to vote, he only has to win a smaller number of votes. So right now we've seen a lot of pressure from Democratic leaders to make sure that members are there in their seats to vote for Hakeem Jeffries and to make sure there's a vote registered that's not for Kevin McCarthy. But I think that attendance question will start to be a question heading into the weekend. And then if this goes on into next week, I do think you're right. There starts to be a conversation down the road about what else Democrats could or should be doing. Should the president be reaching out himself? Should they be talking about any kind of consensus or coalition government if Republicans cannot do this? But so far, the Democratic sources I've been talking to, including members of Congress last night, they've just said that this is Republicans' sort of mess to figure out. They're not interested in helping them unless they're going to get something out of it, unless they're going to get concessions or deals themselves. This is up for Republicans to figure out.
All right, a lot to pay attention to there. Barbara Comstock, Florida Congressman Brian Mast gave a pretty enthusiastic speech in support of McCarthy. You told us that was unhelpful.
I don't think that was a helpful speech because, listen, the American people are watching right now. And so the speech that he gave, he was just speaking to those problem children, the 20, and he's telling people, oh, hey, he's not like sensible Republicans like Paul Ryan or John Boehner or Mitch McConnell, who was yesterday talking about infrastructure with Joe Biden and celebrating bipartisan wins. Oh, he's not like those guys. He's more like you. Well, that's not a helpful message to be telling the American people. That's not actually even a very helpful message to be telling your whole caucus. Maybe you'd have private conversations with those 20 members to say, hey, Kevin's going to be more helpful with you on this. But to publicly say that, while the Democrats kind of get the mission here, they say, hey, we're here to work for you, American people, not for these 20 crazy people. And that is the problem as this goes on and on. We see the Republicans are being held hostage by these 20 people who don't care about who they kill or who they harm, you know, in political terms. And it is not a good picture at all for Republicans. And this gets worse as it goes along. And I think Kathleen, I'm sorry, the leader there who's spoken to 212, 212, 212, Kathleen Clark, sorry, not Kathleen Rice, who was here with us, but Kathleen Clark saying 212, 212. Democrats have told their guys, stay here over the weekend. You know, when your opponents are self-destructing, that's a pretty good uniting factor. You know, that, you know, our New York guy up there in Long Island who keeps trying to get in the picture frame with Lauren Boebert or Matt Gaetz so he gets seen. He's probably going to, you know, he'll have legal problems soon and be gone, and he'll be down to a 4-vote majority. And other things can happen. So I think Democrats are very united to, you know, and they'll stay at that 212.
We've heard the term historic dysfunction. Our presidential historian, Mark Updegrove, joining us now. Is that fair to say, Mark? Historic dysfunction? Is that what we're watching here? Is this how this is going to go down in history?
Well, no question about it. We've had dysfunction in our legislative branch before in our history, Kira, but this certainly is the biggest dysfunction that we've seen in the House in the 21st century. Without question, as we know, it hasn't happened for 100 years that a speaker hasn't been elected on the first ballot. It was exactly 100 years ago that it took 9 ballots to elect the House Speaker, Frederick Gillett. So this is historic in nature, but we keep on hearing this likened to Groundhog Day, the movie with Bill Murray and Annie McDowell. But at the end of Groundhog Day, Bill Murray woke up with Annie McDowell, and they lived happily ever after. The difference here is that if the speakership ultimately goes to Kevin McCarthy, those 20 Republicans, those hardliners, are not going to make it a happily ever after future for Kevin McCarthy. This is someone, McCarthy, who made his name as a negotiator, somebody as sort of the backslapping politician who could make deals even with the opposition, which he did in the California state legislature. But clearly he hasn't been able to negotiate with these 20 recalcitrant Republicans because they don't want to make a deal. They want, if they made a deal, the TV cameras would turn off and the attention would focus on McCarthy and not them. So I think it's almost in their interest to keep this process going, to keep the attention on them, and to prevent McCarthy from the speakership, at least for now.
So why do you think that is? You point out McCarthy, you know, touts himself as a deal maker. His coworkers talk about how he's such a great deal maker. It's funny, you think of Donald Trump. He's the one that touted himself as the greatest deal maker right in the country. Now you've got McCarthy saying the same thing. I mean, it definitely got him this far. So let's dive into that a little bit. You mentioned, but yet he can't get these Never Kevins on board. Why is that? You say it's because they just don't want to make a deal, but everybody wants to make a deal at some point when you're talking about complete upheaval, chaos, non-functioning Congress. I mean, something's got to give here. There's got to be a quid pro quo. There has to be a deal made.
You know, I think at this point, as John Boehner called it, these are legislative terrorists. They want to gum up the works in government. They don't want to see government function. They want to make a statement. And right now they are making a resounding statement, which embarrasses Kevin McCarthy and I think to some degree taints their party. Eventually they may come around, Kira, but it's not clear whether they're going to do that at this point. They don't want compromise. These are people who are unyielding in large measure. And I think in order to give the speakership to Kevin McCarthy, it would mean a compromise. At some point, they may come to their senses, but it speaks volumes that even Donald Trump can't get these recalcitrant Republicans to fall in line. That is a huge statement in and of itself.
Another one of our ABC News contributors joining us, former special assistant to the president and press secretary to First Lady Michael LaRosa. You worked for Nancy Pelosi the second time she became speaker. How were disagreements handled then versus now? And how do you think it compares to the way McCarthy is handling all this so far?
Right. Well, and I worked for a blue dog Democrat the first time she was elected, and that just goes to show you how diverse the Democratic caucus is and how disagreeable that caucus can be. But Nancy Pelosi never brought a vote to the floor that she knew she couldn't win. That's the biggest difference. When she wanted a bill to move, that bill would move. And when she knew she had the votes, that's when the bill would move. So this is very different, but it demonstrates that Mr. McCarthy does not have a sophisticated operation enough that he knows his caucus well enough to even get himself elected speaker. He said he deserved to be speaker. Well, Nancy Pelosi had the same margin he had in the last Congress. And she was able to pass historic legislation probably 10 times over with Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer and the president. So it can be done. Nancy Pelosi was a master at it. But these issues in our caucus were handled in November. Doesn't mean we didn't have people who disagreed with her, but they were handled and they were managed before January.
So it's interesting what you say about how she had the respect, Nancy Pelosi, and so she could push things through. And that's been a huge concern here with regard to Kevin McCarthy, Michael, is that if he gives away the farm, if he makes all these concessions, it completely guts his power. And then when it comes to big pieces of legislation, hard votes to push through, that he won't be able to do it because he's blown it. He's lost respect.
Yeah, and Kara, I'm thinking back to August of 2011, when a similar group of legislative terrorists from the Republican Party hijacked the economy and downgraded our credit rating for the first time in our country's history. Now, if I'm the White House, I'm thinking about that. I need a game plan, because if we think they're doing damage now, just wait to see what they could do when they do elect their speaker and they hold our economy hostage over government funding or lifting the debt ceiling. And those are the only two things McCarthy has to do. So the president doesn't really know if he has a governing partner right now in the House to help get him, to help get these things done, the two basic functions of government.
Mary Alice, Steve Scalise hasn't been nominated, but we know he's second in line here if indeed Kevin McCarthy were to withdraw. But is he the best option if McCarthy can't seal the deal?
I think so. I think that there's an understanding that some in that 20 would vote for him, because we've seen a lot of evidence that this isn't about a policy dispute. We haven't seen the 20 defectors demand one thing in particular, a certain bill be brought. We've heard some back and forth about things they're asking for, but fundamentally, it keeps coming back to a personality issue, a personal issue. They don't like Kevin McCarthy. They haven't liked him. They haven't trusted him, and they've been willing to say that out loud. So I think that someone like Steve Scalise, who, you know, is so close to Kevin McCarthy, obviously has respect of the whole conference there, in number 2 in leadership, is very much understood to be waiting in the wings. You know, I think that two things could happen over the next few days. I think it's possible that some people that have supported Kevin McCarthy this far along say all of a sudden that enough is enough, that this has gone on too long, that he can't get it done. It's possible they come to Kevin McCarthy and say, we're pulling our support. You know, it is pretty remarkable they haven't done that yet. He's been able to keep more than 200 members together. But it's also possible that Kevin McCarthy himself, maybe with the encouragement of someone else, says, you know, okay, it's time, and can play kingmaker in this last moment, passing the torch, sort of endorsing someone else like a Steve Scalise in the end. I think that it's very much, at this point, where we're seeing such little movement, such little progress, it's very much still a point of conversation.
Hour with the media.
All members of our ABC News Political Live team, but yes, there is other news going on besides the battle for Speaker of the House that's continuing here on Capitol Hill. We are not taking our eyes off of this. We are going to cover this in its entirety every moment, but we're also going to just take a quick break and get to some other news and bring you up to date on some other stories that you'll want to know about. Stay with us.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter. And it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
You may know the story of Emmett Till, the 14-year-old boy who was brutally beaten and murdered in Mississippi. But you might have never heard his story if it weren't for one woman, his grieving mother, who turned her son's death into a rallying cry for justice.
A voice said to me, the world will cry for Emmett Till.
From ABC Audio, Reclaimed, the story of Mamie Till Mobley. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! Is this mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good. Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So glad you're streaming with us here on ABC News Live. Our coverage of the battle for the Speaker of the House continues. Voting now in the 8th round. And it's not looking good once again for Republican Congressman Kevin McCarthy. But first, we do have a few other top stories that we are covering that you'll want to know about. And the first one is Bryan Kohberger, that suspect in the death of 4 University of Idaho students. He did appear in an Idaho court for the first time after his extradition from Pennsylvania. We also learned new details after the affidavit in the murder case was unsealed. Apparently, one of the surviving roommates saw the killer in a mask leaving the scene, and a knife sheath found at the crime scene did match DNA of the suspect, Bryan Kohberger's father. Also, according to cell phone data, Kohberger visited that house the morning after the murder. Authorities have yet to release several key details in this investigation, including if Kohberger actually knew the victims or had a potential motive. We are also learning new developments in the condition of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. In a news conference just minutes ago, doctors did say that Hamlin has shown remarkable improvements in the past 24 hours, 3 days after he collapsed on the field in Cincinnati. Doctors adding that he is neurologically intact and that his lungs continue to heal. UC Health officials also explained how the Bills' medical team's quick response actually helped save Hamlin's life.
We cannot credit their team enough. They're often, unfortunately, there are injuries occasionally that happen on sports fields, be it football or others. But it is incredibly rare to have something be this serious that happens like that. And to be that quickly recognized, what they did was immediately marshal the emergency action plan, meaning the emergency medicine services. That prompted the airway physician, the emergency physician that was out on the field, to be at his bedside in less than a minute. He had a prompt recognition of loss of pulse, which gave him immediate bystander CPR, which, as many of you know, rarely, if ever, happens.
In other words, an incredible response to Hamlin once he fell to the field. The Bills team sending their love and support on social media, as you can see. And as we learn more about Hamlin's condition, we will provide updates right here on ABC News Live. Well, we'll have much more on the battle for Speaker of the House on Capitol Hill after Republican Kevin McCarthy came up short yet again during another round of voting on day 3. We will have continuing coverage in just a moment, so keep it here.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
ABC News is America's #1 news, #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, the #1 news magazine on Friday nights, the #1 daytime talk show, and #1 in streaming news. ABC News, America's #1 news.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
And welcome back to ABC News Live and our coverage of the vote for the Speaker of the House. I'm Kira Phillips. I want to take another live look at the House floor that we've been monitoring all this morning and this afternoon, where Kevin McCarthy is still on track to lose, this time an 8th round, 8th vote for Speaker. McCarthy says he is not going anywhere, but at this point, it is just still unclear what he can do to get those votes, that he desperately needs to become the next Speaker of the House. Our all-star political team working overtime, and join me once again to help us get through another round, an 8th round of voting for Speaker. Jay O'Brien, you disappeared for a little while well, first of all, you probably needed to take a bit of a break there because you haven't been off air for the past 3 days. Did you have a chance to talk with anybody, get any new information, a sense of the mood there on the floor as things have entered the 8th round here?
Yeah, we're working to figure out what, and that's why I stepped away. I had to make some phone calls. We're working to figure out what Kevin McCarthy's next move is. Obviously, he is on track to lose this 8th ballot. We are very likely headed in to a 9th Speaker ballot today. 12 Republicans have voted for someone else other than Kevin McCarthy. So what that means is that, again, it puts Kevin McCarthy on this track to lose this ballot because of the slim Republican majority in the House. Republicans can only afford to have 4 people, or McCarthy rather can only afford to have 4 people vote for someone else other than him for Speaker. And 13 people have done so. So again, his plans to win on this ballot derailed. We'll see what happens on the next ballot. The question that we're still trying to pin down an answer to is, what is Kevin McCarthy's plan to deal with the faction of lawmakers who say under no circumstances will they vote for Kevin McCarthy? So in the anti-McCarthy crowd, right, these 20-some-odd lawmakers who on every ballot have voted against Kevin McCarthy, some of them we know from conversations with sources, from hearing from McCarthy from hearing from these lawmakers themselves, that they are in touch with McCarthy and his allies to talk about some kind of a deal. And that would be lowering the threshold to remove whoever the Speaker of the House is. It would involve committee assignments and a leadership structure potentially for members of the House Freedom Caucus, other mechanisms to curtail government spending, a lot of that being worked out in a potential deal. But that deal might only sway some of those anti-McCarthy Republicans. There are other anti-McCarthy Republicans who we're going by the phrase the never McCarthy Republicans, who say under no circumstances will they vote for Kevin McCarthy. So what's got to be dealt with now is, A, how many of those Never McCarthy votes exist, and how many are lawmakers that could be swayed by a potential sweetened deal from Kevin McCarthy? And B, what is Kevin McCarthy's plan to deal with these 6 or 5 or however many they are that say under no circumstances will they vote for Kevin McCarthy? I can tell you, before he headed to the floor today, I spoke with Ken Buck, who's one of the lawmakers who's opposing Kevin McCarthy, but he's also in discussions potentially over some kind of a deal. He was asked multiple times as to whether or not he'd support a deal. He didn't give an answer on that because there is no framework of the deal yet. But we also asked him, are there any lawmakers opposing Kevin McCarthy who say they will not back McCarthy under any circumstances? And he said there are 6. Of those 20 no votes we've seen in McCarthy every single ballot, 6 of them, according to Ken Buck, will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. I can tell you through conversations with sources, one of them is Matt Gaetz, and I don't need to even tell you that through conversation with sources because Matt Gaetz will tell you that himself. He will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. Lauren Boebert has indicated, although it's unclear exactly where she's going to be in that ultimately, but she's certainly indicated she will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. And so what is Kevin McCarthy's plan to deal with them? Is the plan to peel them away from that group of anti-McCarthy Republicans, try to strike a deal with the ones who might vote for him and ignore the ones who will never vote for him? And how does the math work out for him there? That is somewhat unclear right now, Kira, and I can tell you the McCarthy team is being confronted with that question right now because he's on track to lose this ballot again. So they also have to decide, do they want to try to adjourn and get some time and get a break and chat and figure out if there's a deal they can come to and maybe adjourn and come back later tonight or tomorrow? Or do they want to go into another ballot? Certainly on the ballots, McCarthy has not made any headway, and he has not picked up any support. Ballot after ballot, that coalition of anti-McCarthy votes have stayed the same. They have not peeled off. They've actually only grown in numbers, Kira, as you've seen.
Well, and not only is he on track to lose, but Jay and you and I have been talking so much about just the number of consequences resulting from a paralyzed House of Representatives, not just the young staffers or the payroll issue or security clearances, constituent casework that you were talking about early on, which we can get into. But now we have folks speaking out about how this is hurting national security, our veterans, our military. Finally, there are some members coming out and talking about the concern here about not having clearance to be able to deal with national security issues at the Pentagon. So this just keeps getting bigger and bigger when you talk about the consequences for this country, for the people that vote these members into office to make decisions.
Yeah, and while you were talking just there, Kira, just to get to the politics for one brief second, and I'm looking at my feed of the House floor here, so forgive me for not looking at you. But Steve Scalise just stood up. Steve Scalise voted for Kevin McCarthy. Steve Scalise often spoken about as a speaker in waiting. If Kevin McCarthy doesn't get to that threshold of 218, he needs to become the speaker. But we've seen Steve Scalise stick with Kevin McCarthy on every single ballot and vote for Kevin McCarthy, and you just saw him just do it just there. In relation to what you said about the impacts that this has, the House of Representatives needs to elect a speaker before it can do anything else, before it can bring legislation to the floor, before it can adopt its own rules. So right now, I think I said it on Tuesday. It feels like I said it a week ago. It's kind of the Thunderdome. There are no rules on the floor of the House. You need a majority to do anything. There are no other rules that govern that chamber right now because they haven't been formally adopted. The members have not been sworn in. You get sworn in after you elect a speaker. So a lot of these members are, or all of these members are members-elect. They are not official members of Congress, and you're exactly right. We have heard from members who say because they're members-elect, they can't get the security clearances, they can't get the briefings that they would typically have and need to conduct oversight. So that's another thing that gets delayed here, oversight. Congress's role is so often oversight over places like the Pentagon, over the intelligence community, over the federal government, over the executive branch. Congress's role in many of these various iterations of the government is to conduct oversight, to check up on what they're doing. That oversight is usually done by committees. You can't form a committee until you elect a Speaker of the House. So that committee work is stalled. There is also this event horizon. You talked about staff pay. January 13th, if there isn't a formal rules package adopted, which again comes after you elect a speaker. So in essence, if there's no speaker by January 13th, that's when you start to see the potential for the pay of staff for these committees be impacted. Their payroll potentially gets impacted on January 13th if there's no rules package adopted. A lot of these committees that conduct this valuable oversight, this necessary oversight, have staff that they pay, and those are the people that possibly have an issue on January 13th. All of this, and obviously, I think I said this, but there's no legislation that goes to the floor if there is no Speaker of the House. So Republicans had a lot of day one priorities that they talked about. You've heard them repeatedly say it in their floor speeches when they nominate Kevin McCarthy. They said these are all the things we wanted to do on day one that are not getting done because there is no Speaker of the House. So this has frozen the House of Representatives. Democrats are making political advantage of this. We heard Pete Aguilar yesterday call this a crisis of the Congress. We've even heard Republicans, McCarthy allies, make the same point for different reasons, saying to that Nevin McCarthy group, look what you're doing, you're holding up the business of the House. And it looks like with no deal in sight right now, and McCarthy sticking this out, that business of the House gets held up until there is some kind of resolution here, Kira. The question is when. We're going on, let me check my notes here, forgive me for working while I'm talking to you. We're going on 12 plus hours. At 3 o'clock, it's going to be 13 hours of just deliberations on the floor about who the Speaker of the House is going to be. It started at noon on Tuesday. It's obviously been 3 days overall without a speaker. Took 3 days to pick a speaker in 1923 as well. The time before that, when we had multiple ballots, it took a month, Kira. So how long we go is anybody's guess.
And, you know, how long we go, more people impacted. Just to stay on the issue of national security, our veterans' welfare, there was a press conference that was put together thanks to the Military Times. Of course, they're on top of this issue. They've done some really great reporting that we've been reading and taking note of, Jay. And a number of Republicans actually coming forward and talking about how what is happening here on the floor, stalled business, is impacting national security and our vets. Representative Mike Gallagher, Republican of Wisconsin, also a Marine Corps vet, that kind of arranged this press conference at the last minute, Jay, said right now Representative Don Bacon and I were supposed to be meeting with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to talk about matters in the Indo-Pacific. Well, I don't have clearance to conduct that essential business. Also, Marine Corps veteran, Representative Mike Bost, a Republican of Illinois, says we cannot do our jobs to ensure veterans are getting the care and the benefit that they are due to business being stalled within the House. So I think we're going to start to see day by day, if this continues, Jay, day by day, we're going to start hearing from more representatives that are involved in various committees, right, that want to start taking care of daily business for the sake of our country, complaining about the fact that if we can't get a speaker and we can't get a functioning Congress, we're getting more specifics now on how the consequences of this are playing out and paralyzing all kinds of work.
Well, on the veterans issue, Veterans Affairs, there's oversight over veterans issues done by a committee in the House of Representatives. There's also a committee in the Senate. But that committee, in essence, doesn't officially exist right now because it hasn't been adopted because we're still voting on a Speaker of the House. As to Mike Gallagher's comments, what he's saying there is that he doesn't have security clearance because members-elect don't get security clearance. Members of Congress get security clearance. And Mike Gallagher has not been formally sworn in as a member of Congress. And so therefore, there are direct impacts that are outcropped from all of this on the House floor right now. Again, you're right to the point that there will certainly be continued impacts that we see day after day after day, and lawmakers calling attention to those impacts for different reasons. We've heard Democrats say repeatedly, look at the chaos on the House floor brought about by Republicans, and look at the dysfunction Republicans are bringing by stalling the business of the United States House of Representatives. And we've also heard McCarthy allies say, look at what this group is doing in terms of freezing the business of the House of Representatives. Let's get on with what we were brought here to do. The point or the counterpoint to that from the anti-McCarthy crowd, again, their numbers are smaller than the pro-McCarthy crowd. There's 200+ lawmakers voting for Kevin McCarthy on every ballot. There's only 20 opposing him, but that number means he fails every single time if they stay together. But that crowd has said, this is democracy in action. You're watching democracy play out. You're watching a robust debate. You're watching the party have a disagreement in public view. You just heard it recently from Andy Biggs when he nominated Byron Donalds for, I think it was the third time or the fourth time to be essentially the protest candidate to McCarthy for Speaker. So again, you will see attention called to this now repeatedly, particularly from Kevin McCarthy's allies who say, look at what is happening and look at what we came here to do that is right now being delayed, Kira.
Right, and then you have a number of other Republicans coming forward saying, you know, this is just a waste of time, the public deserves better, and there are people suffering because of what's happening here on the floor. White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks still with us here. So Mary Alice, what else could we see here? What else could McCarthy offer up? Is he out of cards to stay in the game here?
I think that's exactly the question. He has had weeks to get this done. I mean, well before the voting started. He had all over the holidays to figure this out. You know, we've heard from a lot of Democrats, they've said over the last few days that Nancy Pelosi would have never brought something to the floor that she knew she couldn't win. And he had weeks to figure out whether he could win this or not, whether he wanted this kind of public display of dysfunction. And then, of course, these last few days, every time they break and every time they negotiate, the big question is, what else is he offering? And I think it's important, as you were just talking about with Jay, to remember that this is a really delicate balancing act, because the more he negotiates away, the more concessions he gives to these holdouts, the more he risks losing votes on the other end of his conference. I mean, there are Republicans that are getting very worried about what deals he might be making and what kind of speaker he might be if he does eventually win. I mean, if he makes some of these concessions we've been hearing about, where, for example, a rules change where only one member would be able to say, basically, essentially do a vote of no confidence for the speaker, to suggest there's a vote again for over who should be speaker all over again, that motion to vacate rule we've been talking about, some different decisions about letting these 20 holdouts pick who is on certain committees, including extremely powerful committees like the Rules Committee. I mean, every time he entertains one of these possible concessions, he runs the risk of losing other votes, because there are plenty of Republicans that are not interested in conceding to these 20 holdouts and who are very worried that with those concessions, Kevin McCarthy would have a harder time leading and having a functioning conference. I mean, it would be really tricky if we could see this level of disunity on big spending bills. If he makes rules changes where people could, from the floor, offer an amendment on a budget bill or whatever these rules changes are that he's considering, it could make it extremely difficult for McCarthy to lead and for Republicans to stick together. And I think you're seeing Republicans that are with him right now start to get very nervous about that.
Barbara Comstock, these are a lot of the same people who voted against certifying the election. You pointed that out, refusing to accept the will of the American people, and yet here we are again.
Tiffany. That's right, and they refused to accept the will of their own conference. McCarthy. I think one of the things that you had asked me yesterday, the day before, I think, what would I do if I were there? I think maybe if you had some people who decided, you know what, I'm willing to take a risk and throw away my seat, or, in the name of democracy here, I'm going to stand up in conference and find maybe 4 or 5 others and say, we're going to go out there and vote for Hakeem Jeffries if you guys don't get in line. And since I'm at the beginning of the alphabet, somebody B or C, I'll do it, And then if the other guys would follow, and then see if these guys tune it up as the Hakeem Jeffries numbers go up, maybe they'd get in line, kind of do a nuclear option like that. I think it's going to take, if McCarthy's not going to step aside and do something, there's got to be 5 or 6 people who are willing to retire or put their seat on the line, or in the same kind of scenario, find a alternative candidate that you could coalesce around, something like what they did in the state legislature in both Pennsylvania and Ohio, where they said, you know what, the heck with these far right nuts. We've had it with them. Republicans went and worked with Democrats to get a more centrist candidate. And that may be what we need here, because I think that's what the American people are asking for, not the kind of speech we just saw where they're trying to appease these 20 and say, hey, we'll be crazy like you guys. I mean, we can't be shutting down the government. We can't be, saying we won't do anything about the debt limit and then throwing the economy into chaos. The kind of things that these people are asking for, these are the members who never vote for appropriations bills, who always say no to everything, who don't pass legislation. They're just performance artists. Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, they don't want to pass legislation. They just want to be on TV. If Fox News would give Gaetz a gig, in fact, he thought he had one at one point, he would be gone in a second if he could get a TV show.
Well, that plays into Matt Gaetz standing up earlier today and saying he votes for Donald Trump for Speaker.
Yeah, and he got Donald Trump all of one vote. So Donald Trump came in dead last and lost another election. Thank you, Matt Gaetz, for showing us that Donald Trump is the ultimate loser. Donald Trump can thank his good friend, Matt Gaetz, for that additional humiliation.
And now I'm being told the vote count is the same as last time. So now the question is, are we going to go into another round of voting, or will they vote to adjourn? This is, it's such a crapshoot. We really, even those who sort of speculated that it wouldn't go this long today, now it looks like it is, and possibly even longer. Mark Updegrove, you're the historian here. We talked about the last time we saw this happen was 100 years ago, and I think it went into, correct me if I'm wrong, to the 9th ballot. And so that is where we're going to be going now, if indeed this happens. Once again, we'll know hopefully here within a few minutes.
Well, I can't imagine, though, Kira, that the outcome will change. So I'm not sure what's in it for the Republicans now to have another ballot. It's the outcome will almost certainly be the same. This will make history insofar as it will. There will be a 10th ballot in all likelihood if the 9th ballot is the same as the previous 8, and we'd go on to 10. So they're making history in a sense, but I don't see the outcome changing until those 20 recalcitrant Republicans fall in line. And again, I think the point has been raised several times. What happens then? What kind of outsized power do you give this minute minority if McCarthy ends up striking a deal with him, as he may well? What kind of power will he cede, and what will that do to his speakership, to his ability to get things done when he's catering to these 20 Republicans who really don't want to get anything done? Again, I think they just want to get in the way of government. They want to make a big statement about government by not playing the game, by not compromising. So there are big questions ahead for Kevin McCarthy, Kira.
Yes, there are. And the question is, are any minds going to be changed? Will there be a shift in strategy? Will the votes shift in any way? What will Democrats do? Michael LaRosa, we talked about this earlier, but it is worth repeating that despite a similar razor-thin majority, Nancy Pelosi never found herself in this type of situation.
No, she faced opposition as well prior to both of her speakerships after Democrats won majorities in the House. But each time they were handled and managed in the appropriate way. It's a large, diverse, ideologically diverse caucus, but also geographically diverse caucus. There used to be a lot of conjecture about the squad and all the havoc that they would wreak on the Democratic majority. But in the end, Pelosi spoke one language, and that was math. I remember one exchange she had on the floor with a member who said, that they were going to hold things up. And Pelosi just simply said, I have the votes. How much do you have? She speaks in math and numbers. And that was her biggest strength when it came to passing legislation and leadership races as well.
So, Jay O'Brien, when we keep talking about these members that are not voting for Kevin McCarthy. You know, what is it that they are holding out for? And do you think they're going to get what they're holding out for? I mean, it's clear that they want more power and less power for Kevin McCarthy. And he is conceding to a number of things that is allowing that to happen in many ways. But what else is it that they are just sticking close to where they are not going to budge? Or are they just doing this, as we've been talking about, for the show, to get back at Kevin McCarthy, to embarrass him, to make him look like a fool?
Yeah, Kira, some breaking news on that. First off, as we get the results finalized of that 8th ballot now, our colleague Layli Ibsa just spoke with Patrick McHenry, who's a close McCarthy ally. He is of the opinion that we're at least here until tomorrow, that these deliberations will go on for another day and that there will be more ballots again tomorrow. But I can tell you there are 2 factions of those anti-McCarthy lawmakers, or at least a couple different factions within them. There are the lawmakers who do want some kind of concessions from Kevin McCarthy, whether that's lowering the threshold to oust a sitting Speaker of the House, whether that's concessions on government spending, whether those are concessions on people sitting on the powerful Rules Committee of the House of Representatives, whether or not that's a number of different things. And then within them, there is the so-called Never McCarthy group of those House Republicans who say they will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. And this group, this opposition to Kevin McCarthy, those who have different opinions here, they're intermixing, they're talking amongst each other, they're talking about any potential deals that McCarthy might be bringing forward. I was at a meeting of that group earlier today, or at least some members who were opposing Kevin McCarthy earlier today. We saw Representative Lauren Boebert emerge from that meeting on her way to go to the floor for that first ballot around noon. We asked her repeatedly, will you vote will you vote against Kevin McCarthy on every single ballot? She said repeatedly that McCarthy doesn't have the votes, but wouldn't answer as to whether or not she's going to oppose him on every single ballot, but that's certainly the indication we've gotten from her. Also, we spoke with Representative Bob Good, who's been opposing Kevin McCarthy tooth and nail, and we asked him if there's anything Kevin McCarthy can do to earn his vote. I don't know if we have that interaction with Representative Good. Here it is right here. Think there's a deal Kevin McCarthy could put together that would earn him votes?
I like your tie.
So is that a no? It sounds like it's a no.
I'm just, I'm going to keep my comments quiet. Ask the American people to give us time.
So that's a different interaction. That's not Representative Good. Representative Good stands in the middle of the sidewalk there, and he turns back around to me and one other reporter, and he says, stop asking me if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy. Indicating that he will always be a no on Kevin McCarthy. He is saying point blank there that he will always vote against Kevin McCarthy on every single ballot, signaling that he is one of those never McCarthy votes. We know that he is one, we know that Matt Gaetz is one, and we're getting indications that Lauren Boebert is one. So the question that again faces Kevin McCarthy and his allies is how many of those members are anti-Kevin McCarthy but want some concessions, and then how many members are in support of Kevin McCarthy, and then how many won't, and how many will oppose him on every single ballot.
Well, is there one thing that we do know? He likes your tie, Jay.
Yes, that is a member of Congress trying to get out of answering a direct question. But what we're also seeing there, oh, look at this on the floor. Hold on one second. So what you're watching on the floor right now is Matt Gaetz, who, again, as I've said, is one of those never McCarthy lawmakers. He's made that indication perfectly clear, speaking with Jim Jordan, who Jim Jordan has made it clear that he is in support of Kevin McCarthy. He is considered a leader amongst that further right faction of the Republican Party, amongst the House Freedom Caucus. And he's been voting for Kevin McCarthy on every single ballot. Jim Jordan was the one who got a lot of those protest nominations against Kevin McCarthy early on. People who didn't want to vote for Kevin McCarthy, including Matt Gaetz, voted for Jim Jordan. At one point, Jim Jordan stood up on the second ballot to nominate Kevin McCarthy, and Matt Gaetz then stood up to nominate Jim Jordan. And I can tell you from a source that I spoke with that Matt Gaetz did that because he knew that Jim Jordan was going to nominate Kevin McCarthy. So he decided to try to stop that dead in its tracks and nominate Jim Jordan to show to that group of anti-McCarthy Republicans we're still pushing ahead. And that's exactly what happened, because McCarthy lost that second ballot. We might be going into the 9th ballot. That was on Tuesday. It feels like 2 weeks ago. But what you're watching play out on the House floor right now is Congress in action. It's democracy in action in the sense that lawmakers are talking with one another. They're trying to whip votes. They're trying to get a sense of what Kevin McCarthy's strength is like. And I can tell you, unless something changes, unless something gives, unless the framework of a deal gets put out there. And by the way, that's Bob Good talking right there. Bob Good, one of the lawmakers who said he will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. He's the gentleman in the tan suit to the right of your screen. Again, what kind of a deal could there be? How many votes does it flip? And how many votes does it not flip? That's what Kevin McCarthy's team is confronting tonight. And again, one of his closest allies, Patrick McHenry, telling our colleague, Layli Ibsa, that he at least sees this going into tomorrow, Kira.
And even some sources saying this could go into the weekend, Jay. This is, I mean, what are your thoughts? Has anyone said that to you? Have any of the members alluded that this could actually carry on into the weekend?
Well, one of the things I've heard from sources that are close to these negotiations is that, and our colleague Will Staken has as well, is that if there is any deal, if Kevin McCarthy becoming the Speaker hinges upon some kind of a deal with the further right of the House Republican Conference with these holdout members, that deal would have to be reviewed. You need 72 hours to review that deal, and then it would have to be formally voted on as part of the Republican rules package. And so that would have to happen in a meeting of the House Republican Conference. This is a process that could take days, depending upon how complex this deal is, Kira. So first you got to reach a deal, and then you got to get it in the pipeline of getting it approved and getting voted on and getting it run by the entire House GOP conference. Some of it was populated by moderates who, as we've been talking about, might not be so open to Kevin McCarthy giving away the store, as we heard some members describe it, to the further right of the House Republican Conference. So this is a long road, and it's a long process, and we're not even to the framework of a deal yet. We've heard that there are conversations about a deal between Kevin McCarthy and those lawmakers opposing him, but other than some rumblings, we haven't seen anything firm about what's in it. We haven't seen the framework of it released or anything in text about it yet. We know that there are conversations around lowering the threshold of what it would take to remove a Speaker of the House, giving the members of the House Freedom Caucus more power on powerful House committees and things of that nature. But how that happens, what exactly it looks like, is still very much unclear. So we got a lot of road left to travel, it appears, in this battle over who's going to be the next Speaker of the House.
Yeah, we might have to rewrite Robert Frost's poem. Jay, ask and you shall receive. You know, we were just talking about Representative Mike Gallagher, the Republican to Wisconsin, who is also a Marine Corps vet, and put together this sort of last-minute press conference with some other members talking about the concern that they have for national security and veterans welfare. Gallagher actually said that he and Representative Don Bacon were supposed to meet with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to talk about matters in the Indo-Pacific. Our Rachel Scott actually had a chance to catch up with him. Jay, let's take a listen and see what he had to say to her.
How does this all shake out? Is the conference any closer to a solution?
My understanding is there were productive negotiations last night. It hasn't yet changed the vote totals, but I think that's a positive sign. I wasn't involved in them. I don't know what was specifically discussed, but my hope is that this is a conversation about policy and process and not just about personality, right? If people are interested in through rules changes, improving the functioning of the House, I think that can be a good faith discussion on both sides and we can get to a resolution. But if it's just a pure, I don't like this person, I don't like this person, then that's not a good dynamic to be in. So I don't know where the numbers stand right now, but at least I've heard, and the vibe on the floor now is that, you know, there were productive talks last night.
What is your message to some conservatives in the party who have made this very personal, who just say flat out they don't trust Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I'd say, listen, you're not in a divided government, in a narrow majority. You know, no one's going to get 100% of what they want, right? We all have, you know, I want this person to be chair of this committee. I want to do this or that. Like, we all have to figure out how to make this majority work. The American people have given us an opportunity to inject some common sense into the federal government, to do basic oversight of the executive branch. And whether or not you like or dislike someone, we still have to do that job. And more to the point, McCarthy has done more than anyone else to win us that majority. McCarthy has laid out a vision, policy-wise, for where we need to go in the commitment to America. And McCarthy has already agreed to a substantial number of rules and process changes that some of his detractors have demanded. So for those three reasons alone, I think he is the strongest candidate to be Speaker of the House.
Is he at the end here, and is there any concern about giving up too much, too many concessions, especially when you're trying to make sure that everybody rallies behind him?
I don't know what concessions are being talked about right now. So I know that people have been talking about that on the floor, but it just depends on what exactly they are. I think one of the concerns is sort of what precedent are you setting, right? If you're giving people a certain number of seats on a committee, well, then you risk opening a Pandora's box of, okay, well, then the other factions that want, they want 3 seats on this committee, they want 3 seats on that committee, and that's just like total chaos, all the way down. So that's one concern. But again, this is a difficult thing we're trying to do here. This institution has been a shell of its former self. It has operated by the Speaker telling everybody what to do for at least the last 4 years. What we're trying to do as Republicans is the opposite. We want to have a member-driven process. We have a big tent party with a lot of different views. So this was never going to be easy. It wouldn't have been easy even with a bigger majority. And so it's going to take some time to revive the People's House after 4 years of it solely being Pelosi's house, or just a grant-writing organization for the executive branch to fill in the blanks later.
Last question. Is it getting tiring at this point? Is it getting frustrating, especially when this would be the time that you'd be celebrating that majority?
Well, I'm not tired. I like one aspect I like that we're actually all on the House floor together for like a long period of time having conversation. That rarely happens because people are running off to go to a fundraiser and this or that. So like that's actually productive, and you get to know your colleagues that way. I will say I do want to get to work, though. I'm eager to get down to work, and particularly my committee work. And I wasn't able to do a classified briefing yesterday because right now we technically don't have clearances. I'm supposed to chair the Select Committee on China. We need to pass a rule creating the Select Committee on China. So I'm chomping at the bit to start doing work that can't be done because we have to elect a speaker before we do anything else. So that's one area where I don't want us to waste another week doing this because we don't have time to waste.
Jay O'Brien, there you go. Mike Gallagher saying to our Rachel Scott and putting it in layman's terms, giving a real-life example of how he wanted to actually do military business, and he couldn't get clearance because of what's happening here on the floor and the stalemate that we're in.
Yeah, and it's because he's not an official full-fledged member of Congress right now, and he's served in Congress. This is not his first time, but every member, regardless of if you're old or new or have been here before, you are not technically a member of Congress until you get sworn in, and that only happens until after the House of Representatives elects a speaker. The House floor, and we've been saying this for a long time, but if you're just kind of tuning into this extremely in-the-weeds legislative process, the one thing to take away is Republicans have not found who they want to be their Speaker of the House yet. And also, there's nothing the House of Representatives can do. The body that the framers wanted to be most associated with the people, by the way, there's nothing that chamber can do until it elects a Speaker of the House. It is frozen. We've heard from lawmakers who say they cannot do constituent casework. We've obviously heard from members like Mike Gallagher who say because they're not full-fledged members of Congress, because they have not been sworn in, they cannot get security clearance. He's getting bounced from an important meeting, obviously, as you just heard him reference. And so what we're seeing now is the pause button on everything else that happens in the House of Representatives until they elect a speaker. One more point of order to touch on here, Kira, is while the House is frozen until it elects a speaker, while there's chaos, while there is a degree of extreme legislative uncertainty, the tiniest of silver linings that we are seeing is very rarely do Americans get the chance to hear leaders of the Republican Party and leaders of the Democratic Party stand on the floor of the House of Representatives that's packed all of the members there, which so rarely occurs, and articulate the visions of both of their parties for the next Congress. You will see if we go to a ninth ballot, whatever Republican they have nominate Kevin McCarthy will lay out what they say is the business of the Republican Party that's being put on hold because Kevin McCarthy has not been elected Speaker. They're laying out, in a sense, what the Republicans want to do on day one now that they are in control of the majority of the House of Representatives. And then you'll hear it's been Catherine Clark, the Democratic whip, get up and nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. The Democrats pick for Speaker. He doesn't have the votes to become Speaker. And lay out what the Democrats want to do in the minority, but still in the next 2 years of this 118th Congress. That is a rare, unique opportunity, but there's a lot else going on. Can I ask you, Congresswoman Sparks, do you plan to vote for Kevin McCarthy at all? I got one moment there. So that was Victoria Sparks, who's been voting present repeatedly. She walked behind my camera here because the lawmakers walk behind the crews here in the Canada Rotunda where I'm standing. I got a 1-minute sign from her meeting. She'll come back to us. But we do want to know if she plans to eventually stop voting present and vote for Kevin McCarthy. We will see if that happens because that would be a pickup for Kevin McCarthy. But if she keeps voting present, that deprives Kevin McCarthy of that vote, Kira.
I'll tell you what, Jason, she's right there because we would love to hear from her. As you pointed out on the first day or was it the second day she voted present? I'm losing sight of my days now. Second day. I love it. My entire crew giving me the number 2. It's hard to remember. We had the first day, the second day, the third day. Yeah, if you want to try and get her, Jay, I'll take it to Rick Klein right now. You heard what Jay said, Rick. He actually pointed out a silver lining here.
Look, I mean, if you listen to what the members are saying, there's lots of things they'd like to be doing with their majority. They just can't do anything with that majority until they settle this first question. And it is the ultimate conundrum as we go through this weird combination of Groundhog Day and Veep and House of Cards and however you want to label it, that there are lots of things that Congress could be doing and that these House Republicans promised to do, but they're paralyzed from doing it by themselves. And I have been struck by speech after speech that are pretty similar from the people nominating McCarthy and the people nominating the anti-McCarthy candidate. In this case, it's Byron Donalds. They're talking about the same sort of things. They're talking about border security. They're talking about addressing the debt. They're talking about opening up the House of Representatives to more members' input. They're talking about oversight of the Biden administration. That's all great stuff as far as Republicans are going. That's the stuff that they expected by now what's day 3 of their Republican majority they'd be well into doing. I think by this point they envisioned having news releases about committee hearings, initial markups of legislation being scheduled, lots of things that could be happening, even if it's still just the Republicans bringing up things that are likely to get vetoed or not brought up by the Senate at all. But the fact that they can't get past this first thing, and the fact that in the process Kevin McCarthy is dismantling some of the tools of what a speaker could reasonably be expected to do to get those things across the finish line, is itself damaging. And it may be that the more they talk about what they want to do, the less they'll actually be able to do in a functional environment when they get to the other side of whatever it is that we're in right now as we look to wrap up vote number 8 and move on to vote number 9.
And okay, it looks like we are getting close to a gavel, so I'll take us back there, Rick. But as we know, this sometimes takes a moment or two for the clerk to get things going. You know, you mentioned it's like watching Veep or House of Cards. You forgot Scandal, by the way, which would be a really good one to throw in here, Rick. And I already said this on day 2. I want to be on the record. I see the Hulu series happening right now. It's probably going to be called Stalemate because there has been so much political theater. And I mean, just look at the cast of characters. George Santos, for example, did you notice today on the floor, he actually didn't leave. He stayed. He was talking to other members. This is somebody who was coming onto the floor doing his vote for McCarthy and disappearing because cameras were chasing him because of the investigations surrounding him and all the information we found out that was lacking thereof of his resume, making up his background, etc. If you do look at all the interesting players, you've got Matt Gaetz standing up and voting for Donald Trump for Speaker of the House. I mean, the characters are definitely there. So is all the drama. It looks like we're going to get started. Rick, be right back.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 2. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The reading clerk will again... From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Kevin McCarthy has been our leader for the past 4 years and has overwhelming support within this conference. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings and are concerned about what they've seen in this chamber over the past 2 days. I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end. Kevin McCarthy fully understands that being Speaker of the House will not be easy. Kevin is aware that any legislation he would like to pass out of this House will require support and endorsement from the Freedom Caucus. This is where I believe we can hold the Speaker accountable. Kevin has made changes to the House rules at the request of all members. One of those rules changes was the motion to vacate the chair, which Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not been offered for a floor vote in over 100 years calls for the removal of the Speaker of the House. Kevin has reinstated the motion to vacate the chair, which I believe was the right thing to do. This motion allows us, the Republican conference, to hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friends, us, the Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country. The American people are begging for leadership because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, And the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending. And we must support our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must place America and its people first. And all this, my friends on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable and the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interests of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Vote, Democrats stand united and ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote, nomination after nomination, Democrats are united. Just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. United when we passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety legislation, and passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans. United when Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I am directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with each and every one of you. I know we have differences of opinions, and I know we have differences of agendas that we would like to pursue. But I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best fashion that I know that we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the privilege, and the responsibility that each one of us has taken on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have to the districts that we represent back home. It is an incredible privilege, but it is also an incredible responsibility, and I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does. We are participating in a system that has endured 247 years, through drought and through flood, through world wars and through a civil war. And some way we return to this place year after year to serve the people of the United States of America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices that were sent here to equally represent each of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into the hands of the Speaker and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect of legislation that travels through this body. The debate and the discussion has been all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no. Those are our options, and that is what has led to the disintegration of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents. We have had more discussion and debate over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years. And it's healthy. It absolutely promotes the collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years in the 118th Congress, that sooner or later, yes, sooner or later, we will begin to function as. Those are the good days. And guess what? Our constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN today, that this is how every day functions. They think that this is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately, that's not how it works around this place. That under the current rules and under the current leadership construction, that on fly-in days, typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor. They discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic words, without objection, we will pass this by unanimous consent. And there are two people standing on the floor passing pieces of legislation that oftentimes are the naming of buildings, that don't really bother anybody or affect one's life, but in many circumstances spend millions and tens of millions of dollars that the taxpayers are obligated to cover, and their representative was not even here to vote upon it. And that, my friends, is wrong. It is wrong. So yes, we need to have change. We need to fix this broken system. Several of us have taken it upon ourselves to fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force them to be brought out into the daylight so that everyone can hear about those bills. To force people to come out and vote up or down for those bills, as their constituents believe that they are doing right now. That's just one of the little secrets. And it demonstrates, again, how broken this system is. Last summer, we began to negotiate, a group of us, in good faith, a list of changes, amendments to the rules of this body, not to empower ourselves, not to bring personal benefit to ourselves, but to empower you, and you, and you, Maxine, and you, and you, and everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name. Everyone should be... Excuse me. Maxine, darling.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. That is so that everyone will have equal representation. Equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state houses utilize right now so that we don't have 4,000-page documents that we are given a matter of hours to review that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness, so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed. An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do, to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together. That is what we were sent here to do. These are common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how we're going to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with. This is how we are going to regain energy dominance again, which is not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now they have made an amendment. We keep hearing about these amendments and the concessions that were made. The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million. Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not expect them to be passed by unanimous consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property. And as many of you probably know, it takes a while to take a piece of ground from bare earth to a community. And my mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my projects. And I had just opened it up. And it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting to build homes. And she said, "My goodness, Matthew, you must really, really be pleased to finally see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I saw it 2 years ago when I first walked out there." Well, I have a vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again. I have been here just 2 years, and I have watched Byron Donalds during that time and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, he is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hern as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans simultaneously right now for Speaker of the People's House. I sat in my chair anticipating to vote for Byron Donalds, whom I respect, whom I see as a leader. And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. We had the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They want action. I'll take that. I want to get to work too. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. We need a leader that is not of the broken system, someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here, someone who can unite our party, and most importantly, someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hern, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hern went from rags to riches, and like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man, and as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hern is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hern to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party? Who can deliver results? Representative Kevin Hern can do just that, and I am proud to enter his name into the nomination, and I hope that some of you join me. Thank you, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams, Jeffries, Adderholt, McCarthy, Aguilar, Jeffries, Alford, McCarthy, Allen, McCarthy, Allred, Jeffries, Amaday, McCarthy, Armstrong, McCarthy. Arrington. Arrington. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Alderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bent. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
Well, if there's one thing that we've learned, just forget reading the tea leaves, forget making predictions, because we had no idea that we'd be into the third day, into the 9th speaker vote, trying to figure out if indeed Kevin McCarthy will be Speaker of the House or not. There were so many sources saying that it wouldn't even go into a vote at noon, that they would vote to adjourn, and that they were close to a deal, they were making deals, that something was going to happen. Now we're getting word this could possibly even roll into the weekend. So we are going to stop making predictions. We're going to go with the flow. We're going to stay on this and follow it for you to the very end. And what we do know right now is voting has begun. It is underway for the 9th speaker vote, third day, as Kevin McCarthy sticks to his guns, says he's not leaving, and he's trying to battle this out to the very end. Rick Klein, our political director. Seriously, Rick, I think we just should stop predicting and just have the conversation of what's at stake within this moment. And it's a lot. We have a Congress that's not functioning. We don't have a Speaker of the House. We have consequences resulting from this, and it's already going to start from young staffers not getting paid to various members not having security clearance to take care of military business.
Yeah, like Kira, the real world impact is going to be far beyond the machinations on the House floor, or the limitations on what the House speakership looks like. The latest maneuver, you heard Lauren Boebert just a moment ago enter into nomination an additional candidate, a 4th candidate, Congressman Kevin Hern of Oklahoma for the Republican Study Committee. He's been supporting Kevin McCarthy in all of these votes. It appeared that the Never Kevins have found their own Kevin, not someone that is known nationally, but is pretty well known inside the House because of his position with the Republican Study Committee, a former franchisee owner of multiple McDonald's in his home state of Oklahoma. He's been telling reporters that he would have to think pretty deeply about whether he would accept the speakership, but it really isn't about Kevin Hern or Byron Donalds at this point, or Hakeem Jeffries, who continues to rack up the highest number of votes. It's about the fact that there is no House Speaker and there is no House of Representatives at this moment. And the political theater here, it's exciting for political geeks like me, even if there hasn't been a lot that's been accomplished on the House floor over these last couple of days. You can tell the members of Congress themselves are getting restless. We heard earlier today about the real-world impact from the presumed incoming chairs of major national security committees, about the fact that there is no oversight now. There's also the lack of clearances they have to even get basic intelligence information. We thank our lucky stars that we're not in the middle of a major crisis that requires congressional action at this moment. The government can go on, but it does begin to pile up in terms of the actual impact and the human impact of staffers and constituent services and matters in business that can't be addressed by a House of Representatives that doesn't exist, as well as the realities that this is putting on display of what this Republican majority is going to look like. This is an area where even the areas where Kevin McCarthy is given is going to make his job harder if he were to get it, or anyone who becomes Speaker, going to be beholden to a small group of members of Congress who've shown a willingness now to suspend all operations of the House of Representatives, the body they were just elected to, at the service of their efforts to defeat the man that's in the middle of the attention here. And it's bigger than Trump or Trumpism. It's bigger than the ideology or who a true conservative is. These Republicans actually don't disagree on that much, up to and including support of former President Trump. It's bigger than that, and it is about some politics of personality. It begins to have some real impact on potential policy as we look a little further down the road in this Congress.
Let's bring in our ABC News contributor and former Democratic Congressman for New York, Joe Crowley, joining our coverage now. Joe, you served with so many of these people that we are watching here on the floor. You know them well. I have a number of questions for you, but first of all, your thoughts on how does this end?
Well, it really isn't clear yet at this point. I mean, there seems to be a certain amount of folks who are intransigent. They're not moving. And as long as that's the case, if these folks are being so-called principled against Kevin McCarthy, I don't see how he breaks through that. You know, it seems as though they're offering more candidates and not less now, and I think that's not a good sign for him.
So if you were there on the floor right now, Joe, what would you be doing? What would be the conversations that you'd be having? Would you be sitting back having popcorn like many of the Dems say that they've been doing, sort of watching the show, watching Republicans implode, as they say, saying that, hey, they just need to figure this out themselves? Or would you be doing something differently?
Well, I think it's a little bit beyond the popcorn point now. I think that, you know, people are restless. People are concerned this may go on. Look, I will say this to you. Tomorrow is the second anniversary of January 6th. If I were the Republicans, I would not want this to be the image tomorrow, them having stalemate on the floor. That many of the folks who supported the events of January 6th are now actually members of Congress on their side of the aisle. It's not a good look for them. And so I would be talking to some of them about that. They really need to stop moving and getting this thing wrapped up in some way, whether it's Kevin McCarthy or some other member.
So do you think that, what do you think the smartest move would be right now for Kevin McCarthy? Does he withdraw, bring in Stephen Scalise, who's next in line, and just move forward here?
Well, what I've seen happen so far, it seems as though Kevin McCarthy has negotiated away much of the power of the Speaker. And in fact, now we're looking at even giving up on the possibility of investing in future draft picks. You know, the analogy to baseball or football, he's actually given up the team when he is saying he's going to withdraw from the field in political battle in terms of primaries and not have his super PAC involved. That means he's going to stay out of the business of picking future members of the House and future draft picks. So this is really, really turned around in terms of the Republicans' ability really to have moderates within, even modicum of moderates within the House Republican caucus. So it really is hard for me to see what else Kevin can give up at this point, except, you know, not being the Speaker. And I think that's just something Kevin has to come to terms with himself. And he's delivered for the Republicans. He's delivered the majority, and yet it's like Moses. He's brought us to the promised land. He may not be able to get there himself.
And what's the point of being Speaker, Joe, if you got all your power?
If you're giving it away, in particular, that power is gone. You're absolutely right. I don't know who would want that job at that point. It becomes very feckless, and the ability actually to move and to create legacy to some degree becomes virtually impossible, especially when you look at the fact that we have a number of issues coming up, like the debt ceiling. Eventually, there'll be another spending package bill that will have to be passed, where I think McCarthy, whoever the Speaker is going to be, will have to negotiate with some Democrats because there are Republicans who simply will not support the lifting of the debt ceiling or a spending package that they believe is unreasonable.
And if Kevin McCarthy gets the speakership and he doesn't have the respect that he needs, how are you going to pass anything? How are you going to get anything through? How are you going to deal with difficult votes?
Yeah, I think the one thing that Speaker Pelosi had, which I think she was highly regarded for, and rightfully so, was her power of persuasion. That she built those coalitions within the Democratic caucus. You know, she was also a member's member. She was a person of the House. She came up through the ranks. And I think I've heard some pundits speaking about this, and it's very true. Kevin was not one of those types of members. He was in leadership in his second term. You know, does he really know what it's like to fight to become a chair of a committee? What goes into all that? Has he had those experiences? Can he relate to the members of his conference? And I think he's having a difficult time with that. And that's being, I think, demonstrated right now.
So, okay, we've talked about so many of the possible outcomes here. The short-term, the real-time consequences, what's happening right now, the consequences happening right now. For example, you know, payroll issues for staffers and security clearance for members that are trying to get things done from a foreign policy perspective. But long-term, we've talked about just the power that the speaker would hold or lack thereof. So what's even beyond that, Joe? I mean, how disastrous could this get past right now, the next year, 2 years, even up to 2024?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. The problem is I don't think anyone knows yet what damage has been done to the speakership and what the fallout will be. I think we'll only know that when we're presented with those challenges. And I think one of the first challenges that will come up, as I mentioned earlier, is the debt ceiling. Being able to respond to the debts that we already owe. These are not about creating new debts. It's about money we already owe. And if we default on that, the impact on our government, on the markets, would be astronomical. The message that we would send to the rest of the world in terms of our ability or failure to pay our debts. It's not something that the United States wants to do. We're not a third or fourth world nation. And I think that will be the first test of this new speaker on the Republican side, whether he'll be given the freedom to work with others on the other side of the aisle, because that's what they've had to do in the past, to get over the debt ceiling. And I think that'll be the real first test.
Editor for the National Review, a conservative magazine, also someone who writes about economics all the time, Ramesh Ponnuru. Well, the market hates uncertainty, right? So tell me what you're going to be writing about here. And as we're talking about the economy and the debt ceiling, as Joe just mentioned, what's on top of mind for you?
Yeah, well, I think Joe's right that this chaos in the House makes it more likely that we're going to breach the debt ceiling. I think it was actually pretty likely as soon as the election results came in, because a majority this small was going to have extreme difficulty getting a debt ceiling increase passed anyway. And I think it's just a little bit more likely now. So I suspect it seems to me that a very likely scenario right now is you breach the debt limit, and then the positive scenario at that point is that you have a short-term market meltdown, which causes Congress to think better of it and then raise the debt ceiling, and it becomes just a short-term problem. But the odds of a significant medium to long-term problem, I think, is also.
So, Ramesh, is there any scenario where the Republican Party comes out of this stronger?
You know, I find it hard to believe. I don't think that the party is necessarily going to be severely weakened. If in the next few days there is a speaker, then I think that this silliness and embarrassment is forgotten by the time of election 2024, which is going to be much, much more dominated by the presidential candidates on both sides. But I don't see how this can be a positive.
McCarthy.
All right, Ramesh, thank you so much. Well, the only one to vote present, and now she's interview present with our Jay O'Brien there on the Hill. You got the interview with Representative Spartz. What did she tell you?
vote on the previous ballot, Kira. And voting present essentially means I'm voting that I'm here, but I'm not picking anyone else. But what it did do is it deprived Kevin McCarthy of her vote, because up until voting present starting yesterday, she was voting for Kevin McCarthy. And so I wanted to ask her if there was anything that Kevin McCarthy could do that would get her vote, if her vote voting present was a vote against Kevin McCarthy, or if it was for some other reason, and what she feels about what this freezing of the House floor that this Speaker vote is causing has done to the General Congress. Here's a little bit of what we talked about.
Is your vote still up for grabs for Kevin McCarthy? Could he earn your vote again?
I have no problem with voting with Kevin. I probably don't put as much to individual. I worry about more processes and rules. So here we made some big progress. There are some other things could be improved. If we have good processes, it doesn't matter. We are not party of top-down approach of Speaker Pelosi. Regardless what it is, the Republicans are strong, independent people, and we'll have a deliberation and debate. But we need to reform this institution because it's not dictatorship of the speakers. There are some legitimate concerns that members have, and there are some members been here for a long time, and they believe some rules worked better before, and then some rules were eliminated by Speaker Pelosi to grab power and control her members.
Are you upset that because of this stalemate, no matter what the cause of it is, I know that you don't want to get into the politics of it, it seems, are you upset that the Congress is frozen in place, that the House cannot do anything?
Listen, sometimes if we don't do anything, we do less damage to the Republicans, okay? So, I'm not sure. Sometimes what we do is not the best what we do, but we do need to have better oversight function, and I think that will be very important because we have to hold the other branch accountable, and I hope that some of my Democrat colleagues will come.
Falling by the wayside?
Well, I think, listen, there is some things that, that we have to be able to figure out how we're going to deal with that, but it's all procedurals, we're still paying the other branch, so they better still work with us.
Okay, so a little bit to unpack there. First and foremost, she's talking about the idea that when she talks about rules being changed, that's alluding to a potential deal that Kevin McCarthy and his allies could cut with this anti-McCarthy faction. And it wasn't clear in our conversation whether a deal like that would earn her vote. And every vote counts in this circumstance. So if she keeps voting present, that deprives Kevin McCarthy of her vote. That puts Kevin McCarthy in a tougher spot than he wants to be in. So she wouldn't give a clear answer as to whether or not she could be swayed by a deal, although she is alluding to the fact that there is some kind of a conversation about a deal in the works. We know that from our sources as well. The other thing that she touches on that's worth unpacking here is this idea that Congress is frozen, that their work is stalled. We've heard from members of Congress who say they can't engage on casework on behalf of their constituents, helping out their constituents back in their districts because they're not official members of Congress. Members of Congress saying that they can't get into, can't get security clearances to go into meetings with members of the military and the Pentagon and the intelligence community because they're not technically members of Congress. We push back a little bit, as you saw, with Congresswoman Spartz on that this idea that keeping this floor fight going on paralyzes the Congress, keeps members from their work. She said that that was a concern of hers, but not in the way that we've heard other members say that this is a concern and that they need to get back on track and start doing the business of the Congress here, Akira.
How long this could keep going? I mean, yesterday by this time, we knew that they were getting close to wrapping up, and now, really, we can't tell, Jay, at all. It looks like they are definitely in for the long haul here. All information we've been getting now is that this could even linger on into the weekend. And as you point out, that means that's it. And Joe Crowley and I were talking about this, just the impact in real time, all the way to long term, and what this means. The longer we don't have a functioning Congress, the more trouble we can get in. And that means constituents suffer. Those just trying to get by day suffer. You can't pass legislation. You can't move forward.
Yeah, and it's a staring contest, Kira. It's a standoff. The only two groups that can tell you how long this is going to go on for are Kevin McCarthy and his allies and the faction of Republicans in Congress who say they just will not vote for Kevin McCarthy. We know, based upon the vote total, that Kevin McCarthy is on track to lose this 9th ballot. There are 11 Republican members of Congress who have voted for someone other than Kevin McCarthy. He can only afford to lose 4, so he's going to lose this ballot again. He's on track to lose this ballot. What that means, by the way, we're making a little bit of history here, Kira, because we tie on the 9th ballot 1923 for the number of ballots that they went without picking a speaker. In 1923, 100 years ago, the last time it took more than one ballot to elect a Speaker of the House, they went 9 ballots. If we go into a 10th ballot, which appears almost a near certainty, whether that ballot is today or another day, we will beat 1923. We won't beat the record. In 1855, it took 133 ballots, 2 months to elect a Speaker of the House. I don't know a lot, Kira, but I know that there are no members of Congress that want to go for that record. But we will see if they come together on some kind of a deal to put Kevin McCarthy in the Speaker's chair, or that will at least get him close enough. But again, as we've been talking about, there are some members that we've seen who are willing to deal with McCarthy, willing to hear him out and potentially switch their vote back to Kevin McCarthy's column, or at least give their vote to Kevin McCarthy if they've never voted for him in the past. And then there are other members who say under no circumstances will they vote for Kevin McCarthy. The question that Kevin McCarthy confronts now is how many of those members are there that say they will not vote for him under any circumstances? And if there's more than 4, which is the number he can't afford to lose, what does he do about them, Kira?
What does he do, right? He's pretty much given her. What did Donna Brazile say? Giving up the whole grocery store. I mean, we've heard every type of analogy, metaphor. I mean, what more gives here? You know, what more can he? You know, give up trying to make a deal? I mean, he's pretty much gutted the power that he would have if he becomes Speaker. So, I mean, what type of deals could be left? What more is there?
Yeah, and he's made concession after concession after concession to this group, Kira, exactly what you're alluding to there. I spoke with Ken Buck, who's one of the McCarthy holdout votes, although he didn't say that he was one of the never McCarthy votes that would never vote for McCarthy for Speaker. And he indicated that there are 6, by his count, 6 members of that never McCarthy faction. He told that to me this morning. And he believes those 6 will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. I asked him then what happens with those 6, that exact question. What does Kevin McCarthy do? Because 6, again, I'm exhausted, but I'm pretty sure 6 is more than 4, so we can't afford to lose 6 votes and become the Speaker. And so here's what happens then going forward. Ken Buck believes those 6 could enter into some kind of a compromise with Kevin McCarthy and vote present, which, as we were talking about with Victoria Spartz, means I'm voting, but I'm not voting for anyone. That would lower the threshold that Kevin McCarthy needs to become the Speaker, although if you lower it too much, that comes into some tougher territory with Democrats. But again, if you lower the threshold just enough for Kevin McCarthy to become Speaker, with enough votes of present, it just means that you need a majority of members who are voting. So again, if you have a majority of members who are not voting, if they're voting present, that again lowers his threshold that he needs. But to take you away from the procedure for a second, I spoke with Ken Buck. He said that they might vote present, some of those never McCarthy members, but to make it clear, some of those never McCarthy members have said repeatedly they do not want to vote present. They view it as a loss. They view it as a vote for Kevin McCarthy if they vote present. I've heard that from Gates. I've heard that from Lauren Boebert. So again, opinions could change, but as of right now, at least with some of those members, they say they will not vote for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances, and they will not vote present to make it any easier on him, Kira.
Which means we're going to be here for a while. Who knows how long that will be? How many hours are we in now? You gave me an hour count.
Oh, come on. Don't do me with the math here. It looks like we're in 14. So, and again, the numbers add up to about 10 hours total as of, and it's rough, but 10 hours total as of noon today. And then, of course, voting from noon to 4 today means we're at 14. So it's been 14 hours of just deliberations on the floor. 3 days in total without a speaker, but 14 hours that lawmakers have been on that floor of the House of Representatives trying to elect a speaker. When you hear it like that, wow, 14 hours on that House floor, that is a lot of time to be at loggerheads trying to pick who's going to lead the House of Representatives, Kira.
Historic dysfunction. That's probably the best description that I've heard so far. It's amazing they still have the energy to stand up and cheer according to who they are supporting and what various members are saying about either McCarthy, Jeffries, other members that have now been thrown into the mix. All right, I have some good news, 14 hours plus. We are going to take a quick break. We're not going to leave the floor here. We're going to keep monitoring this and every moment of what's going on as this is moving in to the end of the 9th speaker vote where McCarthy is expected to lose once again. So we'll take a quick break, a little other news for you at the on the other side, and then we will continue to follow everything from the House floor. We'll be right back.
Avatar: The Way of Water is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was gonna hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the Deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline. Now streaming on Hulu. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir. America's #1 most watched newscast. Now streaming on ABC News Live. After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Ready for a good show?
I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci. Family owned, now in the 6th generation.
Most spectacular fireworks this city has ever seen.
But it's been a roller coaster ride.
We had an explosion. It destroyed us. If it wasn't for the strength of the family, we would have never had decided to keep going.
You either band together or you fall apart. And we're still here.
Next week, say good morning to...
Hi guys, Jamie Oliver here. Tune in for 3 days cooking with me. The quickest, easiest, most delicious recipes for the new year.
Next week, the most delicious mornings are on...
Good Morning America. It's gonna be the best thing ever.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! Is this mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
And welcome back to ABC News coverage of the battle for Speaker of the House. Live pictures right now as voting has entered into its 9th round, and it's not looking good for Republican Congressman Kevin McCarthy. But first, we do want to follow a few other stories for you right now as we monitor still those live pictures from the floor, and that is Russian President Vladimir Putin ordering a ceasefire in Ukraine as Orthodox Christians celebrate their Christmas. Putin says his troops won't engage from noon tomorrow until 12:01 Sunday morning. It's not clear if Ukraine will honor the ceasefire, and U.S. officials say Russia is using the break to, quote, train their fire with even more vengeance. The man accused of killing Migos rapper Takeoff has been released on $1 million bond. Patrick Clark was released from a Houston jail on Tuesday. Authorities say he opened fire at a party that Takeoff was attending during a disagreement over a dice game. The rapper was hit by an errant bullet and died at the scene. Clark's attorney says the shooting was in self-defense. They'll be back in court in March. And some good news. The Buffalo Bills say that safety Damar Hamlin is showing remarkable improvement after his heart stopped during Monday night's game against the Bengals. Doctors at the University of Cincinnati say he's still on a ventilator, but he has good lung capacity. Even the Bills saying that the care that Hamlin got on the field saved his life. Well, the remains of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI are now in the former tomb of Pope St. John Paul II underneath St. Peter's Basilica. Thousands of people gathered there today in the square to witness the funeral of the former Pope. ABC News senior national correspondent Terry Moran is in Vatican City with more.
Tens of thousands from all over the world gathered in St. Peter's Square, praying, remembering, here for the funeral of Pope Benedict XVI. The coffin brought into the great square, and Pope Francis presiding and delivering the homily. Speaking of the gratitude the Church has for Benedict's life, it was the first time in centuries that a pope has laid his predecessor to rest. Before he died, Benedict made clear he wanted a simple ceremony, but simple in the Vatican does not mean small, especially for a former pope. Many cardinals and other religious leaders from around the world attending, and some political leaders, delegations from Italy and Germany, along with the leaders of Poland and Hungary and royalty, too. When Pope John Paul II died, there were more than 1 million people here in Rome, but Benedict had withdrawn from public view after he resigned. But for the faithful here and for so many more around the world, this is a profound moment of sadness and yet a fond farewell, too. Cardinal Timothy Dolan, the Archbishop of New York, in attendance, too, telling me about the man he knew so well.
His legacy as a pope, what would you say it is?
The intellectual, the reason, but yet a man of such durable faith. He brought them both together. I think that's going to be his legacy.
And the fact that he resigned the papacy.
There you go. A very brave act, which at the time, I have to admit, left me saddened and even a bit disappointed, because I thought, look, Holy Father, even if you are weakened and fragile, even if you can't do everything, we still need you. But the longer it went on, I admired that humility.
Pope Francis himself has talked about resigning when the time comes, and he has said that because of Benedict, the door is open. Kira?
All right, Terry Moran there in Vatican City. Terry, thank you so much. Well, Prince Harry's highly anticipated new memoir, Spare, is rocking the royal family. He's writing now that he was actually physically attacked by his brother during an intense fight. Our Michael Strahan sat down with Harry to discuss his new book and his relationship with Prince William, with whom he calls his beloved brother and arch nemesis.
A new report about Prince Harry's memoir, Spare, rocking the royal family. The Guardian, publishing an excerpt it says is from his upcoming book, detailing an alleged attack by his brother Prince William during a heated confrontation over Harry's wife, Meghan. Harry reportedly writing that William called Meghan, quote, rude, difficult, and abrasive. And as the argument escalated, Harry claims William, quote, grabbed me by the collar, ripping my necklace, and knocked me to the floor. I landed on a dog's bowl, which cracked under my back, the pieces cutting into me. I lay there for a moment, dazed, then got to my feet and told him to get out. The Guardian reporting the episode took place in 2019 as Harry and William met to talk about what Harry calls the whole rolling catastrophe of their relationship and issues with the press. Now, in a new interview airing this Monday on GMA, Harry telling me about the rift between the brothers.
There's a quote in this book where you refer to your brother as your beloved brother and arch nemesis. Strong words. What did you mean by that?
There has always been this competition between us, weirdly. I think it really plays into, or is played by, the heir spare.
And you can watch Michael's full interview with Harry. It will air Monday on Good Morning America. Another live look at Capitol Hill now after Republican Kevin McCarthy appeared to come up short during the 9th round and 3rd day of voting. We do have continuing coverage in just a moment. Keep it here.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
Avatar: The Way of Water
is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was gonna hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the Deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right, they don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasure that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good. Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the Table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Bring them on.
If only there was a place in the morning to start my day. With a smile, somewhere to help me get in the know. A place as spectacular as, well, me.
I think we might know a place, right, guys?
Bring your friends.
Oh, wait, there is.
Good morning, America.
GMA, 7A, every day. Boom. 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 Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning, America. How are you?
Boom. Now that's how you start your day, people.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. So, what's good to read? And we mean really good to read right now. Well, that's where Charlie and Kate Gibson can help.
Join us for the new podcast series. It is called The Bookcase with Kate and Charlie.
We will make sure you love what you read.
Listen wherever you get your podcasts. after an extraordinary news-making year. Thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Welcome back to ABC News Live and our continuing coverage of the vote for Speaker of the House. Hours of votes, 14 plus, arm twisting, debates, all of it happening on the House floor. And Kevin McCarthy is still on track to lose his 9th vote for Speaker. And it still seems like we are not getting anywhere close to a resolution. Our all-star political team working overtime again today, helping us get through every moment, every piece of drama, every new nomination, debating every point we possibly can. White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks with me now. Why don't we go back to what we just witnessed before the break, and that was yet another nomination, this time by Representative Lauren Boebert. This time it was Republican Kevin Hern of Oklahoma that she has now thrown into the mix. This was someone, yesterday, the day before, Mary Alice, that said, why doesn't Trump encourage Kevin McCarthy to withdraw and pull out? And we saw that Trump has just been a non-player here. Nobody's listening to Trump. So whether Trump called Kevin McCarthy or not, no one's listening to him. So it doesn't seem like that would go anywhere. So now she's jumping in, making yet another nomination, this time for Kevin Hern of Oklahoma. What do we know about Kevin Hern? How does this change up the strategy here, if at all?
Yeah, I do think this was an interesting moment, Kira. We, so far, the last few days, have really seen those defectors, about 19 or 20 defectors, mostly stick together. They've mostly backed the same candidate. First it was Jim Jordan, then Donalds. But this was interesting in that we actually saw in that group of defectors 2 different nominating speeches this last time. One for Byron Donalds again, and another from Lauren Boebert for Kevin Hern. And what I found really interesting in those 2 speeches was essentially a breakdown of the problem that Kevin McCarthy faces. In the first speech, Matt Rosendale of Montana was nominating Byron Donalds, and he talked about basically really little changes that he'd like to see in the House rules. I mean, I say little because they're very wonky, though they could have a big impact on exactly which bills are brought to the floor or exactly how votes are done, which votes are done in voice vote. Basically, he listed out a bunch of policy changes that he wants to see, suggesting to me that he's still asking for some of those concessions, still asking for a deal to be reached. But then, just moments after that, we saw Lauren Boebert, another one of these defectors who's been very much anti-McCarthy, voting no every time on his nomination, and she gave a very different speech. It was not about asks. It was not about things that she wanted to see a sort of deals on. It wasn't things she was asking for. She used very stark language where she said she just doesn't think McCarthy has the votes, that they've shown over and over he doesn't have the votes. She used interesting language where she encouraged her colleagues to look at a life post-McCarthy, that it's time to move on. It's time to see who else we can build momentum around. And last, she said, I don't even have the same votes I had to move over that I felt like I had a few days ago. Now, I don't actually know if she had votes to move around a few days ago, but she was really trying to implore her colleagues to look past deal-making and look past Kevin McCarthy. And I think that split screen, those 2 different defectors giving 2 very different speeches, was really telling for the trouble that McCarthy is in. Because even if he does convince some people to come over, make some deals, do some wheeling and dealing here, does he do enough of that to have the votes? I mean, we've talked for days about how he can only lose 4, and she suggested that no deal making was going to get him close to that, Kira.
Wow. Former Republican for Georgia, former congressman, also an ABC News contributor now, Tom Graves, joining us in this conversation. So Tom, McCarthy has still failed to flip any votes, as we've just been discussing. Do you think that there is any chance of that changing, any chance at all? And why do you think that he went into this without knowing that he had the votes? I mean, he had so many years to prepare for this moment. What happened?
At this time.
Yeah, so to your first question, does he have the chance to change some votes? Yeah, I do. I do think he does have that opportunity, and he's working towards that. I think he went into today hoping to show improvement from the previous days, and it looks like it's gone one vote away from him in that direction, and then no one else has moved. But I was interested in Will Hurd's, former Congressman Will Hurd from Texas. He had an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal that talked about, the title was "The Tragedy of Kevin McCarthy." And it goes through the last 10, 12 years of Kevin McCarthy's effort to build the Republican Party in the House of Representatives and how it was built to this point. And now he's sort of trapped in it with the very members he was recruiting and electing and help raise money for, and including supporting former President Trump and others. And now that's led to this moment. So how does he get out of it? There's only a couple of options. One is that there's a negotiation that occurs. There's an agreement that everybody is in full agreement in, and then everybody comes out together, holds a nice press conference, and moves forward, and he becomes the speaker. Second is, he has to negotiate across the aisle. Now, that's very unlikely. I don't expect that would ever happen, but that is obviously an option. And then the last option is, and again, unlikely, but it is an option, is that he would have to remove his name from nomination to put his support behind somebody else. And after 9 rounds, I know that he's got to be employing all these different options and wondering which path does he take. It's a very difficult fork.
But he's already given so many concessions, Tom. What more can he do to flip a vote?
I don't know that there is much more he can do to flip the number of votes he needs. It does seem to have gotten very personal, and there are a lot of individuals, it appears to be, that are just anybody but Kevin. And that he can't change. He is Kevin, right? And he can't change who he is. And so that's there presents the challenge. Now, let's say he does create some sort of package of negotiation of rules changes, whatever they might be. But that is for the 20. Again, this is 20 versus 1 in the moment. There are 201 other Republicans then that have to agree with whatever changes he negotiated on their behalf as well. And that has to be presented to the full Republican conference. And hopes would be that everybody would be in agreement with what he had to, I guess in essence, some might say cave to, which I don't consider that. Negotiation is negotiation, but you never know how to be perceived.
Now, the point was made earlier today. We've been talking with so many different people. I think it might have been even, yeah, it was. I think it was Congressman Joe Crowley, former Democrat, New York. This is happening a day before the 2-year anniversary of January 6th, the insurrection. If indeed we are in this same position, dealing with this on the floor, not coming to a deal, tomorrow on the 2-year mark of January 6th, I mean, how does this make Republicans look? I mean, the optics here, you talk about, an embarrassing moment already. It just doesn't bode well for Republicans.
Yeah, whether it's January 5th today or January 6th tomorrow, the 7th, it's still difficult for the Republican Party. And now, and this is a period in time that the Republicans will get through, and there will be a Republican speaker at some point, and then the Republicans will move forward in governing. The people to watch right now, though, are, and it's, I've sort of been looking for this, is where's Jim Jordan? Is he a part of the negotiations with Leader McCarthy or Speaker-elect McCarthy and others? Or not. And, he seems to have been a little bit silent. I haven't really seen him out there on behalf of either group. Seems like a little bit quiet there. So I think if you watch Jim Jordan here, I think he's one of the key players in how this works out, one way or the other. I think he has a very instrumental voice in how the outcome occurs here.
All right, stick with me, Tom, if you don't mind. I understand we've got Congressman from Texas, Republican Pete Sessions, who's stepped up to our live mark there up on the Hill, where Jay O'Brien has been reporting all morning and throughout the afternoon. Congressman, can you hear me okay?
I can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good, good, great. Well, Congressman, I have known you a long time. We have raised a lot of money, negotiated a lot of deals for the Down Syndrome Foundation, among other things, including our military and our veterans. I know that you know what it takes to make a deal. And while I have you now, and while you are watching basically historic dysfunction as it's been described here on the floor, what are your immediate thoughts with regard to where this is going, and what is the outcome here for Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I think you hit the essence of it. It is about Kevin McCarthy. It has taken us a couple rounds. We're now in, I think, round 9. To figure out that these 20 people will stay as long as it takes, yell as loud as they need to yell, and to keep Kevin McCarthy from being the next speaker. Now, with that said, they've raised during this period of time lots of issues, lots of flags, lots of different people that they've supported. It is time that we now understand, and I think Kevin, if he has not gotten it up to now, gets this, that we're going to have to decide what this means. And I cannot tell you what is in Kevin right now. He'd indicated a day or two ago he would stay and fight as long as it took. And I think there are people here that are committed to that. But that's where we are, and this will continue until there's some change at that measure of who would replace Mr. McCarthy.
So, Congressman, I know that you are close to many of the no McCarthy folks. So, and you want to see a compromise here. What have you been telling them? And could you tell me with whom you have spoken to directly and what you have told them directly?
Well, I think it's important if you, and you're entitled to draw that conclusion because most of it is true. Most of it is true that I have great friends who are in this conference, including my little brother, Ken Buck. But Ken Buck, who I put on the Rules Committee, sees very clearly that hard work has to take place, and that requires a strong Rules Committee with strong members. It's not a no vote, it's working through things. The things that we have right now are a group of people that are raising up extraneous matters, not the essence of what they really want. Oh, I think they did make progress last night in dealing with Mr. McCarthy. They talked about some of the campaign money that he had spent, including in primaries. So I think that's part of the bitterness, but that would seem to be resolved. So the question is, okay, if you are not going to, if you're simply going to fight Kevin, what is your own alternative? And always in any debate, the question comes up, we know what you're against, what are you for? And I think that the reason why I support Mr. McCarthy is that I have not only a good handle on what he's for, but I felt like we had pushed Mr. McCarthy enough to where he saw how strenuous we felt like. As an example, the Texas delegation and the border issues that we've got. I've been very pleased with what Kevin has said. Was I pleased perhaps on some things in the past? No. But I think that he's entitled to his own reality about seeing where we are. So I think that this is going to come down to, what do I say to these people? You got to throw out a person that you're serious about that would be amenable to 218 people if you want to be competitive. And up to now, they've thrown names. Names are not. We need a name.
So Congressman, you know, you have every round you have voted for Kevin McCarthy. Do you believe he is the best person for the speakership? Do you want to see him Speaker of the House? Is this your man? Is this the man you want to see representing Republicans as the House Speaker?
As I had said a few minutes ago, I've seen Kevin come more into reality about the real needs of this nation and the devastating things that have happened when we do not strengthen our hand to work against or with Democrats and Mr. Biden. So is he my man? Yeah, he's my man. But with that said, I have great confidence that we as a party at 218 are better than we are at 202 and 20 that are outside the party, and I'm willing to work for that to get us together, and that's what I'd like to see. If that means that it's not Mr. McCarthy, then we need to belly up to that answer and come up, and they do, with the answer of what they would support.
So let me ask you this, Congressman. At what point do you say to Kevin McCarthy, with all due respect, it's time to withdraw and pass it over to the next in line, Steve Scalise, and make a diplomatic exit here and do what's best for the party?
Well, and that sounds really good and fine, except we don't know what these 20 want also. Otherwise, this will continue perhaps with Mr. Scalise. And that is a bad sign. We need to figure out what their idea is about a speaker that they really want to support that would play with easily 200 other Republicans. And I think it's possible that we could get to that, but they have to make that decision. So this is the quandary that we are in right now.
So why are you so positive? Why do you have so much confidence that you will get to that point? What do you think it is that those 20 want to hear that they will get? What do you think? Where is the deal going to be made? What do you think it's going to come down to where a deal is made and they will get what they want in order to come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I didn't say they would come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy. I think we've got it. I think our membership has it that Mr. McCarthy is that issue, and that's a non-starter for them. What I'm trying to suggest to you is we need to find out what is not their starter, what is their best effort of what they're willing to do, and it needs to be a sit-down where they negotiate how we're going to get to 218, and I think it's possible. What gives me that confidence? Being in Congress, working in private sector for 16 years, a deal is always possible. Things are not as bad as we think they are, nor are things as good as we want them to be. And we got to find somewhere in between. So I believe it's possible. I have confidence in my colleagues because we got to get on with our work.
Will it be done tomorrow, or will this move into the weekend?
I think after every vote, there is more resolve that we find that answer. And we've now finished, I think, the 8th vote, and I think we're pretty darn close to that.
Are you willing, are members open to voting into the weekend?
I think there are a lot of members that are wanting to get home. It's been, so to speak, a long week. But I think we have to stay until we get it done. I think that will force us to get our job done.
Congressman, also, if indeed Kevin McCarthy does become Speaker, of course, the conversation is he's pretty much gutted his power. He has conceded on so many levels. Do you believe that is true? That his power is weakened, that even if he becomes Speaker, that he will not be able to push legislation through or deal with hard votes, that he has lost respect among the party and will be a weak Speaker?
Well, I don't know whether they've lost respect, but a weak Speaker is exactly what I see. As chairman of the Rules Committee, we needed that authority and responsibility and support from the conference to make sure that we were a powerful conference, that we spoke with a voice that would be understood by the American people. So this goes back to that point that was at the top 2 days ago or 3. If Mr. McCarthy gives away the powers that make us a strong majority, then we are in a weaker position. We've now found out that was not the effort. The effort is that they do not want Mr. McCarthy to be the Speaker. So I think that when they get a real candidate, if they will come up with them, I'm talking about the 18 or 20, that then could begin the negotiation of a power strength that's good for the 20 plus the 200, I think we get better. I think we get a better outcome.
As chairman of the Rules Committee, how is this frustrating you? Clearly you can't get anything done at this moment. There's no functioning Congress.
Well, First of all, I was the chairman the last time we had the majority. In 19, we walked out as the majority. So no member of Congress is a member of Congress right now. We have not taken the oath of office. We do not have, there's no committee action that's authorized. So all this is being done administratively at this point.
When do you approach Democrats, Congressman?
Well, we don't. We have to solve this ourselves. And people that seek that help will not be making the right decision. Just as the Democrats, if they sought our help, it would not be appropriate for their party. So that will not happen. What we need to do is we need to figure this out. Strong ideas are coming through Mr. McCarthy's head at this point, and those around him, and he is well aware of them.
The President of the United States has called this whole scenario an embarrassment. Do you feel it's an embarrassment, Congressman?
I think that what happened is, if we want to go back, unwind time, we did not even know for 2 full weeks after the election who the majority would be. Then we immediately went into, which we, at least a few people tried to caution leadership or Mr. McCarthy, please do not go straight to election votes. Let's take the next few weeks to unwind our thoughts and ideas with each other. And that's where this process got off guard, and it became a problem. And so then immediately a week after the election was held, Mr. McCarthy received the votes, and that's when the negotiating started. And it became difficult for Mr. McCarthy to negotiate with +3 or 4 membership numbers that turned out to, I think, to be about +7. And that put him in a weakened position for his ability, and it strengthened those who had wanted to negotiate and gave them full standing.
Congressman Pete Sessions of Texas, sure appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I know it's been long days and long hours for all of you and all of us, and I just appreciate the conversation very much, Congressman.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as you are watching live pictures from the floor here on Capitol Hill, Kevin McCarthy appearing to lose his 9th speaker vote right there. And as you heard Congressman Pete Sessions, he believes they're going to come to a deal. He wouldn't commit to when that could happen. I even asked if this could go on into the weekend, but he says he believes they will reach a deal and that Kevin McCarthy will become Speaker of the House. Let's listen in as the clerk has just gavelled us in once again.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 3. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The American dream is a dream.
Order! House is not in order.
The American dream is a dream worth fighting for. And I know in my hearts of hearts that Kevin McCarthy is the man to lead us as we work to fulfill that dream for everyone in every state and in every district. Everyone in this chamber understands the need to serve our constituents. It's who elected us, and it's our responsibility. Kevin understands this as well as anyone. He has dedicated his life to spreading opportunity for all through the private sector and the public sector. You know, this place is a special place for me. My first time on the Hill was back when I was an intern in 2003. My mom visited, and I remember walking her around the halls of Congress as if I owned the place. Well, just a few days ago, I got to walk my mom around one more time this special place, but now as a member-elect of the United States House of Representatives. The American dream is alive. I believe it. I've gotten to know Kevin McCarthy well. He secured a Republican majority in the United States House and laid out a plan to deliver for the American people. There's one thing that I know about Kevin McCarthy. He cares about the American people. He cares about our country and is here not to be somebody, but to do something. And that has been laid out in his commitment to America, to fight for an economy that is strong, a nation that is safe, a future that is built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. This I can strongly get behind. This country gave me and my family an opportunity to achieve the American dream. Friends, I was born in Mexico. The best way that I can tell you who I am is through a short conversation I had with my dad when I told him I was going to run for office. This conversation, of course, in Español, in Spanish. My dad asked me, Juan, where else could we have our story? We come to this country, we immerse in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long journey and become U.S. citizens. He said, I drive a bus my whole life, and now my son has a shot at becoming a member of the United States Congress. Where else in the world could we have our story? Yes. But where else in the world could any of us have our story? Regardless of our background, regardless of where we come from, what side of the aisle we sit on, we have the privilege and opportunity to sit here today as part of a historic moment, fighting for what we believe. The answer of where else is nowhere else, only here. I trust Kevin to fight for that American dream because he's a product of it. We're all a product of it. He gets it and understands that a government accountable to the people is the best tool to ensure that our future generations continue to have a real shot at the American dream. So let's be proud of our stories. Let's be grateful to God for it all. And let's get to work to ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to write their own story. Being a representative isn't a job title. It's a job description. The eyes of the world are on us as we are airing our grievances. That's the cost of leadership. the leadership that comes from this body. So let's act like it. Let's step up to that calling that our country needs and our districts expect from us. I am confident we will resolve this issue and will stand united to fight for the values that matter to the American people. The American people who sent us here to tackle inflation, to protect our border, to hold the executive branch accountable. It's time to do the job we were entrusted to do, to get results for the American people that sent us here. And the best person to lead us in this journey and in this fight to defend the American dream for all is Kevin McCarthy. And I am proud to stand here before you today as the first naturalized citizen in the history of Arizona to win a congressional seat. Proud of the work of my parents, my dad, who drove a bus for most of his life, my mom, a homemaker. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. Didn't own a home until I was in college. But my story is not unique. I washed cars with my dad in the same neighborhood that our office sits today. Whoa. We're not here celebrating one particular story. We're here celebrating the American opportunity, only found here. Being born from this body as well, as the opportunities of our country have gone. And all of you in this room have that story. I strongly believe that we all have a car wash story, a story where we began. And in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the obstacles, we are here. And each one of us are a testament to the opportunity and the greatness of this country. And that is why we are here. And I strongly believe that Kevin McCarthy is the person to lead this body in this new fight, this next 118th Congress. So, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise again to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, I want to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle for sharing his American dream story and for his family for being here with him at his side. It is our hope that this chamber gets down to the business so he and all the new members in this chamber can be sworn in to do the work of the people. That's why House Democrats stand united again on this ballot to make sure that Hakeem Jeffries is the lead vote getter in this chamber. And it's also why it's important, just like I relayed a few days ago, Madam Clerk, the importance of the character of Hakeem Jeffries, who he is, his story, and why he should be given an opportunity to lead this chamber. In New York, after the 5th grade, you can't get on a bus to go to school anymore. You have to take alternate means. You can walk or you can take a train. In 6th grade, he and his brother would walk to the train station, take the train, get off the train, and walk to school. Now, there's a little disagreement in the Jeffries household as to how many days his father took him on that route before he let him navigate that route with his younger brother. The character it takes for an older brother in 6th grade and his fourth grade little brother to go to school each and every day in New York, to be on their own, to handle themselves, and to handle each other. That's the character of this man. That's the character of a leader you want in this chamber. He's gonna be the one who walks with you, who sees you through the day, who makes sure your priorities are his priorities. And at the end of the day, when it's just you and he's gonna make sure we all do the business of this body and we all get home for our families. There is nothing more important than the work that we do in this chamber for the American public. Safeguarding priorities like Social Security and Medicare, making sure that our families are taken care of, making sure that the families in our communities are taken care of. And what we've seen in this chamber is tough. It's tough to watch. It's tough to imagine what would happen in this chamber today if we were debating Social Security and Medicare. What would happen? What would the votes be? Where would people stand? That's why it's important that Hakeem Jeffries leads this body. On behalf of the Democratic caucus, I am nominating the leader of the governing party in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries from New York.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, I would like to rise to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I've known Byron for roughly about 4 years now, and being that he's from the state of Florida, I can tell you that I've come to know him on both the campaign trail and personally. But I want to clarify something real quick to my colleagues across the aisle. What you're seeing with this discussion does not mean that we are dysfunctional. And in no way, shape, or form will a Democrat ever hold the gavel to a Republican-controlled House. These discussions and dialogues have actually been good for the American people. And although the media tries to pit us against each other, I can tell you that it's been something that we need as a country. There are people that are frustrated with this process. Byron, through this entire time, has done something that I think most leaders should do more of, and that is listen. Respect people when they're talking. Understand the needs of the American people. Be willing to take negotiations, but also to realize when is a proper time to stand your ground on certain things. I asked my colleagues today to support him. I think he's an incredible representation of what this country is, and that is exactly why he has my vote for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hern of Oklahoma for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It's as simple as that, folks. Let's start getting somewhere with this. Realize the facts. Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. Let's elect a Republican who can unify our conference, who is a true leader. I'm casting my vote for Kevin Hern, and I hope you will as well. I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. Bacon. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Bice. Biggs. Hearn. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. Kamek. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sherferlis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Hearn. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Davidson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. May the House be in order. DeLauro. Jeffries.
Del Bene, Jeffries. Deluzio, Jeffries. Desagne, Jeffries. Desjardins, McCarthy. D'Esposito, McCarthy. Diaz-Balart, McCarthy. Dingle, Jeffries. Doggett, Jeffries. Donalds, Donalds. Duarte, McCarthy. Duncan, McCarthy. Dunn of Florida, Dunn of Florida. Edwards, McCarthy. Elsie, McCarthy. Emmer, Emmer. Escobar, Jeffries. Eshu, Jeffries. Espaillat, Jeffries. Estes, McCarthy. Evans, Jeffries. Ezel, McCarthy. Fallon, Fallon. Feenstra, McCarthy. Ferguson, McCarthy. Finstad, McCarthy. Fishbach, McCarthy. Fitzgerald, McCarthy. Fitzpatrick, McCarthy. Fleischman, McCarthy. Fletcher, Jeffries. Flood, McCarthy. Foster, Jeffries. Fushi, Jeffries. Fox, McCarthy. Lois Frankel, Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin, McCarthy. Frost, Jeffries. Fry, McCarthy. Fulcher, McCarthy. Gates, Hearn. Gallagher, McCarthy. Gallego, Jeffries. Garamendi, Jeffries. Garbarino, McCarthy. Mike Garcia, McCarthy. Robert Garcia, Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois, Jeffries. Garcia of Texas, Jeffries. Jimenez, Jimenez. Golden of Maine, Jeffries. Goldman of New York, Jeffries.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage of the vote for Speaker of the House. You are looking at live pictures now from the floor there. Yes, it's starting to get dark because this started at noon, and now we are approaching 5:20 Eastern time. And I don't know if you heard the baby crying from the floor, but that definitely is telling you a lot right now. It's been a long day. My guess is that's Representative Jimmy Gomez of California, who has been bringing his little baby boy Hodge to the floor to be a part of history here. It added a little levity to what we've been observing now for a third day. Just hours upon hours of voting and arm twisting and debates there on the House floor. Kevin McCarthy, though, still on track to lose now the 10th Speaker vote. And it still seems like we have gotten nowhere, or haven't even reached any type of resolution. So the question is, how long is this just going to keep going? Our all-star political team has been working overtime, as members of Congress, clearly. Jay O'Brien reporting for us on the Hill. What do we think? We're in for vote number 10 now. But one member of Congress did miss that last vote. What was going on there?
Yeah, Ken Buck is missing this vote. He's been voting for Kevin McCarthy. He has a doctor's appointment, some kind of a health appointment, so he has left. He will not be there for this vote. That doesn't change the vote threshold that Kevin McCarthy still needs to hit. He still needs to get to 218. And there's two places where the action is happening right now, Kira. The action is happening where you're watching on your screen on the House floor. That's where the voting is happening. And then there's action happening in the offices of Republican leadership as they try to hammer out a deal to get those anti-McCarthy lawmakers on board to vote for Kevin McCarthy. Just as we were coming on the air, I got a text from a source saying, and I'm quoting here directly, "A deal is close." I asked how close. They said it could come out as early as late tonight. A deal between Kevin McCarthy and that group of Republicans who have been opposing him tooth and nail. 20 Republicans voting against McCarthy on every single ballot. Already 9 Republicans have cast their ballot in this 10th vote for someone other than Kevin McCarthy. That means he's on track to lose this vote, yet another vote. But if there is a deal that does come out, as this source and others have indicated tonight, that could bring around some of the anti-McCarthy crowd to Kevin McCarthy's camp. That is the hope from Kevin McCarthy and from his allies. But the question that Kevin McCarthy is going to confront tonight is, if there is a deal, is it enough to get all of the lawmakers who have been opposing him on board? Remember, Kira, Kevin McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 Republican votes if he wants to be the Speaker of the House, right? And we've heard that there are between 5 and 6 so-called never McCarthy votes who say they will not cast a ballot for Kevin McCarthy under any circumstances. So do those 6 hold together despite whatever deal comes about? Is there a deal? Is it enough to get enough people over to Kevin McCarthy's side of things? That is what he and his team are going to face in the next few hours as they work to hammer out an agreement, Kira.
Any idea how late into the night did your source mention that there would be a cutoff time? Or are they going to try and keep going till as late as they can to reach that deal? And that would be amazing, right? Because tomorrow we would be talking about possibly a functioning Congress once again.
Well, potentially. And first things first, you could adjourn the House and stop the voting while you work out a deal. We've seen that happen over the past 2 days, right? So they could keep voting tonight, they could adjourn and stop voting and try to hammer out the finer points of this deal and reassess everything tomorrow. But again, a deal has to not just get some of the McCarthy opponents on board, it has to get enough McCarthy opponents on board to get him the speakership, to get to 218. So you've got to convince a pretty significant chunk of those 20 anti-McCarthy votes to flip to Kevin McCarthy. Now, we heard rumblings this morning that that could mean changing the threshold that it takes to remove the sitting Speaker of the House. Essentially, if Kevin McCarthy becomes the Speaker, making it easier to boot him out of that job. Concessions about leadership or other kinds of committee assignments for members of the House Freedom Caucus. That's that group of farther right Republicans in the House. Many of their members are part of this effort to oppose Kevin McCarthy. We've heard things about concessions on how to rein in government spending. There's a lot of options that Kevin McCarthy can use here. But again, does he have enough to deal with to get the votes he needs into his column? He certainly has enough to deal with to get some of those lawmakers potentially back over to his side of things. That's what I can tell you that I'm hearing from my sources. But and from all of our sources, by the way, on the ABC News Capitol Hill team. But it's unclear if he has enough to deal with to get all of the votes he needs. That is what we'll see tonight and potentially into tomorrow morning, and that's when the proof is going to really be in the pudding here, Kira.
All right, Jay. Well, as you know, moments ago, I had the opportunity to get Congressman Pete Sessions, a Republican from Texas, off the floor there and to our cameras where you're standing, Jay. And Sessions has voted for Kevin McCarthy every round of voting since this started and has actually attempted to convince many of his no-McCarthy friends to come to some type of compromise. Here's a look back at the conversation we just had, and then we'll dissect it. Congressman, can you hear me okay?
I can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good, great. Well, Congressman, I have known you a long time. We have raised a lot of money, negotiated a lot of deals for the Down Syndrome Foundation, among other things, including our military and our veterans. I know that you know what it takes to make a deal. And while I have you now, and while you are watching basically historic dysfunction as it's been described here on the floor, what are your immediate thoughts with regard to where this is going and what is the outcome here for Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I think you hit the essence of it. It is about Kevin McCarthy. It has taken us a couple rounds. We're now in, I think, round 9 to figure out that these 20 people will stay as long as it takes, yell as loud as they need to yell, and to keep Kevin McCarthy from being the next speaker. Now, with that said, they've raised during this period of time lots of issues, lots of flags, lots of different people that they've supported. It is time that we now understand, and I think Kevin, if he has not gotten it up to now, gets this, that we're going to have to decide what this means. And I cannot tell you what is in Kevin right now. He'd indicated a day or two ago he would stay and fight as long as it took. And I think there are people here that are committed to that. But that's where we are, and this will continue until there is some change at that measure of who would replace Mr. McCarthy.
So, Congressman, I know that you are close to many of the no McCarthy folks. So, and you want to see a compromise here. What have you been telling them? And could you tell me with whom you have spoken to directly and what you have told them directly?
Well, I think it's important and you're entitled to draw that conclusion because most of it is true. Most of it is true that I have great friends who are in this conference, including my little brother, Ken Buck. But Ken Buck, who I put on the Rules Committee, sees very clearly that hard work has to take place, and that requires a strong Rules Committee with strong members. It's not a no vote, it's working through things. The things that we have right now are a group of people that are raising up extraneous matters, not the essence of what they really want. Oh, I think they did make progress last night in dealing with Mr. McCarthy. They talked about some of the campaign money that he had spent, including in primaries. So I think that's part of the bitterness, but that would seem to be resolved. So the question is, okay, if you are not going to, if you're simply going to fight Kevin, what is your own alternative? And always in any debate, the question comes up, we know what you're against, what are you for? And I think that the reason why I support Mr. McCarthy is that I have not only a good handle on what he's for, but I felt like we had pushed Mr. McCarthy enough to where he saw how strenuous we felt like. As an example, the Texas delegation and the border issues that we've got. I've been very pleased with what Kevin has said. Was I pleased perhaps on some things in the past? No. But I think that he's entitled to his own reality about seeing where we are. So I think that this is going to come down to, what do I say to these people? You got to throw out a person that you're serious about that would be amenable to 218 people if you want to be competitive. And up to now, they've thrown names. Names are not. We need a name.
So Congressman, you know, you have every round, you have voted for Kevin McCarthy. Do you believe he is the best person for the speakership? Do you want to see him Speaker of the House? Is this your man? Is this the man you want to see representing Republicans as the House Speaker?
As I had said a few minutes ago, I've seen Kevin come more into reality about the real needs of this nation and the devastating things that have happened when we do not strengthen our hand to work against or with Democrats and Mr. Biden. So is he my man? Yeah, he's my man. But with that said, I have great confidence that we as a party at 218 are better than we are at 202 and 20 that are outside the party, and I'm willing to work for that to get us together, and that's what I'd like to see. If that means that it's not Mr. McCarthy, then we need to belly up to that answer and come up, and they do, with the answer of what they would support.
So let me ask you this, Congressman. At what point do you say to Kevin McCarthy, with all due respect, it's time to withdraw and pass it over to the next in line, Steve Scalise, and make a diplomatic exit here and do what's best for the party?
Well, and that sounds really good and fine, except we don't know what these 20 want also. Otherwise, this will continue perhaps with Mr. Scalise. And that is a bad sign. We need to figure out what their idea is about a speaker that they really want to support that would play with easily 200 other Republicans. And I think it's possible that we could get to that, but they have to make that decision. So this is the quandary that we are in right now.
So why are you so positive? Why do you have so much confidence that you will get to that point? What do you think it is that those 20 want to hear that they will get? What do you think? Where is the deal going to be made? What do you think it's going to come down to where a deal is made and they will get what they want in order to come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I didn't say they would come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy. I think we've got it. I think our membership has it that Mr. McCarthy is that issue, and that's a non-starter for them. What I'm trying to suggest to you is we need to find out what is not their starter, what is their best effort of what they're willing to do, and it needs to be a sit-down where they negotiate how we're going to get to 218, and I think it's possible. What gives me that confidence? Being in Congress, working in private sector for 16 years, a deal is always possible. Things are not as bad as we think they are, nor are things as good as we want them to be, and we got to find somewhere in between. So I believe it's possible. I have confidence in my colleagues because we got to get on with our work.
Will it be done tomorrow, or will this move into the weekend?
I think after every vote, there is more resolve that we find that answer. And we've now finished, I think, the 8th vote, and I think we're pretty darn close to that.
Are you willing, are members open to voting into the weekend?
I think there are a lot of members that are wanting to get home. It's been, so to speak, a long week. But I think we have to stay until we get it done. I think that will force us to get our job done.
Congressman, also, if indeed Kevin McCarthy does become Speaker, of course, the conversation is he's pretty much gutted his power. He has conceded on so many levels. Do you believe that is true, that his power is weakened, that even if he becomes Speaker, that he will not be able to push legislation through or deal with hard votes, that he has lost respect among the party and will be a weak Speaker?
Well, I don't know whether they've lost respect, but a weak Speaker is exactly what I see. As chairman of the Rules Committee, we needed that authority and responsibility and support from the conference to make sure that we were a powerful conference, that we spoke with a voice that would be understood by the American people. So this goes back to that point that was at the top 2 days ago or 3. If Mr. McCarthy gives away the powers that make us a strong majority, then we are in a weaker position. We've now found out that was not the effort. The effort is that they do not want Mr. McCarthy to be the Speaker. So I think that when they get a real candidate, if they will come up with them, I'm talking about the 18 or 20, that then could begin the negotiation of a power strength that's good for the 20 plus the 200, I think we get better. I think we get a better outcome.
As chairman of the Rules Committee, how is this frustrating you? What are you clearly you can't get anything done at this moment. There's no functioning Congress.
Well, first of all, I was the chairman the last time we had the majority. In 19, we walked out as the majority. So no member of Congress is a member of Congress right now. We have not taken the oath of office. We do not have, there's no committee action that's authorized. So all this is being done administratively at this point.
When do you approach Democrats, Congressman?
Well, we don't. We have to solve this ourselves, and people that seek that help will not be making the right decision. Just as the Democrats, if they sought our help, it would not be appropriate for their party. So that will not happen. What we need to do is we need to figure this out. Strong ideas are coming through Mr. McCarthy's head at this point, and those around him, and he is well aware of them.
The President of the United States has called this whole scenario an embarrassment. Do you feel it's an embarrassment, Congressman?
I think that what happened is, if we want to go back, unwind time, we did not even know for 2 full weeks after the election who the majority would be. Then we immediately went into, which we, at least a few people tried to caution leadership or Mr. McCarthy, please do not go straight to election votes. Let's take the next few weeks to unwind our thoughts and ideas with each other. And that's where this process got off guard and it became a problem. And so then immediately a week after the election was held, Mr. McCarthy received the votes, and that's when the negotiating started. And it became difficult for Mr. McCarthy to negotiate with +3 or 4 membership numbers that turned out to, I think, to be about +7. And that put him in a weakened position for his ability, and it strengthened those who had wanted to negotiate and gave them full standing.
Congressman Pete Sessions of Texas, sure appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I know it's been long days and long hours for all of you and all of us, and I just appreciate the conversation very much, Congressman.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, White House correspondent. Clearly, Sessions was very careful in his remarks there, but he did seem to suggest that McCarthy might be running out of time. What do you think, Mary Alice?
Yeah, Kira, that was my read too. I mean, he was being very careful, cautious with his words. He wasn't saying anything dramatic to you. But reading between the lines, that's not the kind of interview that Kevin McCarthy wants to hear his friends are giving. I mean, he was suggesting that that they need to figure out who can get to 218. They need a real answer from those defectors who they would be willing to vote for. Just like you said, I mean, my read was that his patience was running thin and that he knows they can't keep doing this for a long time. It sounded to me like someone who, yes, has been excited or willing, I should say, to back Kevin McCarthy, but at some point does not want this to drag on and wants someone else in his conference to start essentially whipping votes to see who else could maybe get there and get over that threshold. I think that he was showing that there was a patience that was waning.
Interesting. So, in other words, there may come a point where the adults have to step into the room and handle business. Political Director Rick Klein, did you get the same sense from Pete Sessions that the grown-ups may need to step in and come up with a backup plan here?
And that's what's driving the negotiations right now that appear to be advancing, even though they don't look like they're necessarily close or necessarily done tonight. Kira, this is exactly the conundrum that Kevin McCarthy faces. He has this band of 200 loyalists, people that are willing to stand by him, including many of them like Congressman Sessions, who've been in the majority before, know how hard it is to govern, know the importance of a powerful committee structure, and know how dangerous it is to negotiate that away, even if it means you can't get the speakership. So I think you heard very clearly from Pete Sessions, again, one of the old bulls nowadays, someone who's been around, has seen life in the majority, the minority, and back again in the majority. He's saying to Kevin McCarthy, his friend, I love you, Kevin, but you got to get this done, and if you can't, you have to recognize that we need to get 218 somehow, and if that means getting out of the way, then you have to do it. Now, he understands that the other side is playing a disingenuous game, an unfair math game. I only need 5 of them, as we've said, to hold out. It isn't an equal negotiation. He wants to make sure that that group would be okay with whatever concessions are given. If the speakership has to fall to someone else, he talked specifically about Steve Scalise there. But I think this was a lot of the pressure that McCarthy has felt internally. You have to do something. Today has been an absolute wash, an absolute waste of everybody's time. No change in the votes, despite a series of votes. We've already seen the numbers about where they were last time. They're likely to land exactly the same place, a 10th consecutive vote where Kevin McCarthy has 20 Republicans who aren't on board. So what kind of concessions are there? We heard Lauren Boebert on the House floor probably about an hour ago saying that they're no longer in a position, the holdouts, where they can deliver all the votes. They don't think that they even control that. That's a problem. If you're standing in Kevin McCarthy's shoes, maybe the window is already closed on that possibility. But if there's a negotiation out there that has some members of Congress sitting it out, others changing their votes, still others negotiating rules packages and the like, it is going to be quite a dance for Kevin McCarthy to complete. And again, at this hour, even though there's new stirrings of negotiations, we don't have any details on that, and no guarantees that any negotiations, any new deal gets enough votes back on board for Kevin McCarthy. He does not have 218 as of this hour.
What did you think, just to follow up on what you said about Steve Scalise, about what Pete Sessions said to me when I asked him, does there come a point where you walk up to Kevin McCarthy and say, friend, sir, buddy, you know, with all due respect, it's time to withdraw and let Steve Scalise move in?
Frankly, I think the biggest thing going for Kevin McCarthy is that neither Steve Scalise nor anyone else has the votes right now. The folks who are holding out on McCarthy have voted no. They voted for different candidates no. They have split their votes in a couple of different ways. They've moved them around. They voted for Trump. They voted for a former member of Congress and Lee Zeldin at one point. They have not put forward a viable, reasonable alternative, which is a big frustration to loyalists of McCarthy, including Congressman Sessions. I think personally, if McCarthy, even McCarthy allies, thought that Steve Scalise should step in right now and get 218 votes and not have to give the kind of concessions that McCarthy's having to give, I think they'd be happy with that deal. I don't think they think it exists, though. I don't think that there's been any demonstrable activity on the part of the holdouts that says, yeah, we're okay with Scalise and forget about those other rules changes. If you have to negotiate all these things away and you still can't elect Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise, then what exactly have you done? That's the source of frustration. Those are the kind of things that ideally would have been taken care of long before this past Tuesday, but are now stretching things into a third very long and very frustrating day.
Yeah, long indeed. And dysfunctional and embarrassment. We've heard all types of descriptions from across the board, Rick. Let's take it to our presidential historian, Mark Updegrove. Lawmakers, Mark, specifically the GOP, proving to be dysfunctional, as we just mentioned. America is watching. You know, what do you make of all of this as McCarthy appears to lose the 10th speaker vote? Here we are on the third day, moving into the evening once again with no decision in sight.
You have to wonder, Kira, if the definition of dysfunction is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We're now on the 10th ballot, and there has been no discernible change, as Rick just mentioned. We don't know what is happening behind the scenes, but we do know it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for the Republican Party. It's an embarrassment for Kevin McCarthy, who not only measured the drapes but moved in to the Speaker's office, not having the votes. But I think it also comes at a bad time. Americans are at an all-time low when it comes to having faith in our government. We are below 20%, less than 20% of the American people have faith in our government. And to see this kind of dysfunction at a time when we're focused on who the next Speaker of the House of Representatives is going to be is unfortunate. And hopefully the Republicans can get it together to unify behind a speaker, not only for their party, but for their country.
And this is a historic time for Congress. 10th vote underway. McCarthy appears to be losing this ballot vote, as I said. It's one day ahead of the 2-year mark of January 6th, that brutal and deadly attack on the Capitol. What type of message do you think this is sending?
Yeah, the wrong message, without question. We've talked about Frederick Gillett several times during the course of our coverage. Frederick Gillett was the speaker who was finally became speaker after 9 ballots in 1923, 100 years ago. So this is, this is unprecedented, at least in over 100 years now. So as I mentioned before, Kira, without question, it's an embarrassment. And not only is the nation watching, but the world is watching the dysfunction in our government. Again, hopefully we will see the Republicans come together. I don't know what it will take to bring those 20 recalcitrant Republicans into the fold for the Republicans, but certainly Kevin McCarthy and the elders that you talked about before will have their challenge.
Mary Alice, do you want to make your best guess?
No, but my only guess right now is that we need to buckle in for a long night. I mean, one thing I'm hearing from Democratic sources is that they are once again not interested in helping Republicans adjourn. They believe that this is the people's business. It needs to get done. Republicans need to get this done. And we saw last night how many Republicans also, especially in that kind of defector group, voted to not let them go home. So I think it's quite possible we're in for the long haul tonight.
So, all right, so if we're in for the long haul, how long are we talking? I mean, are your sources saying that they definitely want to wrap this up by tonight, not go in tomorrow, not go into the weekend? I know we're reading through the tea leaves again, but we're just trying to get some sort of sense. It seems like depending on who you talk to, you're getting different we're getting different messages. Okay. Hold it. We're going to go ahead and take a listen. We're going to get the final count here and see what happens next, see if we move into the 11th vote. So she didn't give a breakdown yet. Oh, here we go. These are the folks that weren't there that she's going to call out and get votes from. Let's listen. Yeah.
McCarthy.
It's Representative Bacon. All right. So Mary Alice, you still with me?
Vice.
I think that what I was saying is that basically Democrats, as well as some of those, defectors in the Republican Party, are willing to buckle in now and really not, like we saw last night, they want to vote against adjourning and against going home. The Democrats I'm talking to especially believe that this is important work, that it sends a bad message if they go home. They want to make Republicans deal with this and figure this out. Now, the fact that the Kevin McCarthy camp is sending out smoke signals to reporters that they're working on a deal, that they're close to a deal, that people have been huddling settling behind closed doors on a deal. That suggests to me that they would like to tell everyone things are okay and calm down, and if we go home, we'll figure this out. So I think probably in the next few hours we'll see a little bit of that back and forth about whether or not to adjourn. But we don't know if McCarthy will have the votes to adjourn like he did last night.
Jay, breaking news from the Hill there. Possibly a deal could be made.
So here's what we know right now at this hour, Kira. We know that Ralph Norman, who is one of the McCarthy holdout votes, one of the original Never McCarthy votes from just after the election, has just walked into Majority Whip-elect Tom Emmer's office. There have been meetings going on in Emmer's office for the entire afternoon trying to hammer out some kind of a deal. And Norman told reporters as he walked into Emmer's office that he's going to look at a deal, an offer right now. It's not a deal that's been agreed to. It's not a deal that has support of all of the McCarthy holdouts, certainly. But it appears from what Norman is telling reporters outside of Tom Emmer's office, bear with me, it's a little convoluted, that there is some offer. I think he even goes, from my colleague outside, he says it's on paper, meaning there's an offer on the table to the McCarthy holdout votes. Now we see if there are enough Never McCarthy votes, McCarthy holdout votes, who go for this offer and perhaps change their support to Kevin McCarthy. He can only afford, as we've been saying over the course of this entire process, to lose 4 Republican votes. So if there are 5 Republicans who do not like this deal, Kira, then McCarthy goes back to the drawing board and has to figure out a way to get to 218. But we've been hearing from McCarthy allies that it is their hope that they're able to pick off this opposition vote one by one with major concessions, and with this deal, which appears to be on the table, not agreed to, but certainly on the table. I can tell you, I've heard from sources who say, a deal is close, some kind of an agreement is close. There should be some kind of conversation about it and release of the exact specifics of it as early as tonight. But to caution everyone with this, Kira, even if there is a deal, it still has to be enough to get Kevin McCarthy to 218. There can be an offer from Kevin McCarthy. It could be accepted from some of the members, but each member has their own vote. So if it's not enough to convince 218 members of Congress, a large chunk of those 20 holdout votes, to go Kevin McCarthy's way, that would be good for Kevin McCarthy. It would mean he would pick up support, but it wouldn't get him all the way across the goal line. So the question Kevin McCarthy and his team have tonight is what they're offering enough to get their guy over the goal line and to get the speaker's gavel, Kira.
Okay, so news there from our Jay O'Brien through sources sort of alluding to what Pete Sessions was saying in our interview, Jay. Rick Klein, it looks like, let's listen in for a second, see if she's going to give a breakdown here. Rick Klein, stay with me because I want to get you to weigh in more on timing and also this offer that appears to be on paper. Okay, not quite sure we're going to get things rolling. So Rick Klein, while we wait for the clerk to step up and get things going again, what do you make of the timing that they're going to keep going well into the night? And now, as Jay is saying, possibly there is an offer to these holdouts on paper. Can you hear me, Rick? All right, we're having some issues getting connected with Rick Klein. Pop in. Mary Alice, can you hear me? Okay, we've got some technical issues with our correspondents. We're going to take a quick break. Nothing's happening at the moment, but as soon as we get fired up again with all our correspondents and our political team, we'll take you back live there to the House floor as the next vote may soon get underway. Quick break, more news on the other side.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
All right, this is like the new chapter. This is fire. They not just sneakers. These sneakers tell stories.
I'm the king
Who are these guys?
Who want to reshape the culture of the game of golf.
From a black standpoint,
I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life.
don't cry yet. Just hold on.
You talk about grails, well, this is ours, and this is our story.
This can actually change the game.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter. And it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. So, what's good to read? And we mean really good to read right now. Well, that's where Charlie and Kate Gibson can help.
Join us for the new podcast series. It is called The Bookcase with Kate and Charlie.
We will make sure you love what you read.
Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
And welcome back to ABC News Live. I'm Kira Phillips, and our continuing coverage goes on as the vote for Speaker of the House is still in the middle of voting. McCarthy set to lose his 10th Speaker vote. Hours of voting. We've been on the air, the arm twisting, the debates on the House floor, and Kevin McCarthy is still on track to lose again. But could we be close to a deal, close to a resolution? Our sources telling us members here plan to stay through the night until something possibly is decided upon. Our Jay O'Brien up on the Hill there telling us that an offer appears to have been made on paper to those holdouts. Political Director Rick Klein, what do you think? Will it be a late night and we possibly see something surface here?
We're seeing an exercise now in clock management, Kira, and pardon me for the extended football analogy, but sometimes the clock is your friend and sometimes it's your enemy, and sometimes what you think is your friend, it becomes your enemy, and sometimes you call a timeout hoping to get the ball back. Other times you want that clock to run. And right now, if the Republicans are close to a deal, then the clock, in a sense, is their friend, and they're okay with letting this linger a little bit because they've got members of Congress who are close. If they were to adjourn, if they were to even get the votes to adjourn, it might delay some momentum. So I think they're going to try to power this through, even if they try to do a dinner break or take some kind of a break. If they are close to a deal, one telltale sign, I think, will be that they're going to soldier through for a while tonight. The key to this deal, if there is a deal, is that lots of people have to agree with it. It's not good enough if 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or even 10 Republicans sign off on it. They need 16 out of those 20 to come on board, or to arrange some kind of a scenario where some of them don't vote at all, bringing down that number. As we've mentioned, that's dangerous because you can't let McCarthy's number dip below Hakeem Jeffries' number, and that solid 212 clockwork every time the Democrats have brought 212 exactly for their candidate. Meanwhile, McCarthy's number has been dipping. Now is at 200, which is its low point with those 20 holdouts, the one present vote, as well as one who's no longer voting, at least for the balance of the evening. We believe that he's no longer going to be voting. So the math changes a little bit as you go on, but right now, Republicans have their folks in the room, literally the room of the House chamber, as well as offices just off the chamber, trying to engage in those negotiations and keep them close, even as we wait for the final word on this 10th vote. The method to the madness of continuing to vote is you've got the lawmakers close, and you've got the adrenaline of knowing that you might be able to reach a deal, get this done either tonight or tomorrow, let people get on with their lives, let Congress start organizing, get home for the weekend, continue your life and your business.
Can I ask you a question, Rick? Because we haven't talked about this since early this morning. And as I'm just thinking about going late into the night and possibly an offer here being on the table to these holdouts, something on paper, and that it's going to be a bit of a late night. You know, earlier we were talking about just the key concessions that McCarthy was making. And one of them was this motion to vacate, making it easier to remove him as Speaker if he were to be elected. Could you just explain why he would do something like that when he's been working so hard to get this position and making it, as we've been calling it, a dysfunctional historic moment?
Yeah, look, a motion to vacate, first of all, is something that rank and file members can use to say that they don't believe that there's confidence in the Speaker of the House. And in the ideal world, or the way that it's designed, a member or some number of members offer this motion to vacate, it's ruled in order, and then there's a roll call, an up or down vote on whether someone should remain Speaker of the House or not. It is very rarely used. In fact, the last time it was even threatened was against John Boehner by Mark Meadows, then a backbench congressman, later Donald Trump's chief of staff. That put into place a sequence of events that may have convinced John Boehner that his time was limited. He ended up resigning before there was ever a vote on the motion to vacate. He felt like the job wasn't worth it. It was followed by a papal visit. John Boehner decided to get out under his own power rather than stay and fight it out. But it hangs over the head of a House Speaker as a threat that some number of members can use. And because in part it was used by the Republicans, it was changed by the Democrats to go from as few as just one member to a majority of the entire conference needing to come onto board to bring in that motion to vacate. Now, Kevin McCarthy knew that when he came back into power, when the Republicans came back, they'd have to change that. He at one point, I think, wanted to have it as a majority, a quantity of 30 members that would have to sign something to allow a motion to vacate to proceed. He negotiated that down all the way to 5. But you've heard from numerous members of Congress, including Byron Donalds, who continues to get votes for Speaker from some of these holdouts, that any individual member should have that power to call it up. That, in a functional world, makes it impossible to do almost anything without that threat hanging over you. Again, there are procedural things you can do to avoid it, but it allows any one member to throw things into chaos, much like we've seen for the balance of this week. And if there were in a scenario where you saw a Speaker McCarthy make a very tough choice, say, sign off on a deal to raise the debt limit, or sign off on a government funding deal, or maybe a national security issue where he was informed on something and he moved to Congress quickly on it, you could see a scenario where one or many ones of Republicans would immediately move to vacate and plunge the House into this kind of chaos that we're seeing play out in the last 3 days now. And that's what McCarthy's tried to avoid. He doesn't want to take over a speakership that isn't really worth anything. That's the concern from people like the would-be incoming chair of the Rules Committee, Congressman Sessions, who you interviewed earlier. He recognizes that you need to have power in the Speaker, you need to have power in the committees, otherwise the majority really truly can't function. It isn't just about 222 members that can do anything they want anytime they like. So that's the thing that McCarthy put down as a red line. If that's back on the table, and our indications are that it is, I think it's an act of pure political desperation. There's really no functional way he could get the speakership without it, even though it is, by definition, almost on its face, a very diminished speakership that he would inherit.
Got it. And Jay, bring us up to date there on the Hill as you continue to get breaking information. Just moments ago, you told us about getting word from sources. There is some type of offer on paper to make to the holdouts, which is why members here have decided to stay in it for the long haul tonight. Could be a very late night. What do you know? What can you tell us?
So, and just let me walk you through, and forgive me as I look away here, but I'm looking at my feet of the House floor, which is right there. And this is the part where the clerk tabulates the official count of the vote, we're kind of in between votes. And Democrats chit-chat and Republicans talk about who the next Speaker of the House is going to be. And what we're seeing now is Andy Biggs holding court with a few members there. And we also saw Bob Good standing next to Andy Biggs there. I saw Byron Donalds there a moment ago talking with Andy Biggs. Byron Donalds was in the room. So to take a step back, we've seen meetings all afternoon long in Majority Whip-elect Tom Emmer's office with Emmer, with allies of Kevin McCarthy, including Patrick McHenry, who is perhaps Kevin McCarthy's closest ally in the Congress, trying to work out a deal that would get some, potentially all, but ideally for the McCarthy team, some of that opposition to Kevin McCarthy to flip and vote for Kevin McCarthy. We've seen all of those concessions offered that you and Rick were just talking about. We saw Ralph Norman, who was one of the original Never McCarthy Republicans, walk into Tom Emmer's office not long ago, moments ago, and tell reporters that he was going to look at an offer that was on paper. So there was an offer, according to Norman, it was on paper, and Norman was going to go look at it and see if it worked for him. So that indicates to us that there is some kind of a framework of an agreement that they are presenting to these McCarthy holdout votes to get their thoughts and hopefully, for the McCarthy allies, come to some kind of an agreement. Okay, hold on. I'm just getting something in my text. Okay, so Byron Donalds, according to our team there in front of Tom Emmer's office, just walked in to Emmer's office. He was on the floor talking to Andy Biggs. Then he walked into to Tom Emmer's office. He's saying that today was productive and they're continuing to work. And Steve Scalise telling our Lely Ipsa, no white smoke yet. You know, when you elect a pope, there's white smoke. So semblances of a deal being put together, but not an official across the goal line moment yet. No matter what kind of deal there is, Kira, it has to be a deal that convinces the large bulk of those 20 McCarthy holdout votes to switch to Kevin McCarthy. He can only afford to lose 4 Republicans. So if there was a block of 5 Republicans who oppose Kevin McCarthy at every turn, no matter what the deal is, that is a tough math problem that he's got to work his way out of. So this is a deal that has got to get enough broad-based support. And it's also a deal, as we've been saying all day, that has to pass muster with moderate Republicans. Moderate Republicans have to feel in this deal that Kevin McCarthy didn't give away the store, because they've got to approve this. And also, if it gets to another vote on the floor with Speaker and the specs of this deal come out and 5 moderates say Kevin McCarthy has given it all away, now we're back to square one. So it's got to be something that passes muster, both with the far right, who've been opposing Kevin McCarthy at every turn here, but also those moderates, Kira. And that is what we're going to watch for tonight, to see what kind of deal this looks like and who's for it.
Jay, I can tell you right now from covering papal elections that the College of Cardinals move a lot faster than members on the House floor when it comes to deciding who their speaker is going to be.
As
Boy,
a Catholic,
we would love...
I agree with you.
I think we'd all love to see a little white smoke right now. I'm sure there's a lot of burning of things as this continues. We're burning the midnight oil, that's for sure. Such a good analogy. ABC News contributor and former DNC Chair Donna Brazil. Donna, this has all put Congress at a standstill. It's not functioning. Nothing can happen. Congressman from Nebraska, Don Bacon, said, well, he's been complaining all morning, all afternoon, all night about the paralysis here. You know, the fallout is going to be far-reaching.
Well, first of all, the House majority, they're squandering the election results that gave them this ability to caucus and to begin to control 1/2 of the legislative branch of government. It is true that it is a form of paralysis. You know, I have to mention that Nancy Pelosi faced her colleagues 9 times, and she won every time as a House leader on the first ballot. And you see, once again, the Democrats are holding firm because it's not just a caucus of varying factions or personality. It is a caucus unified around policies and a value system that put the American people first. Kevin McCarthy probably have an off-ramp for right now, he believes he can, grind it out, get the hardliners to come to the table with some kind of deal. I just hope that he doesn't give up the House, the store, and everything else in between.
Well, there have been so many concessions, as you know, Donna. Let's bring in former Trump administration official Sarah Isker, also a contributor with us. If McCarthy does pull this off, the question will be, Sarah, will he even be able to get any legislation passed? Will he have lost all, just not only power, but respect? The question remains is will he even be effective as a speaker?
The consensus going into this, I don't know if you remember when this all started, it's been several days now, but if you can remember back that far, the consensus was that even if Kevin McCarthy became speaker, he wouldn't be speaker for long. That has clearly just been bolded and underlined over the last 10 votes at this point. But what I think we're about to see is actually a distinction between those 20, never Kevin votes. There's going to be a group of 4, potentially 5. And again, that 5 would be the deal breaker, who are simply not going to vote for Kevin McCarthy because he is Kevin McCarthy. But Chip Roy, congressman from Texas, is now leading a group. And what the Chip Roy caucus wants is different. They actually want to go back to sort of the 1980s House of Representatives, where members of Congress individually could propose legislation. Chairmen were sometimes more powerful than the speaker. I mean, think of the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee way back in the day. That all changed under Newt Gingrich. And then under Nancy Pelosi, power became even more consolidated, where really only the Speaker of the House controlled the entire body, what amendments would even be voted on. And so those process points that Chip Roy and that caucus are now negotiating for, which may change the game here for Kevin McCarthy, would bring us back where it could change both the incentives for who runs for Congress in the first place, making members of Congress more a legislative job, but also it will empower the minorities in the House, meaning Democrats will actually have much more power. That's why the Squad, AOC supported these same process changes when they pushed for them under Nancy Pelosi and didn't get them. That's what I'm going to be fascinated by if this actually results in a Kevin McCarthy speakership for however short that may be.
Wow, Rick, you want to weigh in on that?
Sarah's onto something really important in the discussion. We talk about these 20 as if they're a monolith, as if they move in the same direction. They're truly not. There's 2 distinct camps and also some unknowns. There's a bunch of freshman members of Congress that I don't think anyone in town really knows that well and knows how they're going to vote. I think it's fair to say that there have been a very committed bloc of Republicans led by Congressman Matt Gaetz, who have been absolutely no way, no how, never Kevin, and they have maintained that. They are, even them, changing their tune just a bit and now saying things like we either end this with McCarthy not getting it, or we leave a straitjacket on him that he can't get out of, which means maybe enough rules reform. So it's possible that even he and that band come along, but you can't think of this group as a monolith that can throw their votes together. They might have at some point. I think there was a window that Lauren Boebert referred to earlier where possibly these different factions could come together, but these are now individual members of Congress. And I want to allude to this too, Kara. A member of Congress has to defend his or her own voting record. And once you're on the record now 10 times in a row saying you don't think Kevin McCarthy should be the Speaker of the House, you better have a darn good reason why you change your mind. And that's at least that pride aspect of it. Even if these guys are defeated and even if these guys are worn down, they're going to need something to show for this. And the question then becomes, is that something more than the moderates can stomach? Is that something that they're comfortable with? Because at the end of the day, the House is 434 now different actors, independent actors, all of whom have relatively big egos, all of whom were duly elected by the citizens of their districts. They're there to serve on their own. Many of them are going to go along and to get along. Many of them are going to follow leadership. Some of them are going to be thorns in sides. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to be comfortable with the functioning of this institution over the next 2 years and the precedent that it sets for that. And it's going to be a gut check for a lot of them, because Kevin McCarthy is going to have to give more than he ever said he would give, more than he ever indicated that any speaker possibly has ever given. The kind of giving away the power that's been accrued over decades in the person of the Speaker of the House. You're giving away a lot of the negotiating tools that you have and a lot of the leadership tools that you have if you do this, but maybe that is the price that has to get paid for Republican unity. And McCarthy is still in this ballgame despite a lot of predictions over the last 72 hours that he's dead man walking.
Did you just say the word unity, Rick? I just want to make sure I heard that properly as we gavel in.
It does exist. It's there somewhere.
Okay, you're the eternal optimist. All right, here we go.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 13. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7, with 1 answering present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise tonight in the spirit of 1923 to address the House.
Does the gentleman seek to nominate?
Madam Clerk,
Does
to
the gentleman
nominate
seek
Kevin
to nominate someone?
Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, let me express my deep appreciation, the appreciation of everybody in this room for the work you're doing, Madam Clerk. Our clerk has stepped up and reflects our House's best tradition of preparation and dedication to this institution, and we're grateful. From the first Speaker of the House, the Honorable Frederick Muhlenberg, to the one that will be elected next, Kevin McCarthy. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most beloved in American history. The Speaker's mission is to carry out the principled goals and objectives of his or her party, while at the same time protecting this institution and the traditions of the People's House, all the while remaining faithful to that imperative in our preamble of the Constitution to promote the general welfare. It's a difficult job. It takes a special personality with deep affection for the House, robust courage, a sense of humor, and great amounts of humility and patience. I've watched Kevin McCarthy for longer than my 8 years serving in this chamber. And I can say without hesitation that Kevin has brought these foundational traits of leadership to bear for good of this institution and for the good of the American people. It's said that a nation not in control of her finances cannot control her destiny. And I agree. And from our many conversations over many years, I have no doubt that our next speaker, Kevin McCarthy, agrees. In the Republican commitment to America, Leader McCarthy charged our Republican conference with taking on his 2 biggest concerns facing this world and this nation: China and our domestic national debt and deficit. Over the past 2 years, we have lost our way on spending, printing too much money at our central bank and spending here in Congress like drunken sailors. This bad policy palooza has gone into overdrive in the past 2 years with some $5 trillion of new spending demanded by President Biden and now delivered by the House minority, whose own budget chair famously said there's effectively no limit to what America can print, borrow, and spend. Of course, this is madness, and it's not anchored in any economic tenet And there's not a single one of us here that isn't demanding a return to fiscal discipline. And who can deliver fiscal discipline? Kevin McCarthy. On the point of spending, let me show you a list of everyone who's written me in the 2nd Congressional District who's asked me to cut spending. I'm holding up a blank piece of paper. No one has asked me to cut spending in writing. And there are not many people who get a lot of mail in this House to cut spending and to set spending priorities. In contrast, we get hundreds of letters asking us to increase spending. But we're at a critical point in this nation's fiscal health, and there's one person to help see us through it, Kevin McCarthy. How do I know? Because he said it himself, and he's identified how to do it. In 2018, then Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy brought a balanced budget amendment to the floor of this House. Mr. McCarthy said, by our actions, we've shown Washington's spending problem can't be boiled down to a lack of will. It's a problem of structure and process, and everyone knows the process of government funding in Washington is broken. He went on to say, when you change structure, you change behavior. And that no matter what, we know that the structure set up by the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 has only worked to its successful completion 4 times in 44 years. We have nothing to lose by making big changes. That's your next speaker on the floor of this House in 2018. Kevin McCarthy is committed to making big changes. We've heard it in our conference meetings. We've heard it in our rules debates. We know this becomes to reforming the budget process, fighting to bring all 12 appropriations bills to the floor under regular order and on time, and crafting changes to structurally rein in spending in this House. These changes will bring sanity back to our fiscal process. I'm committed to bringing sanity back to the fiscal process, and I hope every member on this floor will be and follow Mr. McCarthy's lead. Much has been said by our friends on the other side of the aisle, my good friends, the so-called popcorn caucus this week, if you will, over the past few days about 1923, and that we're having a robust discussion here among House Republicans as to who will be the next Speaker of the House. Back in 1923, the insurgency among Republicans then was from the center-left of the Republican Party. Today, it's from the center-right. But there's more to the story in that fight 100 years ago. And I want to remind you of that history. When Fred Gillette was elected Speaker on the 9th ballot in 1923, the outcome was a more robust, more unified Republican conference. One that would go to work with President Calvin Coolidge, cut government spending, balance the budget, cut taxes while paying down the debt. House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under Speaker Kevin McCarthy will unleash a pro-growth agenda to get this economy moving. That pro-growth agenda benefited families in the 20s. The McCarthy pro-growth agenda will benefit families across this country today. A century later, under the next Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, mark my words, this party will come together to unleash American energy, make the Trump tax cuts permanent, rein in runaway government spending, and fight for a balanced budget. So I stand before you today with unqualified support to nominate my friend, the next Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, we've heard a lot today, yesterday, the day before, about the potential history that may be made in this chamber. But it is worth repeating for the American people watching the history that has already been made by the elevation of the dedicated, talented, passionate, and committed public servant and leader from the state of New York, the first African American, the first person of color to lead any political party in the House of Representatives in the history of our country, and that is Hakeem Jeffries. Madam Clerk, it is with great pride that I rise to nominate the gentleman from New York, the man who has been the lead vote getter 10 times and counting, to be the Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the last several days have been difficult for the country and for the American people as they have watched what has unfolded in this chamber, as they have seen the dysfunction laid bare on the other side of the aisle. And I suspect that some Americans watching will recall the dysfunction of years past. My colleague on the other side of the aisle talked about history, Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge, and the like. I'd like to take folks through more recent history, because I can tell you that as a member from the great state of Colorado, this is not their first rodeo as far as dysfunction is concerned. 4 years ago today, I was sworn in with my colleagues from the class of 2018 during what became the most difficult and the longest government shutdown in the history of our country. Why? Because of the dysfunction and the chaos on the other side of the aisle. The country then did what it has so often done. It looked to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of one of the greatest speakers in the history of the country, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, that is exactly what we did. If we want to talk about history, let's talk about recent history. 2 years ago, tomorrow, I stood here with so many of you in this chamber as our democracy was attacked, as our colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried to overturn an election. And the country, yet again, did what it has done before. It looked to House Democrats to lead and to govern. And that is exactly what we did when we certified the election and we safeguarded the transfer of power. So here we find ourselves again in unprecedented times in the early days of the 118th Congress. First time in over 100 years in which the House of Representatives is unable to organize because the House Republican Conference cannot select a speaker. It's a sad day for this institution, but the country will do what it has done before. It will look to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, that is exactly what we will do. Now, you have heard from so many over the course of the last 3 days about the wisdom, the leadership, and the talents of this extraordinary leader from Brooklyn. But let me tell you why I believe that he is the person for this moment. Centuries ago, our nation's second president, John Adams, laid bare his fear that members of this body would gain influence by, quote, meanness, not greatness, by noise and not sense, by ignorance and not learning. Hakeem Jeffries' leadership is rooted in greatness and not meanness. It is rooted in learning and not ignorance. His approach is rooted in common sense and not the empty and jaded cynicism and noise that we see so often in our political sphere. He is a leader for our times, which is why I believe he is the leader for this time. The bottom line, my colleagues, is this. It is 6:30 p.m. here in Washington, D.C. The House of Representatives, this sacred institution, needs a leader. It needs a speaker. It needs a leader who will inspire us. A leader who knows that our best days are yet ahead. A leader committed to our communities and our Constitution and our country. And I am here to tell you that leader is Hakeem Jeffries of the great state of New York. And so, Madam Clerk, it gives me great honor as the chairman of the House Democratic Communications and Policy Committee to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To place a name and nomination for the position of Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
My friends, when Donald Trump was president, taxes were cut, regulations were slashed, energy was abundant, wages were rising, capital was returning from overseas to fund the dreams and ambitions of our fellow Americans, and the economy was roaring. What a contrast to what we have seen from this administration now. And so I rise to nominate Donald Trump for the position of Speaker of the House. And for all of the vitriol that we hear from the media and at times the left, there were great moments of bipartisanship under the Trump presidency. And the Democrat nominee for Speaker knows that well because he led valiantly on the efforts for criminal justice reform, and I was honored to join him. And I know no matter who's sitting in that speaker chair, we got a lot of work to do on that very issue. We took a first step, but there's a second step and a third step to take, and I'm glad that we were able to work with President Trump, with Republicans, and with Democrats to provide real outcomes for Americans, to create greater prosperity and more opportunity. I also care deeply about President Trump's focus on our nation's veterans. It seemed for far too long on the campaign trail, veterans were disregarded, forgotten about. When we would get elected to office, their issues would not always rise and get center stage, but we were able to pass veterans accountability measures. We were able to actually get people fired at the VA who weren't doing their job. What a great thing that would be to extend and continue to nourish. President Trump oriented our views on trade so that we actually put the American people first, not foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. President Trump knew that we had to confront China, that China had already engaged in a trade war against us, but it was a war that we were surrendering, and so we started to fight back. He stood with our farmers. And on foreign policy, we stopped trying to find a new Jeffersonian democracy to build out of sand and blood and Arab militias in the Middle East. Matter of fact, President Trump, I believe, is the first president in my lifetime that didn't start any new wars. This is an issue that I know unites some elements of the right and left for the benefit of our communities.
Will the House be in order?
This government for far too long has been deeply corrupt. This town has been deeply corrupt. The way people get leadership positions and chairmanships and opportunities to be able to morally preen has been by accepting lobbyist and special interest money and redistributing that money as currency for favors. And that is not a criticism of either political party. It is a criticism of what we have allowed to happen in this place. And if we just go next man up on our side of the aisle, we will reify that corrupt system and we will abandon the people who are expecting us to fight for them. I have heard from my colleagues about all the important work we have to do, and it is my sincere fear that if we were to allow Mr. McCarthy to assume the speakership, that would not get done, that it would be business as usual, and the very same things that have paralyzed progress for both parties would continue to shackle us to never-ending failure. We can be better than that. We can raise our gaze indeed. We also have to restore to the Speaker's office an actual person that ought to be in the Speaker's office, not the squatter who is currently there. And if the architect of the Capitol is listening, I sent a letter, and I would like to know what the basis is to allow somebody to occupy the Speaker's office who comes in second place 10 straight times. Is there like some basis in law or rule or precedent for that? And so I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again.
Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Chair, I rise for the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a privilege we all are enjoying tonight. We are all enjoying as elected members of this great body. The People's House, as it has been said. And what a great representation of the constitutional republic in which we enjoy living, the greatest country in the history of the world. As we play out as the people's representatives in selecting the all-important position of the Speaker of the People's House. I was out in the southeast balcony here just a few moments ago, looking out at the Supreme Court, looking at the flag flying above this Capitol building, looking at the Jefferson and Madison, both Virginians, by the way, libraries of Congress, and pausing to do what probably most of us recognize we fail too often to do, to take it in, this high privilege, this distinct honor that we have to be the people's representatives from our respective districts in this House, here in this Congress. This is the greatest nation in the history of the world. With all of our imperfections and all of our imperfections as people and as a nation, no nation in the history of the world has freed more people, has rescued more people, has ministered to more people, has evangelized more people than the United States of America. And that would be a good time to respond with some applause. Yes, yes. There's a reason why people from all over the world are trying to get into this country. Many of them illegally due to the policies of the current administration. But people from all over the world are literally taking on a treacherous journey, risking life and limb, subjecting themselves to abuse to try to sneak their way into our country because they know this is the greatest country in the history of the world. No country in the history of the world has provided more upward mobility, more advancement opportunity to people of all races, all nationalities, all ethnicities like the United States of America. But however, we as a nation, we're teetering on the brink, aren't we? Isn't there just a window of opportunity to save the republic? Crisis after crisis, $32 trillion in national debt. Equates to over $90,000 per citizen, almost $100,000 now per citizen. Some $300,000 per household. When I said that on this very floor a few months ago in a budget debate, the then chairman of the budget committee said, "Stop saying that. We're not asking anybody to pay it back." As if it's not real, as if it's not monopoly. As I heard someone say, don't tell the other side what happens after trillion, what comes after trillion. And we just spent $1.7 trillion, both parties, Republicans joining in the Senate, a few in the House, to pass a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill. Sadly and unfortunately, part of the reason why I stand here today, the kind of bill that has been supported by our former minority leader every time it's come up in the House, no matter who is in control, in the 12 years that he has been in leadership, contributing to the $32 trillion in national debt. Yes, the other side is better at raising the debt than we are, but we have been participants. We're in crisis. We're in crisis with 5 million illegals having invaded the border in the last 2 years. When is it too much? We're in crisis with the state of our education system, K-12, college campuses, indoctrination of our kids. We're in crisis with the weakening of our military with these NDAA bills. We're in crisis with trampling on our most basic and essential freedoms over the last 2 years in ways we couldn't have imagined pre-2020. Whether we can assemble, whether we can worship, whether we can earn a living, whether we can travel, what we have to put on our face, whether or not, what we have to take into our body, whether or not we have to disclose what we've taken in. Trampled in ways we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago. The greatest reflection of where the people in the country are is the House of Representatives. And the people spoke back on November 8th and gave the majority by some 3 or 4 million votes to the Republican Party. It's not the White House, it's not the Senate, it's the people's house that reflects where the American people are, and they've trusted us on this side of the aisle with the leadership of this House. And we have a window of opportunity to validate that trust, to do whatever we can to save the Republic, to earn them giving us the Senate and the White House and this House back in 2024. We have got to have a leader who not only has true conservative convictions that reflect the majority of Republicans who sent us here, but yet a courageous leader. It doesn't matter what you believe, by the way, unless you're willing to take risks to yourself personally to fight for it. We need a leader who is proven to do that very thing. We have an opportunity to make history. We will live with the decision on this side of the aisle for the next 2 years. We will answer for how we voted. And I know how people in your respective districts, like mine, Madam Chair, all the respective districts, how they're telling you to vote. They've been telling me how to vote for 3 years, to vote for transformational change in our leadership of this Republican Party. They've told me not to vote for the status quo, not to vote for the next in line establishment creature of the swamp cartel, but to vote for transformational change. And they're watching us. They're wondering if we'll hang in there, or will we cave, or will we give in, or will we let them down one more time? And I say we're not going to do that. They're looking to us. You look and see what a great job a recent businessman did in the White House, did things no one else has ever done in the White House, did things that no one else has ever done to try to change the country, showed courage and common sense and judgment that we've not seen before. We need a businessman as the Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hern as Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hern, who has led the Republican Study Committee's budget task force that I've served on for 2 years and put forth the only balanced budget that I've seen, heck, the only budget that I've seen in the 2 years that I've been here, who fought alongside us to say, why don't we adopt the Republican Study Committee's budget for the Republican Party? And we didn't get agreement to do that. We need someone who will do that. And we need someone who's the head of the largest caucus in the Republican conference, someone like Kevin Hern. So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
And we're off. 11th speaker vote. 3 days in, we still do not have a speaker of the House. It's really quite remarkable to think that we are at this time. We've made history. The last time this happened was more than 100 years ago. And Kevin McCarthy's done it. He's made history, all right. He's gotten into now the 11th speaker vote. He's lost 10 today. Still doesn't have the position. We've got word that possibly there is an offer on the table. It's on paper, but not enough of those holdouts have signed on and agreed to it. So members have decided they're going to stay late into the night and see if they can come to something, some sort of agreement before we we move into the next day. Our all-star political team has been watching every moment along here with us throughout the day. Jay, let's just start with you as the beat goes on. No motion to adjourn. 11th vote is underway. You're live there on Capitol Hill. What are sources telling you? What are your thoughts at this hour?
On and on and on and on. So this is the latest that lawmakers have gone to vote on a Speaker of the House. On Tuesday, they began this vote. They started at noon. They adjourned around 5 and said, let's come back with a deal. Let's hammer it out overnight and vote again tomorrow, which was Wednesday. On Wednesday, they started at noon. They adjourned at 4 and they said, let's come back with a deal. Let's hammer it out and start it all again Thursday. It is now Thursday. They started at noon. It is 6:44. And they are still going. This is the latest they have gone into the night voting on the House floor to find out who the Speaker of the House is going to be. Before we saw this new vote begin, we got word that there was possibly a deal on paper that anti-McCarthy holdout votes were going to go into a Majority Whip-elect Tom Emmer's office and look at and see if this deal was good enough for them to switch their support to Kevin McCarthy. We're just now getting word that that deal, or the offer rather, we should say, is being called a first draft, and here's how we know that. So Ralph Norman, who is one of the holdout votes, who went in and is one of the reasons why we found out about this offer in the first place, has now emerged from Tom Emmer's office, and he's telling our team out there and a number of other reporters that this is the first blush at the deal, the first draft, that they got things that they wanted, and including a 72-hour rule to look at legislation and a number of other things. But he made it clear that they're going to have edits, that they're going to have changes, that there are other things that they want to include in here. He said it's a good first step, and it's a good thing that this offer is on paper, but it is clear, according to Norman at least, that this is not the offer that he is going to agree to, and potentially some of the other McCarthy holdouts as well. And so that would mean, if a number of other McCarthy holdouts go Norman's way, that there is not the idea of a deal tonight unless they go multiple drafts on it. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. Again, this is fluid. It could change. We thought they were going to adjourn, but they're going into this vote again. So this changes moment to moment, but certainly no deal right now, Kira.
All right, fluid, free-flowing, and at many times a bit, I don't know what the proper word would be, except maybe a little crazy. And that brings us to a moment that happened that we must talk about. And I know 3 of our guests will definitely want to talk about this. And it's the reason why so many people are calling this moment historical dysfunction, an embarrassment, a waste of time, while we are talking about something so serious, and that is a Congress that's not even functioning, a Speaker of the House that we don't have, legislation can't be passed, and there's people that are losing money and benefits, from our veterans to the young staffers here on the Hill. We have an economy to worry about. We have a national debt to worry about. And yet Congressman Matt Gaetz gets up and nominates the former president, Donald Trump, as Speaker. Just a quick part of this moment, and let's talk about it.
I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again.
Donna Brazile, he went on and on and on. What is the point?
Former President Donald Trump is under investigation. There's a special counsel now looking into the material that he did not return that is owned by the United States government. He's under investigation for his business dealings. He's under investigation for what happened 2 years ago tomorrow. I'm surprised that Mr. Gates could not find someone else worthy of this awesome responsibility to be second in line to the presidency. But as you can tell from the conversation we've been hearing all day long, the hardliners are basically invigorated. They are hell-bent on creating more chaos. And I just want to say that, you know, if Kevin McCarthy cannot find the votes after the 11th vote, or even if they decide to go on to 12 or 13 tonight, it's time for the House Republican caucus to really put on the table for consideration perhaps another member.
Rick Klein, the Gates moment, a little bit of a twist that could be telling, you say?
Jeffries.
And Matt Gaetz praising and trolling Donald Trump at the same time. Donald Trump, of course, is urging people to vote for Kevin McCarthy. His name has come up in that context over the last couple of days. Gaetz used this as an extended homage to Trump and Trumpism, a glossed over history that, of course, makes no mention of that very famous second anniversary that is coming tomorrow, as Donna mentioned. Another reason for the House Republicans to try to get it done tonight. And I think indications are that they're moving in that direction. The fact that we're still here, I mentioned earlier clock management, the fact that they're keeping the ball and keeping the clock running suggests to me that they feel like they're making progress. Now, this vote is not going to be the one that does it, almost certainly. We've already seen 4 votes for candidates other than the Kevin McCarthy. Once we've got the 5, we know we're on to number 12 in terms of the votes. But knowing that there's a proposal out there, I think the strategy now is to show some progress finally after 11 votes. And if they can peel off a vote or 2, maybe 5 or 6, you start to move in that direction. This is probably the best that Kevin McCarthy has felt in several days. Not to say he's got it, and there's a lot of reasons to think he still can't, but I do think that Gaetz's move here is telling to me, because I think he's voted for Trump in a semi-joke fashion over the last couple of ballots. He's moved his votes around. I think, though, that nominating speech tells me that they really don't have an end game. They don't have a strategy of throwing the votes. They have now scattered it. I think the votes are going to fall in a lot of different directions. As we see now, we're almost guaranteed vote number 12 based on the no votes for McCarthy. But I don't think that was a serious move by Congressman Gaetz. I think he knows that Donald Trump isn't going to be the next House Speaker. It is, of course, intriguing to see so many House Republicans vote against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is going to lose. However you want to spin that, he's not going to be the next House Speaker, and he's going to lose most of the votes on the floor, even among Republicans.
It's amazing how the Trump name just stays in the conversation no matter what, even when people aren't even listening to him, as he's come out just to try and convince Republicans to support Kevin McCarthy all the way, putting notes out on his social, and nothing, just nothing. But he stays in the conversation. Sarah Isker, your final thoughts tonight.
This is fascinating. This is the vote now that we are looking to see movement toward Kevin McCarthy. If he has substantial movement, I think Kevin McCarthy is going to get the speakership probably, but it won't be the speakership that we've really seen in our lifetime. This is not going to be the speakership of Nancy Pelosi or Dennis Hastert or Newt Gingrich. It's going to be a much different leadership structure, and the power will be much more diminished for a Speaker McCarthy in this case. I'm fascinated to see what that will look like and whether it will in fact change the legislative body as a whole.
Jay O'Brien, it appears Kevin McCarthy appearing to lose the 11th Speaker vote.
Yeah, and the question now becomes, how late do we go tonight? How late does the House keep voting? And at what point does Kevin McCarthy put himself on the clock even further to come up with a deal that convinces some of these anti-McCarthy lawmakers to switch to his side? And the other question we've been asking all day, and we haven't gotten a good answer to it, Kira, is how many of those members of Congress who are opposing Kevin McCarthy right now don't want anything from him, don't think that there's any deal that they could be offered that will earn their vote. We're hoping to see what shakes out tonight. But if there is no deal, if they keep voting tonight, you're looking at this going into Friday as well, Kira.
Final thoughts tonight, Rick Klein?
I think there is very little method to the madness of these last couple of days. We're finally potentially getting somewhere. I think I posit that this is the last best chance that Kevin McCarthy has. He's tried everything else. They went into this hoping that the sheer force of personality, willpower, embarrassment for the isolated Republicans would work. That strategy has not worked. Now they've had to move to, I don't know if it's plan B, C, or D, the final plan, which is to put to paper some of the limitations on how the speaker operates. Then you have to worry, do you get enough to bring on board? Do you alienate some people in your own conference? My sense would still be that they are a ways away, but that they sense some momentum. They sense that there's a possibility, and I think they're going to buckle in for a longer night tonight. Pizza and tacos and all the rest being carted in and around Capitol Hill. The other thing I'd say about the clock is that sometimes the end of the game forces things, and the fact that you have this power over members' lives and livelihoods and how much they want to get on with their business can help. And the human level of standing in there. I'm reminded long ago, a member of Congress said to me, the thing that impressed him about his colleagues wasn't their brain power, but their stamina. And this tests the stamina of any sentient human being to have to suffer through this the last couple of days of voting and voting ad nauseum.
Beer with the pizza and margaritas with the tacos. I think you can manage stamina well into the late hours of the night. Rick, thank you so much. Donna, Sarah, of course, this is not the end of our continuing coverage for the vote for a speaker. It is going to continue on ABC News Live Prime with our Lindsay Davis. Lindsay, do you have a night coming up?
Well, Kira, I'm just here for the tacos and margaritas. I don't know about you, but we are, of course, following some other news, some new developments in Idaho. We have a great update to Damar's health, and of course, we will be monitoring the vote all night long. Kira, I know you'll be watching. Join us for the tacos and margaritas.
Done. And on that note, we'll do beer and pizza maybe over the weekend.
Okay,
Great to see you,
good.
Lindsay. All right, we'll be watching. Lindsay Davis with Prime coming up just minutes from now. Thank you all so much for joining us. I'm Kira Phillips. We will continue to watch the vote, of course, on the House floor, bring you all the updates as they happen. And before we go, we know it's been a very long and exhausting week for not only Congress, but for all of America. So here's just a quick look at the last 3 days so far, where you need to be, what you need to understand, and knowing that more news is next.
For the meeting of the 118th Congress of the United States, the House will come to order.
I rise today to nominate the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy.
Hakeem Jeffries of New York.
Andy Biggs for Speaker of the House.
A speaker has not been elected. A speaker has not been elected. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
Avatar: The Way of Water is mind-blowing.
You don't know what to expect.
Unlike anything you've ever seen.
What will audiences see in this film that they've never seen in a movie before?
We were competing who was gonna hold their breath longer.
I made it to 3 minutes.
I think I got to 5.
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Into the Deep with Avatar.
It was just amazing.
Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir. America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live. After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Ready for a good show?
I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci.
Family owned, now in the 6th generation.
The most spectacular fireworks this city has ever seen.
But it's been a roller coaster ride.
We had an explosion. It destroyed us. If it wasn't for the strength of the family, we would have never had decided to keep going.
You either band together or you fall apart. And we're still here.
Next week, say good morning to...
Hi guys, Jamie Oliver here. Tune in for 3 days cooking with me. The quickest, easiest, most delicious recipes for the new year.
Next week, the most delicious mornings are on...
Good Morning America. It's gonna be the best thing ever.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights. Thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Frustration on the faces of lawmakers as the House Speaker stalemate presses on. Republican McCarthy continues to fail to reach the 218 votes needed to become Speaker. So what happens next? Rachel Scott is standing by on Capitol Hill. The arrest affidavit cites Brian Kohberger's DNA was on a knife sheath found at the scene, that he was spotted by a surviving roommate, and his trips near the home where 4 Idaho college students were murdered a dozen times before their death. The chilling new evidence investigators say they have against the suspect. Improvement for Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin, who suffered cardiac arrest on the field, what doctors say was his first question after he woke up. Cries for justice. An Ohio mother says the man who killed her 13-year-old son is not being held accountable. Our conversation with her tonight, and why murder charges were dismissed in this case for now.
Because if my son was white, once again, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. Matter of fact, if my son was white, Craig probably would have never killed him.
Royal brawl between brothers. New details from Prince Harry's memoir, calling Prince William his beloved brother and arch nemesis.
There has always been this competition between us, weirdly. I think it really plays into, or is played by, the heir spare.
From the power of the Black Panther movie series to saying goodbye to Chadwick. A sit-down with the star of one of the highest-grossing movies of 2022, Wakanda Forever, to talk about the iconic films and finding his way after losing his mother.
You know, I lost my mom 2 months ago, and within a week, I was on tour promoting a movie. And no one had the full expectation of me to be there, but I did have that expectation of myself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. What a busy Thursday night as we come on the air. The House still has not been able to settle who will be the next Speaker of the House. Kevin McCarthy appears poised to lose 5 more ballots today. Much more on that in a moment. And we have a heartening update to Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin's condition. But we begin tonight with stunning new details in the brutal killing of 4 college students in Idaho. Those details come from a new affidavit unveiled for the arrest of suspect Brian Kohberger, who late last night arrived in Idaho after being taken into custody in Pennsylvania. Kohberger was seen walking into court today prior to appearing before a judge in Idaho for the first time to face murder charges. Authorities revealed how they were able to link him to the crime, in part from DNA found on a knife sheath at the scene. And tonight we're getting a chilling account from a roommate who was not injured and survived. She said that she saw a masked man right in her home on the night her 4 friends died. What we still don't know tonight is why police were not contacted for about 8 hours. Kana Whitworth leads us off from Idaho.
Brian Kohberger greeting his attorney with a smile today in his first appearance in an Idaho courtroom, then nodding along as the judge read the charges against him one by one.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
It comes as authorities unsealed an explosive 18-page affidavit laying out the evidence used to arrest Kohberger for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Investigators recovering DNA from an empty sheath for a military-style knife. It was found next to the bodies of best friends, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan. Police later linking that DNA to Kohberger by collecting his father's DNA from trash outside the family home and linking it to their sample from the crime scene.
Did anybody do their chores today?
The close group of friends seen inside their home just weeks before the murders. And for the first time, we're hearing the chilling account from one of two roommates who survived. She was on the same floor as two of the victims who were killed, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, telling police she was woken by a noise at 4 a.m., hearing Kaylee say something like, "There's someone here." Then she heard crying from Xana's room, followed by a male voice saying, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." She opened her door and stood frozen as a man wearing black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Describing him as 5'10" or taller, not very muscular, but athletically built, with bushy eyebrows. The man left out the sliding glass door. Authorities say that roommate was in shock. What they don't explain is why it took another 8 hours for police to get a 911 call from the house. Police believe Kohberger turned his phone off during the murders at 2:47 a.m. The phone dropping off the cell network near his home in Pullman, Washington, and reconnecting at 4:48 a.m. near the crime scene. Police mapping out his likely route to the house. They say cell phone data also shows Kohberger was near the victim's home at least a dozen times before the murders and the morning after.
We have information of a white vehicle that was in the area.
By the time police turned to the public for help finding a white Elantra, Kohberger was already on police radar. An officer at Washington State found his car and noted he had bushy eyebrows, matching the description of the murder suspect. 5 days after the murders, Kohberger changed his license plate from Pennsylvania to Washington when his car's registration was due for renewal. You can see that new plate during those 2 traffic stops in Indiana when Kohberger was pulled over on his 2,500-mile drive back to Pennsylvania.
Let's get right to Kana Whitworth, who joins us now from Moscow, Idaho. Kana, have authorities said whether the suspect knew anyone inside the house?
Right, Lindsay, that was information we thought we would see in that affidavit. At this point, authorities say, you know what, now that they have their suspect, their investigation into motive and connection has really just begun.
And we also learned from that affidavit that the suspect's phone was pinged near the victim's home several times in the weeks before the murders. What do you know about that?
That's an incredibly important investigative tool for authorities right now, and that is, again, something that they will use to build their case and draw those possible connections, Lindsay.
All right, Kana Whitworth for us once again. Thanks so much, Kana. After what's been an especially difficult week in the sports world for the Buffalo Bills, the NFL, and so many fans, we have a bit of good news to report on hospitalized Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Doctors say Hamlin has shown remarkable improvement and his neurological function appears to be intact. We're also learning what he first asked doctors when he woke up and what they told him. Alex Perez reports for us once again from Cincinnati.
Tonight, a remarkable turnaround for Damar Hamlin, defying odds, now awake and able to write after suffering that terrifying cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football. One of the first questions he asked doctors in writing, who won the game?
When he asked, did we win, the answer is yes, Damar, you won. You've won the game of life.
Doctors delivering the extraordinary details of Hamlin's recovery, the turning point coming late Wednesday night. The 24-year-old not only waking up, but able to move his hands and feet. And key, doctors say he seems to have no neurological issues.
It's not only that the lights are on, we know that he's home, and that it appears that all the cylinders are firing within his brain.
Hamlin collapsed on the field after this tackle during the first quarter against the Cincinnati Bengals. Today, doctors revealing those first medics on the field started the process of reviving Hamlin less than 1 minute after his heart stopped. That swift action likely saving Hamlin's life. He remains in the ICU, breathing with the help of a ventilator. Late today, the Bills taking to the field for practice. Head coach Sean McDermott emotional.
It's amazing to know the impact that this has had.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen holding back tears, describing the moment his teammate went down.
Being on that field, You lose sleep. You hurt for your brother. The scene just replays over and over in your head. It's something we'll never forget.
McDermott saying Hamlin's father addressed the team Wednesday, urging them to play for DeMar.
His message was the team needs to get back to focusing on the goals that they had set for themselves. DeMar would have wanted it that way.
Alex Perez joins us from Cincinnati once again tonight. And Alex, it's certainly nice to be talking about what appears to be some very promising news for Hamlin. What comes next for him in the ICU?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is truly remarkable. Doctors say the next immediate goal is to gradually get him off of that ventilator and breathing on his own and eventually get him strong enough to go home. His team says they will be taking the field this Sunday and they'll be playing for him. Lindsay?
I can imagine in his honor. Alex Perez, our thanks to you. All right, now to the battle to select a House Speaker. Now in its third day, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has made more concessions to hardline opponents, but nothing has changed on the votes as he's now fallen short on 10 ballots. With the House at a standstill, unable to begin the work of the new Congress, can anything break the deadlock? ABC's congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it all for us once again tonight.
Leader McCarthy, do you have any updates?
Today, Kevin McCarthy making new and major concessions to the hardline conservatives who were blocking him from becoming the Speaker of the House.
Leader McCarthy, how do you convince Republicans who just don't trust you?
Guys, everybody builds trust.
McCarthy even offering to change the House rules so one single lawmaker could force a vote to remove a speaker. Still, none of the 20 rebels changed their minds today or their votes.
You never have to ask me again if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy. I will never vote for Kevin McCarthy.
10 times Congress has voted, and 10 times McCarthy has failed to get the support he needs.
A speaker has not been elected.
The last time a speaker's race went beyond 9 ballots, 1859. McCarthy's allies frustrated.
We're still stuck at the starting block. The American people have told us by putting a Republican majority here that they want Republicans to lead and they want a government that works and doesn't embarrass them, and we are failing on both missions.
McCarthy is hoping caving to key demands from the rebel holdouts will get him the votes he needs.
Do you think the concessions are enough at this point?
I think we're having good discussions. I think everybody wants to find a solution, and the good thing about it is we worked this all out at the beginning, so the rest of the Congress will be very productive for the American public.
But some of McCarthy's supporters say he's giving away too much.
We cannot allow a small group of folks commit political terrorism, and that's what they're doing.
Regardless, McCarthy has not gained any new support.
It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like.
Rachel Scott joins us once again from the Capitol for day 3 now of all of this. Give us a state of play, Rachel, at this hour and then what might come next.
Well, Lindsay, the House is on the 11th round of voting. I think after this, there will be a push to try to adjourn for now. But there are early signs that McCarthy is getting closer to a deal with some Republicans. It's likely, though, that it won't be enough because there's a small group of conservatives that are still holding out who have made it clear that they do not support McCarthy. And that is enough to block his path to Speaker because, as you know, he can only afford to lose 4 members of his own party, Lindsay.
We sure know that math all too well now. Rachel, thank you. And we'll speak with the Republican congressman who backs Kevin McCarthy as soon as he's off of the floor from this 11th round of voting. President Biden today announced new efforts to tackle our nation's immigration crisis by broadening an existing program to allow migrants from certain countries to stay. The news is getting some mixed reviews from both sides just a week before he heads to Mexico. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Facing growing political pressure and with 200,000 migrants arriving at the border each month, President Biden today announcing a new crackdown, just days before he plans to visit the border for the first time since taking office.
This is a hard one to deal with, but we have to deal with it. I mean, it's who we are.
Biden with a blunt message for people seeking asylum from Cuba, Nicaragua, Haiti, and Venezuela who attempt to cross the border illegally.
Do not just show up at the border. Stay where you are and apply legally from there.
Biden announcing the U.S. will allow up to 30,000 people from those countries to apply for asylum each month, but they would have to meet strict criteria, including naming a sponsor in the U.S. The ACLU blasting Biden's plan, saying it further ties his administration to the poisonous anti-immigrant policies of the Trump era. On the flip side, the Republican governor of Texas calling it nothing more than a Band-Aid.
Yeah, he says that is still not enough. Mary Bruce joins us now from the White House. Mary, the president finally making that trip to the border. Is the timing of that notable?
It certainly is, Lindsay. Look, Republicans have hammered the president for failing to visit the border during his nearly 2 years in office, and Biden is well aware that immigration is likely to be a big issue in the upcoming presidential race, and now it seems he's trying to get ahead of all of this. He will be down in the border near El Paso on Sunday. He's going to be assessing the enforcement operations down there, meeting with local officials, so the president finally making that trip, but of course it comes as much of Washington's attention is focused on what's going on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue up on the Capitol. Lindsay.
For good reason. All right, Mary Bruce from the White House. Thanks so much, Mary.
Thank you.
Now to Mexico and the dramatic capture of the son of imprisoned drug kingpin El Chapo. Ovidio Guzman was taken into custody during a dramatic pre-dawn military operation. Our Matt Rivers is in Mexico City for us tonight.
Tonight, the Mexican city of Culiacan turning into a war zone after the capture of Ovidio Guzman, a leader of the Sinaloa cartel and son of infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Dozens of roadblocks were set up by armed men trying and failing to prevent Guzman from being taken out of the city. Attacks even launched at the airport. Here, military members take cover as a Mexican Air Force plane taxis down the runway. At the same time, at least one bullet striking this Aeromexico commercial flight, civilians forced to hunker down, though none were injured. The attacks reminiscent of 2019, when Guzman was briefly captured in Culiacan by the Mexican military. But cartel gunmen besieged the city, and Mexico's president ordered Guzman released, a poignant reminder of the power wielded by criminal organizations in Mexico. Well, Lindsay, this time those attacks did not work, and Guzman remains in custody tonight here in Mexico City. He is wanted in the United States on charges of trafficking fentanyl and other drugs, and the U.S. has requested his extradition since 2019. All of this comes just days before President Biden's visit here to Mexico City, scheduled for Monday. Lindsay?
All right, Matt, thank you. When we come back, the moment two suspected arsonists ended up setting themselves on fire, and bombshell new allegations from Prince Harry, including claims that his brother, Prince William, physically assaulted him. The new revelations from his upcoming memoir. But first, a mother's calls for justice. An Ohio woman says the man who killed her son is not being held accountable, and police dismiss charges against him. We speak with her tonight about why she believes charges have not been refiled and the devastating day she found out her son was killed.
GMA Monday Morning.
Ultimately, I don't think that we can ever have peace with my family unless the truth is out there.
Prince Harry.
You refer to your brother as your beloved brother and arch nemesis. Strong words. What did you mean by that?
The GMA interview.
So the heir was jealous of the spare.
Everyone will be talking about.
Maybe it's a difficult question to ask or for you to answer.
I'm sure you're going to ask it anyway.
I'm going to ask anyway. I have to.
Good Morning America Monday.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Come out, wherever you I think my niece Allie was pushed off that ledge. And only one person came into an 8-figure sum as a result of her death.
If we pull this off, we're set for life.
What do you think you're doing?
Get out now.
This be our little secret. They have to pay for what they did.
The Watchful Eye, January 30th on Freeform and stream on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. With a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is a very violent crime scene.
Police found a skull in a bucket of cement.
We're at a dead end.
So law enforcement turned to the public.
Holy crap.
My motto is go big or go home.
Web of Death. Only on Hulu.
Ready for a good show? I'm Phil Grucci of Fireworks by Grucci.
No matter how big, no matter how small.
It is dangerous.
It's not a paycheck, it's our life.
Take a look at this dramatic surveillance video showing 2 suspected arsonists. One of them can be seen dousing the outside of the building with an accelerant. Then the other ignites it. The flames quickly spread, setting both men on fire. They then both ran off. Police are still searching for them. The motive for targeting the business, which provides immigration services, has not yet been determined. Tonight, an Ohio community is demanding answers after 13-year-old Sinze Reed was shot and killed nearly 3 months ago. The suspected killer has claimed he was acting in self-defense, but Sinze's mother says authorities are not taking the case seriously enough, all while the man who she says killed her son remains free and living right in their neighborhood.
An Ohio mom is calling for justice. Months after her teenage son was gunned down, she's demanding police arrest the man she believes killed him.
I was never supposed to be planning a funeral for my 13-year-old baby.
Sinze Reed was shot back in October outside an apartment complex in Columbus, Ohio. Police say a witness saw 36-year-old Craig Butler drive by, exit his truck, fire shots at Reed, and then drive off. Butler was arrested days after the shooting and charged with murder, but those charges were dismissed a few days later after prosecutors say he claimed self-defense. Police say they continue to investigate.
In Ohio, the self-defense law changed, and the legal part of that is the burden changed. Previously, if a shooter said, I shot someone in self-defense, they had to prove it was self-defense. Now that the law has changed, it changes that burden and shifts it to the prosecution. So that's a much higher burden for the prosecution to have to meet.
The charges have so far not been refiled, and instead of being held on bond pending an investigation, today Butler remains a free man, able to walk the streets in a community still searching for answers.
I wish I could see him, smell him, and hold him again.
Loved ones of Reed, including his mother, Megan, held a community press conference on New Year's Day, asking police to hold Reed's killer accountable.
And we demand real tangible answers and actions.
In a statement to ABC News, the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office said the Craig Butler case is under review for potential presentation to the grand jury as evidence is gathered and reviewed. Because this is an active case, we cannot comment further at this time.
These laws are designed to protect the shooter, not the victim. And that's the problem with these sort of complete defenses and these stand your ground laws, is it really is designed to protect shooters as opposed to victims.
Columbus police tell ABC News their investigation is far from over and have promised transparency.
This family deserves more than that. Our community deserves more than that. The time is not now. The time was yesterday. It's been 3 months.
Law enforcement officials have not confirmed whether Butler and Reed knew each other or what may have led to the gunfire.
Joining us now is Sinze Reed's mother, Megan Reed, and community activist DeJuan Sharp. Thank you both so much for your time and joining us tonight. Megan, just want to start off by saying our deepest condolences go out to you for the loss of your son, which I cannot imagine the pain that you continue to feel. It's been nearly 3 months since your son was killed. Just take us back to October 12th, if you will. What was your son doing that day? How did you learn about what happened?
That day he woke up. He told me that he wasn't feeling good. He went back in his room. I was cooking, so I went in the kitchen. I didn't even know he went outside that day. Like less than 10 minutes later, the neighbors came banging on the door saying that Sunday got shot. And they took Sunday to the hospital. And they told me that he was shot in the chest, which I only thought at that time he was shot in the chest. They told me that they was trying to get his heart to restart for 20 minutes. And then they came back and got me, my mom, my two sisters. We went in there. As soon as we went in, they called time of death, and that was at 6:26.
DeJuan, Columbus police are investigating, but they say that they are still waiting for key ballistic evidence nearly 3 months later. Why do you think that it's taken this long?
I really don't know. Like, I know I received a paper from the coroner saying that it does take like 2 more months. But as far as I know right now, that my son got shot 4 times that I know of. Once in the chest, once in his right hand. His right hand's what he's right with, and 2 times on the side. So even if Craig is trying to play self-defense, he shot my son in his right hand for sure. So that means my son had his hands up. So he should still be in jail to this day, but he's not. He's walking around a free man.
DeJuan, question for you. There are some people on social media who are making a parallel between Sinzay's death and the death of Ahmaud Arbery. That's taking, in that scenario, it took months for arrest to be made. Do you think that that's a fair comparison?
I do believe it's a fair comparison, but we can't really do comparison right now. We're just focused on the law right now. Craig Butler, he was the one that was not allowed to have firearms. Craig Butler was the one that opened fire in the school zone that almost hit multiple people. Craig Butler was the one that fled the scene. Craig Butler was the one that had to get apprehended by SWAT. And it had changed off of his self-defense. When we have people in the community, from us just coming out here talking to people, we found witnesses that seen it, that said since they didn't have a gun, that Craig had the gun. And the police is investigating, but they're really investigating us, because after we had our rally, SWAT team hit their neighbor just looking for a gun that they did not find. There had never been a gun. And we don't understand why Sensei is being tried, and he didn't do anything wrong. He was just 13, but a convicted criminal with the illegal firearm firing. When we do have new gun laws here in Ohio, we're supposed to have enhancers. Craig should have just seen 10 years alone just for having the gun.
And so just to confirm, no one has ever said that Sinzay had a gun, correct?
No one has said he had a gun. We got the original police report from which they released to the media when that happened. No gun. The city used Sensei's name and likeness when they thought it was black-on-black crime. But when they found out it was Craig that killed him, it was been complete silence. We haven't heard from anyone on any type of policy. I'm just a community activist. I came over here to make sure that she was okay from her losing her son.
Megan, Craig Butler, as we've just been discussing, is currently a free man. From your perspective as a mother, how difficult is it to know that the man who's accused of allegedly killing your son, that he's walking free, living still in the community?
I'm very frustrated, because I know if it was the other way around, if Craig was a black man and my child was white, that black man would be in jail and my son would have justice. Or if, since they would have killed Craig, my 13-year-old son would still be in jail. And the fact that he's just walking around living his life, want to go see his 10 kids.
In the same neighborhood, right?
Yeah, he lived, yeah.
Right. We can look out the window and see their home.
Yeah.
If police and authorities in Columbus are watching our report tonight, Megan, what is your message to the police?
I need justice for my son. My son is no longer here. I'm going to continue to talk, and I will be his voice until he gets justice.
We have demands for that. First off, we would like the immediate arrest of Craig Butler. That's it, like, for real. And number 2 is Gary Tyack in his office. We would like them replaced, because they're not doing their job. The third is an apology from the city for us having to come out here and do this when it's their duty and their elected official capacity to do these things for us. And the final one is the DOJ to come into Columbus, Ohio, to investigate the patterns of practice of the Columbus Police Department and our judiciary.
Well, what have police said to you? How are they defending that they have not arrested him at this point?
Silence.
Yeah. I haven't even talked to the detective on the case since October 23rd when he called interrogating me, asking me why do I allow my child, well, Sinzay, to carry a gun. Like, first of all, why would I allow my 13-year-old son to carry a gun? Like, that doesn't make sense. And why are you interrogating me? My son is the victim. I don't know what happened that day. I wasn't over there.
Megan, we did not have the opportunity to ever meet your son. Talk to us about what Sinzay was like, what made him smile, what he loved to do.
Sinzay just turned 13, 2 months before this happened. He was a normal boy. Like, he had friends, he went outside to play. He did a normal boy stuff. And for them to, like, try to make him out to seem like he's in some kind of gang banger in a gang, stealing people's cars, doing all this other nonsense because he's black. That's what it comes out to, because he's black. It makes me mad, like, really mad. Because if my son was white, once again, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. Matter of fact, if my son was white, Craig probably would have never killed him.
Megan and Dewan, we thank you so much for your time. Once again, you have our deepest condolences, and we will continue following this case.
We appreciate everything that you're doing. And justice for Sensei, justice for everybody out there.
Yeah.
Still ahead here on Prime, who police say is responsible for the deaths of a family of 8, including 5 children. Why students in a southern city are now being forced to take classes virtually. And car dealerships are moving fewer vehicles off their lots. We take a look at the declining U.S. auto sales by the numbers. But first, our tweet of the day from a still recovering Jeremy Renner, marking what he's calling a great ICU day with his mother and sister as he continues to heal following his snow plowing accident.
So much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
GMA Monday morning.
Ultimately, I don't think that we can ever have peace with my family unless the truth is out there.
Prince Harry.
You refer to your brother as your beloved brother and arch nemesis. Strong words. What did you mean by that?
The GMA interview.
So the heir was jealous of the spare.
Everyone will be talking about.
Maybe it's a difficult question to ask or for you to answer.
I'm sure you're going to ask it anyway.
I'm going to ask anyway. You have to.
Good Morning America Monday.
Zoo! 200!
Oh, 200.
200 episodes of Dr. Pol. Music to my ears.
It's been 10 years, and I'm still having fun.
That rocks. He's got the moves that make your animals groove.
Now we do the dance of joy. Yay. He's like the Justin Bieber of the
Headlining the hottest barns.
Shout out.
It's a show you won't want to miss.
I'm not going to be here forever. Maybe.
The Incredible Dr. Pol. New episodes Saturdays at 9 on Nat Geo Wild.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights.
This is a very violent crime scene.
Police found a skull in a bucket of cement.
We're at a dead end.
So law enforcement turned to the public.
Holy crap. My motto is go big or go home.
Web of Death. Only on Hulu.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue, of course, to watch the House Speaker vote on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in. is wrapping up here. And I want to go now live to Republican Congressman Austin Scott of Georgia, who just voted for the 11th time for Congressman Kevin McCarthy. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hey, thank you for having us.
How you feeling? How you holding up? I know this has been 3 days of more of the same, and some potentially long nights ahead.
I'm fine. Look, this is democracy, right? And it's a very narrow margin. And if it had been a narrow margin on the other side, I think you'd be seeing the same type of thing where it took several votes to get the speaker selected. There are negotiations going on. Some of them are honorable negotiations, and others, are not. Some of them, you've got people sending out fundraising letters and other things right now, trying to raise money off of this. And I think that's a shame with the situation as serious it is that someone would use this opportunity to raise money. And I think that the voters should take those people into account, when the next election comes around. But I think we're going to get across the finish line. I think Kevin McCarthy will be the Speaker of the House. I think we'll have a rules package that gives the individual members of the House significantly more influence and power over the legislation that passes than they've had under Pelosi's administration. And the rules, I actually believe, a lot of the Democrats are going to like the rules because it's going to open up the debate and allow them to have more influence on the legislation instead of just walking in and somebody telling you to vote on something that never went through the committee process.
Congressman, you tweeted out comments that you recently made saying McCarthy earned the right to be the Speaker, and any vote against him damages Republicans and our ability to govern. Those opposing him are putting their selfish motivations over what's best for our nation. My question to you is, has he earned the right to be Speaker if he cannot secure your party's full support?
Absolutely. He's got over 90% of the Republicans voting for him. 11 times now that 90% of the Republicans in the conference have voted for him. There's nobody else in the conference that could have gotten 90% of the vote. And so we have a group of about 20 that is effectively functioning as a union. And there's some in that group that are negotiating for things that I believe are honorable. They want rules that help stop the Senate from sending a $1.7 trillion appropriation measure over at the 11th hour and us not having any time to even read the bill before it spends $1.7 trillion of your tax money. So I think that those negotiations about how we make sure that we understand what is in a 4,000-page piece of legislation, those are honorable negotiations, and the rules should have never allowed anything like that to happen. The others who are using the opportunity to stand up and if you will, speak on the floor and then turn around and raise money off of it, that's not an honorable negotiation, and this is much more serious than that.
You've said that you think that McCarthy will be the next Speaker of the House. I guess I'm curious to find out what that strategy should be at this point going forward. Should you just stay in the room and keep voting and hope some of your colleagues literally get so tired that they leave and then it lowers the voting threshold?
No, I mean, either way, we can stay there all night. It's fine with me. I mean, if we need to break and have a conference, that's fine with me too. So I'm open to changing the rules that lead to a resolution. We need to get through this because members of Congress in both parties need to be sworn in, and we need to get to work. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and as you know, we don't have the ability to function until we're sworn in as members of Congress. And so what that group of 20 is doing, it has significant consequences for the operations of the country. And so again, if they're operating honorably, we can accept that. That's part of democracy. But if they're using this opportunity to grandstand and raise money off of that on both sides, then the public needs to take account of those members in the next election.
I guess my question, though, is do you see any progress? Because when we're just looking at the scoreboard, just on the face, it doesn't seem like there's been – it seems like McCarthy's actually going in the wrong direction.
I'm looking at your score right there. McCarthy's got 200 votes, and there are 20 votes against him and 1 voting present. And so he's got, right at 90% of the vote of the Republicans. And so that's more than anybody else in the conference could get. And
right,
so
but that 20 isn't getting whittled down any further. It seems that, you know, today he had last night and then this morning and this afternoon to try to convince. He has to kind of break that ice, right, of the 20. And it doesn't seem like any progress is being made there. I hear your point that he's getting that 90%, getting the majority, but it doesn't seem like that 20 is increasing or decreasing, I should say.
You know, we certainly hope to see the number on the 200 go up and the 20 go down, and hopefully that'll happen over the next several hours or a couple of days, if it takes a couple of days. But, you know, this is a very serious issue. Who we select to be the Speaker of the House is third in line to be the President of the United States. I'm fine if it takes a few days for us to get the right person with the right rules in the chair. The right person is Kevin McCarthy. The right rules actually would require that the House of Representatives have time to read a 4,000-page piece of legislation that spends $1.7 trillion before it can actually be signed into law by the President of the United States. So it's 3 days. Congress is typically in session for 4 days, and if we have to go to 5-day work weeks to make up for this 3 days, that's fine. Now there are things we want to do as Republicans that we're not able to do right now. We're not able to get organized with the committee. We're not able to start the investigations. We're not able to pass things that are good for domestic energy production, and that's the first thing we can do to reduce inflation in this country is to reduce the price of energy, and we've got ideas on that. And so it has hurt our ability to get things done in a timely manner. But if you look at what's happening on the floor now, you see a whole lot more smiles and people shaking hands than you've seen over the last couple of days. And so I feel like we're getting to an agreement, and hopefully we'll see some significant movement.
You said that you would support some rule changes. What rule changes would you support?
Timing on how much time we have to read the bill, especially if it's a Senate bill that comes over that spends money. I'd like to see us have a week to read a 4,000 page piece of legislation that spends $1.7 trillion before you just rubber stamp it the way Pelosi did and send it to the President of the United States. So the things that I want to see are changes that actually set the spending trajectory of the country on a path that is sustainable. We can't sustain $32 trillion in debt, especially with interest rates moving in the way they are. $1 trillion deficit on an annual basis. That's just not doable. It's not fair to the working people of this country or the next generation of this country. And so rules that actually help fix the budget problems that we have in this country, that's a good reason to actually delay the seating of the Speaker, if you will. Now, that's honorable discussions that move the country in the right direction. Now, the ones that are grandstanding on both sides and raising money off of this and talking about bringing popcorn to the floor and watching the show, that's happening on both sides, and that's candidly very disappointing. We're members of Congress. This is the United States House of Representatives, and our job is much more serious than that.
We all heard Congresswoman Boebert talk about looking at life after Kevin McCarthy. Is there any point where supporters of McCarthy need to turn to perhaps a consensus candidate that could get fuller support so you all could actually get to work? I heard you say you don't think anybody else could get more than 90%. We see Steve Scalise, just saw him in the picture there. We've heard his name bandied about. You think that he might be able to get to 218?
There is no consensus candidate, and the group that has been holding out for weeks, they've said, well, we've got a candidate in hiding, a candidate in waiting, a candidate, and we'll tell you who it is tomorrow. And they've never actually produced a candidate. If they want to go back into conference and present a name instead of Kevin McCarthy, and us have a debate over that person versus Kevin McCarthy as who the Republican nominee should be, that's fine with me, and candidly, I think it would be fine with Kevin. But they don't want to do that because they know Kevin McCarthy is going to overwhelmingly win that debate inside the conference. So our conference rules, just as the other conference rules, or the conference rules of the other party say, that we're going to select our nominee as the party, and we're going to put forward that nominee. Kevin McCarthy has got 90% of the vote. There is nobody else in our conference that can get 90% of the vote. The rules are that those 20 should be supporting the position of the conference. And if you go back into committee and you come out with Kevin McCarthy again, as we would, what's to say that 20 doesn't do the same thing they've done right now and effectively function as a union again? And so 200 members of the House of Representatives and on the Republican side, aren't going to be pushed aside by 20 members who have effectively functioned as a union. That's just not the way life works, and that's not the way our rules work.
Last night, your colleague, Congressman Andy Barr, said that he was concerned about the national security of the country due to the Speaker's fight. What's your biggest concern right now?
Andy Barr is a great member of Congress. He's an honorable member. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, so I have very serious concerns about what's happening in the international arena, whether it be Ukraine or whether it be related to China and their aggressiveness. I'm also very concerned, I can tell you, the southern border. As a dad with a 23-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, when I wake up and I get the privilege to wake up at my house and I step outside and I'm drinking coffee in the morning and being so thankful for being an American, I'm worried about fentanyl and how open the border is. I'm worried about crime. I'm worried about all of those things that are happening in every single American's backyard in this country. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor or what color you are. We're losing 100,000 Americans a year to drug overdoses. This has to be stopped. It's coming in across the border. And that's one of the things that I just don't understand why we can't come together and acknowledge that we've got a very serious problem down there that can be fixed and should be fixed.
Is there any part of your conference that you think would reach out across the aisle to Democrats in an effort to try to find a compromise and ultimately elect a speaker that way?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Kevin McCarthy will be elected the Speaker of the House, and I just don't see that happening.
Understood. If he is able to get elected, as you suggest, do you think that McCarthy would have a difficult time effectively running the House and keeping this holdout faction from undermining him?
I think whoever's in that chair. Let me be clear about that. I don't think it matters if it's Kevin McCarthy in that chair or anybody else in that chair. I think that when you've got a 4-seat margin and you've got the other party in control of the White House and the other party in control of the Senate, and you've got a Republican leader in the Senate that is supporting a $1.7 trillion spending spree with the Democrats, I think whoever the Republican Speaker of the House is going to have a very difficult time, because he's not just standing up against the president. He's not just standing up against Democrats in the House. He's not just standing up against Chuck Schumer and Democrats in the Senate. He's got to stand up against the Republicans that are voting for all of these increases in spending that have led to $30+ trillion in debt. I'm telling you, the interest on the national debt is going to have a tremendous impact on every American over the next several years.
What do you think, if you pull out your crystal ball here, Congressman, is ahead in store for us tonight? I mean, are you willing to go all night? Do you think that that's within the realms of possibilities?
Oh yeah. I mean, look, this is, if it takes all night, we'll go all night. If they want to break and have a conference or break and have dinner and come back at 10 p.m. or whatever it takes, I think on our side, we're fine with that.
Congressman Austin Scott of Georgia, we thank you so much for your time and really appreciate your insight.
Hey, thank you.
And now we're going to go to ABC's Jay O'Brien, who joins us from the Capitol. Another long night in Washington, Jay. Just give us the latest state of play at this hour and what we might expect next.
Yeah, Lindsay, we're working on the situation here. If you wouldn't mind, take the floor from me for a second, because I just want to see what's going on here. I'm stepping out of frame just to look and see okay, so here's where we are. And the reason I'm asking you to take the floor, my apologies, is because there's the possibility of a motion to adjourn now on the table that would make lawmakers return by noon tomorrow. That's what we're waiting to see, what the clerk is going to say if she calls on a lawmaker who will offer this motion to adjourn. Otherwise, what we're looking at is there a deal between Kevin McCarthy and his allies and this faction of far-right Republicans who have said that they do not want to vote for Kevin McCarthy. These 20 lawmakers who ballot after ballot after ballot have said no to voting for Kevin McCarthy. We've seen inklings that there is some kind of an offer for a deal. So we heard that Ralph Norman, who was one of the original Never McCarthy lawmakers, walked into Tom Emmer's office, Tom Emmer being the
Jay,
majority
let me
whip.
interrupt you just for a minute, because we do have it gaveling in right now. Just listen in.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 12. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1. With 1 recorded as present. No nominee having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I move that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
This will be a 15-minute.
This will be a 15-minute vote.
Jay, as it has been written, a house divided cannot stand. We saw that clear division right there, first with the chants for Hakeem on one side, and then the standing ovation with McCarthy getting those 200 votes. And in the end, no resolution just yet, even if for agreement, if they can adjourn for tonight and then resume tomorrow at noon. So we will see during this 15-minute vote just what will happen. But we interrupted you right before that. You were talking about Ralph Norman just before it was gavelled back into session.
Yeah, let me start just by translating what you're watching play out right now on the House floor. So Republicans want to take a break. Steve Scalise, the number 2 in the House, right underneath Kevin McCarthy, came forward and said, I want to make a motion to take a break and come back and do all this over again tomorrow, right? That's the plain English of what he said. Republicans said, yes, we want to take a break. Democrats said, no, we don't want to take a break. And because the chair said that there were more no's chanting than yeses, Republicans asked for a recorded vote, which means every single lawmaker now has to cast a ballot, essentially. They have to vote as to whether or not they want to take a break. So the question facing Kevin McCarthy and his allies is, do they have enough Republicans, or is there enough Republican opposition potentially that could block them from taking a break and force them to continue with these votes tonight? We did see some Republicans last night try to break ranks with McCarthy, those Republican holdout votes, Matt Gaetz being the most vocal of them, and try to vote against an adjournment, try to vote against taking a break that would have led them into today. They failed. We will see if there is enough Republican opposition attention to that tonight, but they are expected to win this vote, and we do all this all over again tomorrow. Again, 15 minutes on the clock for them to vote on this. Now, back to what I was saying about Representative Norman. There is the framework, the offer, the early draft of a deal, potentially, between McCarthy, his allies, and that faction of Republican congressmen who have been opposing Kevin McCarthy. We heard from Ralph Norman earlier in the day. He was walking into Tom Emmer's office, the majority whip-elect, and he was saying there is a deal, there's an offer rather, it's on paper, I'm going to go look at it now. He then emerged from Emmer's office and said the deal is a first draft, it's an early draft, there are edits that me and other Never McCarthy or anti-McCarthy lawmakers want to make before we can get behind it. So again, it appears that if there is an offer, it's in its early stages, it has some support, it might not have some broad support. And so the question that Kevin McCarthy faces tonight and into tomorrow, if he gets this adjournment, is can he get to a deal, and how much support does that deal have? Because he could offer a deal, there could be some lawmakers who are behind it, but if there are 5 Republicans who are opposed to that deal, it still does not get Kevin McCarthy the 218 he needs to be Speaker, Lindsay.
All right, Jay O'Brien, we'll be standing by for news. We're keeping an eye on the House as lawmakers record a vote to adjourn until tomorrow. We'll be right back.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
This is where I belong. This is home. Real dirt in the sunlight again. I'm very excited. Anything could happen at any moment. My heart is so happy right now. We're making magic. We're making magic.
GMA Monday morning.
Ultimately, I don't think that we can ever have peace with my family unless the truth is out there.
Prince Harry.
You refer to your brother as your beloved brother and arch nemesis. Strong words. What did you mean by that?
The GMA interview.
So the heir was jealous of the spare.
Everyone will be talking about.
Maybe it's a difficult question to ask or for you to answer.
I'm sure you're going to ask it anyway.
I'm going to ask anyway. I have to.
Good Morning America Monday.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Can I hug you?
Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back, everyone. Now to the new allegations in Prince Harry's upcoming memoir, Spare. After books went on sale in Spain, breaking the rules, the British media is now reporting the rift between Prince Harry and his brother Prince William turned physical. And we also have an early look at Harry speaking one-on-one with Good Morning America anchor Michael Strahan. ABC's James Longman has more.
Tonight, after Prince Harry's book Spare went on sale in Spain by mistake ahead of Tuesday's official release date, the British press is now furiously translating it and printing excerpts. Among the most shocking, the two princes reportedly asked their father not to marry Camilla. The Daily Mail also reporting Charles once joked about whether he was really Prince Harry's father. That on one occasion, while visiting patients at a psychiatric hospital, Charles met a patient claiming to be the real Prince of Wales. Charles later allegedly joking to Harry, "Who knows if I'm even your real father?" Harry says it was in poor taste given the false media speculation that his real dad was James Hewitt, with whom Diana admitted to having an affair. But a rift between the brothers is grabbing the most headlines. The Guardian has a detailed account of William getting physical with Harry in 2019, calling Meghan rude, difficult and abrasive. Harry writing, "He grabbed me by the collar and knocked me to the floor." Harry sitting down with ABC's Michael Strahan for a forthcoming interview.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I think she would be sad. I think she'd be looking at it long term, to know that there are certain things that we need to go through to be able to heal the relationship. I have felt the presence of my mum more so in the last 2 years than I have in the last 30.
Michael Strahan's interview with Prince Harry airs Monday on Good Morning America, and later that night you can watch an ABC News Live special report on that sit-down at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Prince Harry, in his own words. It streams on Hulu the next day. And that is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Hi there, I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're monitoring several developments here at ABC News at this hour. President Biden announced new efforts to tackle our nation's immigration crisis by broadening an existing program to admit up to 30,000 migrants per month from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. The news is getting mixed reviews from both sides just a week before he heads to Mexico. Connecticut State Representative Quentin Williams was killed in a car crash after he was struck by a wrong-way driver hours after he was sworn in for his third term. Williams, known as Q, was just 39 years old. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont called the news of his passing absolutely devastating on Twitter and ordered that state flags be lowered to half staff. Peloton has agreed to pay a $19 million fine as part of a settlement over its treadmill recall. The fitness company recalled its Tread Plus and treadmills in 2021 following reports of more than a dozen injuries and the death of a child. The settlement resolves the charge that Peloton knowingly failed to immediately report to Consumer Product Safety Commission as required by law. Peloton said it was pleased to have reached a solution. Now back to the battle to select a House Speaker. Now in its third day, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy recently lost his 11th vote. Let's take a look at how the day played out. ABC's congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it all again.
Leader McCarthy, do you have any updates?
Today, Kevin McCarthy making new and major concessions to the hardline conservatives who were blocking him from becoming the Speaker of the House.
Just don't trust you.
Everybody builds trust. McCarthy even offering to change the House rules so one single lawmaker could force a vote to remove a speaker. Still, none of the 20 rebels changed their minds today or their votes.
You never have to ask me again if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy. I will never vote for Kevin McCarthy.
10 times Congress has voted, and 10 times McCarthy has failed to get the support he needs.
A speaker has not been elected.
The last time a speaker's race went beyond 9 ballots, 1859. McCarthy's allies frustrated.
We're still stuck at the starting block. The American people have told us by putting a Republican majority here that they want Republicans to lead, and they want a government that works and doesn't embarrass them, and we are failing on both missions.
McCarthy is hoping caving to key demands from the rebel holdouts will get him the votes he needs.
Do you think the concessions are enough at this point?
I think we're having good
discussions. I think everybody wants to find a solution, and the good thing about it is we worked this all out at the beginning, so the rest of the Congress will be very productive for the American public.
But some of McCarthy's supporters say he's giving away too much.
We cannot allow a small group of folks commit political terrorism, and that's what they're doing.
Regardless, McCarthy has not gained any new support.
It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like.
Our thanks to Rachel Scott from, just want to take a live look there at the votes so far. 216 yays. These are people who are voting in favor of adjourning, to 213 nays at this moment. Want to return it to ABC's Jay O'Brien, who is there at the Capitol Live for us. Jay, just give us the latest state of play at this hour and what we might expect next.
Well, it looks like, as of right now, there's at least the possibility that we're on track to adjourn tonight. Republicans were in favor of adjourning. They said they wanted to take a break until tomorrow and start all this over again at noon, thinking that they might be able to come to a deal overnight. But, Lindsay, if you've heard me say that before, it's because I have. They adjourned yesterday thinking they would come to a deal overnight today. So while we have seen a little bit of forward momentum, we heard from some of the McCarthy holdout votes like Ralph Norman, who said he saw an offer, the early draft of a deal. He liked parts of it. He had edits. We've heard from McCarthy allies who say that they are close to a deal. I spoke with one source who's close to these conversations. He believes a deal is close as well. But the proof is really going to be in the pudding. Is there a deal by tomorrow morning? And is it an agreement that has enough support to get Kevin McCarthy to the 218 votes he needs to be the next speaker? Because there are two problems with any deal. Firstly, it has to get enough of the Never McCarthy or the anti-McCarthy crowd on board. If you have 5 of the Never McCarthy or anti-McCarthy people who don't like this deal, that's enough to scuttle it for Kevin McCarthy. And also, you have to make sure that there are moderates in the Republican conference who don't feel that Kevin McCarthy gave away the store. Because if you get 5 of them opposed to this deal, or even opposed to a McCarthy speakership, that would start us all over again, Lindsay. So Kevin McCarthy has a very fine line to walk, and if the House ends up adjourning, it's the line he's going to try to walk tonight.
Yeah, fine line indeed. And we've heard about the concessions that McCarthy keeps offering these hardline conservatives. You just mentioned that as well. But we've now had 11 ballots. It just doesn't seem like any of this is moving the needle.
Well, and the question becomes, how many of the anti-Republicans, right? There are 20 lawmakers, 20 Republicans who have consistently voted against Kevin McCarthy. How many of those 20 are never McCarthy, meaning that there is no concession, there is no deal that they will agree to that will get them to support Kevin McCarthy? We know of a few. Matt Gaetz is one. He's vocal. He said he will not vote for Kevin McCarthy on any ballot. Lauren Boebert has indicated he won't vote for Kevin McCarthy on any, or she won't vote for Kevin McCarthy on any ballot either. We also spoke with Bob Good right outside of a meeting of lawmakers this morning who were discussing any kind of a possible deal with Kevin McCarthy. He said to me and other reporters, stop asking me if I'm a no on Kevin McCarthy. I will never vote for Kevin McCarthy. So we know of a handful of Republicans who say they will not vote for Kevin McCarthy. The question is, are there 5 of them, Lindsay? That is something that the McCarthy team is having to confront right now.
And at this point, have you heard any suggestion? I know that you mentioned the possibility, but from the 200 who are getting the support, have any of them said that if he gives too much to the 20, or the 21 in this case, that they might withdraw their vote, their support?
Well, we haven't heard them go that far, but it's interesting you bring that up because I was speaking with one member and I asked, why do you continue to do this and play it out?
Jay, if I can just pause you 1 second so we can return to listen in. We do know the results.
Does any member-elect wish to change his vote or her vote? No. No change.
Closed.
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 213. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Well, Jay, we've heard that before, but I cut you off. Let's pick up where you were. But at this point,
that's okay.
We do know that they're going to try again tomorrow.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy just bought himself another night to try to negotiate with members of his party to try to get that to that 218. As I was saying, I was talking to a member of Congress, a Republican member of Congress earlier, and he made the point to say that he believes that they're staying in this fight A, to back Kevin McCarthy. This member was a McCarthy supporter, but also to show to this smaller fringe group of farther right Republicans that they don't run the House Republican Conference. So I can tell you, Lindsay, they are going to keep a close eye on this deal, whatever deal McCarthy might strike with the Never McCarthy group, to make sure it doesn't go over the line and put them in a position where they feel that Kevin McCarthy has weakened the speakership or given away the whole store.
It'll be so interesting to see how this all plays out ultimately, hopefully in days, not weeks. Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. Now to our other big story of the night, the chilling new details in the brutal killing of 4 college students in Idaho. Those details come from a new affidavit unveiled for the arrest of suspect Bryan Kohberger, who late last night arrived in Idaho after being taken into custody in Pennsylvania. Authorities revealed how they were able to link him to the crime, in part from DNA found on a knife sheath at the scene. And tonight we're getting a chilling account from a roommate who was not injured, survived. Kana Whitworth reports from Idaho.
Bryan Kohberger greeting his attorney with a smile today in his first appearance in an Idaho courtroom, then nodding along as the judge read the charges against him one by one.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes. It comes as authorities unsealed an explosive 18-page affidavit laying out the evidence used to arrest Kohberger for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Investigators recovering DNA from an empty sheath for a military-style knife. It was found next to the bodies of best friends Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan. Police later linking that DNA to Kohberger by collecting his father's DNA from trash outside the family home and linking it to their sample from the crime scene.
Did anybody do their chores today?
The close group of friends seen inside their home just weeks before the murders. And for the first time, we're hearing the chilling account from one of 2 roommates who survived. She was on the same floor as 2 of the victims who were killed, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, telling police she was woken by a noise at 4 a.m., hearing Kaylee say something like, "There's someone here." Then she heard crying from Xana's room, followed by a male voice saying, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." She opened her door and stood frozen as a man wearing black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Describing him as 5'10" or taller, not very muscular, but athletically built, with bushy eyebrows. The man left out the sliding glass door. Authorities say that roommate was in shock. What they don't explain is why it took another 8 hours for police to get a 911 call from the house. Police believe Kohberger turned his phone off during the murders at 2:47 a.m. The phone dropping off the cell network near his home in Pullman, Washington, and reconnecting at 4:48 a.m. near the crime scene. Police mapping out his likely route to the house. They say cell phone data also shows Kohberger was near the victim's home at least a dozen times before the murders and the morning after.
We have information of a white vehicle that was in the area.
By the time police turned to the public for help finding a white Elantra, Kohberger was already on police radar. An officer at Washington State found his car and noted he had bushy eyebrows, matching the description of the murder suspect. 5 days after the murders, Kohberger changed his license plate from Pennsylvania to Washington when his car's registration was due for renewal. You can see that new plate during those 2 traffic stops in Indiana when Kohberger was pulled over on his 2,500-mile drive back to Pennsylvania.
Our thanks to Kana for that. After what's been an especially difficult week in the sports world for the Buffalo Bills, the NFL, and so many fans, we have a bit of good news to report on hospitalized Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Doctors say that Hamlin has shown remarkable improvement and his neurological function appears to be intact. We are also learning what he first asked doctors after he woke up and what they told him. Alex Perez reports for us once again from Cincinnati.
Tonight, a remarkable turnaround for Damar Hamlin, defying odds, now awake and able to write after suffering that terrifying cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football. One of the first questions he asked doctors in writing, who won the game?
When he asked, did we win, the answer is
yes, DeMar, you won. You've won the game of life.
Doctors delivering the extraordinary details of Hamlin's recovery, the turning point coming late Wednesday night. The 24-year-old not only waking up, but able to move his hands and feet. And key, doctors say he seems to have no neurological issues.
It's not only that the lights are on, we know that he's home, and that it appears that all the cylinders are firing within his brain.
Hamlin collapsed on the field after this tackle during the first quarter against the Cincinnati Bengals. Today, doctors revealing those first medics on the field started the process of reviving Hamlin less than 1 minute after his heart stopped. That swift action likely saving Hamlin's life. He remains in the ICU, breathing with the help of a ventilator. Late today, the Bills taking to the field for practice. Head coach Sean McDermott emotional.
It's amazing to know the impact that this has had.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen holding back tears, describing the moment his teammate went down.
Being on that field, you lose sleep, you hurt for your brother. The scene just replays over and over in your head. It's something we'll never forget.
McDermott saying Hamlin's father addressed the team Wednesday, urging them to play for DeMar.
His message was the team needs to get back to focusing on the goals that they had set for themselves. DeMar would have wanted it that way.
Our thanks to Alex Perez. Next to the new threat after the West is still reeling from that deadly bomb cyclone, hurricane-force winds in the mountains, 60-mile-per-hour winds in San Francisco, up to 10 inches more rain still possible. Where will the storm go next? Our senior meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking it all for us. Hey, Rob.
Remarkable stuff, Lindsay. We've seen the wettest 10-day period in San Francisco since 1871 with over 10 inches falling, and there is more coming with these storms that are lining up. Flash flood watches remain up for California. They'll probably be dropped, then reissued for the weekend, and winter storm warnings remain up as well, well into the Intermountain West. It's still snowy tonight in parts of the Sierra. That'll push over and through I-80 down into Utah. A bit of a break, but then it looks like late tomorrow night into Saturday, the next batch comes in for more flooding rain. But another system, that kind of goes to the East Coast, by the way, but another system coming in Sunday, Monday, that's when the atmospheric river gets set up, another 5 to 10 plus inches potentially in parts of northern and central California. That certainly will lead to more in the way of flooding. Lindsay?
Some concerning stuff there. Rob Marciano, our thanks to you. Now we head overseas to the Vatican, where tens of thousands paid their final respects to the late Pope Benedict XVI, with Pope Francis leading the funeral services. Our Terry Moran brings us this report.
On a chill, gray morning in Rome, the pallbearers brought the coffin into St. Peter's Square. Tens of thousands from all over the world gathered to pray and remember and say goodbye to Pope Benedict XVI. Just a few hours before today's Mass, a private ceremony, Benedict's body placed into the coffin, hewn from cypress wood, his face gently covered. He had asked for a simple funeral, and it was, barely a mention that he had ever been Pope. Pope Francis presided and delivered the homily, speaking of the gratitude the Church has for Benedict's life. It was the first time in centuries that a pope has laid his predecessor to rest. Benedict's longtime secretary kissing the coffin before Mass, and afterwards, Francis with a blessing and a prayer, a fond farewell. Benedict was buried beneath St. Peter's, his cypress coffin placed in a metal one and then an oak one, and buried with him coins and medallions minted during his papacy, as well as a metal cylinder containing a record of his brief but historic reign. Lindsay?
Terry, thank you. Still to come, why the arrest of a top drug cartel leader led to a day of violence and unrest in northern Mexico. The man who wrote the book on Harry and Meghan's exit weighs in on Harry's new memoir and on whether the royals will tell their own side of the story.
GMA Monday morning.
Ultimately, I don't think that we can ever have peace with my family unless the truth is out there.
Prince Harry.
You refer to your brother as your beloved brother and arch nemesis. Strong words. What did you mean by that?
The GMA interview.
So the heir was jealous of the spare.
Everyone will be talking about.
Maybe it's a difficult question to ask or for you to answer.
I'm sure you're going to ask it anyway.
I'm going to ask anyway. I have to.
Good Morning America, Monday.
Welcome back. We're tracking several headlines around the world. Violence and disarray in northern Mexico after authorities announced the arrest of El Chapo's son, Ovidio Guzman, a top leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Guzman was captured by Mexican armed forces in an overnight raid. Despite alleged cartel members' efforts to besiege parts of the city and prevent the drug lord's removal by using burning vehicles as roadblocks, officials managed to transport him via military aircrafts to Mexico City. Guzman is wanted on federal charges in the United States and could face extradition to the U.S. pending legal proceedings. The U.S. will provide $30 million in aid to Moldova to help the small country tackle an energy crisis and other economic hardships caused by the Kremlin's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine, a U.S. government aid agency announced. Moldova was one of Europe's poorest countries, landlocked between Ukraine and Romania, began to recover from a series of economic blows, including the COVID-19 pandemic and a fourfold increase in natural gas prices when the war in Ukraine derailed its progress. But look at this anxiety-inducing video of a man being saved after he fell while getting off of a moving train in India. Footage released by the Ministry of Railways shows the passenger falling and being dragged along with his legs dangling in between the moving train and the track. Thankfully, a railway officer was able to pull him clear of the danger. Now to the new allegations in Prince Harry's new memoir, Spare, after books went on sale in Spain, breaking the rules. The British media is now reporting the rift between Prince Harry and his brother Prince William turned physical. And we also have an early look at Harry speaking one-on-one with GMA anchor Michael Strahan, which airs on Monday. ABC's James Longman has more.
Tonight, after Prince Harry's book Spare went on sale in Spain by mistake ahead of Tuesday's official release date, the British press is now furiously translating it and printing excerpts. Among most shocking, the two princes reportedly asked their father not to marry Camilla. The Daily Mail also reporting Charles once joked about whether he was really Prince Harry's father. That on one occasion, while visiting patients at a psychiatric hospital, Charles met a patient claiming to be the real Prince of Wales. Charles later allegedly joking to Harry, "Who knows if I'm even your real father?" Harry says it was in poor taste given the false media speculation that his real dad was James Hewitt, with whom Diana admitted to having an affair. But a rift between the brothers is grabbing the most headlines. The Guardian has a detailed account of William getting physical with Harry in 2019, calling Meghan rude, difficult and abrasive. Harry writing, "He grabbed me by the collar and knocked me to the floor." Harry sitting down with ABC's Michael Strahan for a forthcoming interview.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I think she would be sad. I think she'd be looking at it long term to know that there are certain things that we need to go through to be able to heal the relationship. I have felt the presence of my mum more so in the last 2 years than I have in the last 30.
James Longman joins us now from London. James, has the royal family responded to these allegations?
No, Lindsay, that was the policy after the Netflix documentary aired, and once again, neither Buckingham Palace or Kensington Palace are saying anything. Tonight, as I'm here now, I'm looking at Twitter and social media. It's lighting up with all these revelations, line after line. And I have to say, a lot of it pretty salacious, all this stuff that's coming out of the Spanish translations, which British journalists are trying desperately to get their hands on. A lot of it quite personal, quite intimate. Harry describes, for example, losing his virginity. A lot of people in this country are asking why he's decided to give up quite so much information. I think Harry and Meghan, the whole reason why they left was to kind of reach this new dignified life outside of Britain. And Prince Harry, for Prince Harry, it was about leaving his past behind, leaving behind this sort of tabloid gossip about him. This book, what we're hearing about it now anyway, has put him back very much into that world. I don't think Harry and Meghan's camp are going to be happy at all about these revelations that have been put out in their tabloids. For our part, though, here at ABC, Michael's interview with Harry will air on Monday on GMA. Lindsay.
All right, thanks so much for that, James. And you can see a full special ABC News Live. So as we were just saying there, Michael Strahan's interview with Prince Harry airs Monday on Good Morning America. Later that night, you can watch an ABC News Live special report on that sit-down at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Prince Harry, in his own words, it streams on Hulu the next day. And still to come, getting the motivation to hit your 2023 goals can be hard, but one influencer is helping her millions of followers get on the right track. We get some tips in this week's TikTok.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live. After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
We turn now to our weekly segment, TikTok, where we take a closer look at the story behind the sensation. For many, the start of a new year is a time to set new goals, and one social media influencer is helping her 2.1 million followers do just that by developing a healthier relationship with food. Steph Grasso is known for her grocery shopping list and meal prepping tips, and Steph is inspiring others to reclaim their health. Take a look.
All right, new year, new me. I'm gonna lose weight this year. That's a good long-term goal. How are you gonna do that? I'm gonna stop snacking at work and work out every night. Why do you think cutting out snacks will help you lose weight? Because I'm eating less food. But taking something away is going against your natural routine. And when you take something away without replacing it, your body is constantly gonna think about it.
So what should we do? Here with all the answers, joining us now, Steph Grasso. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Improving your mind, body, and soul is a great way to kick off the year. What are the secrets to building a balanced meal?
Oh, man. Well, there are many things you can do to build a balanced meal, but I like to think of it as a formula. So a balanced meal is, or a balanced plate, I like to say, is composed of a carbohydrate, protein, a healthy fat, and I like to throw in some veggies in there because when you have a balanced plate, you feel a lot more satisfied, you feel fuller, and you're less likely to binge on some snacks in the future or in between meals.
Most of us are on the go. We don't necessarily have the time or energy to cook meals after a long day of work. What are some nutritious meal prep tips for beginners?
I would say go to the frozen section. There's a big myth around frozen foods, especially frozen vegetables, where many people think frozen isn't as nutritious as fresh, whereas actually frozen is just as nutritious as fresh because during the freezing process, they pick the vegetables right at its peak and they lock in those nutrients through freezing. So you're getting all of those nutrients as you would in fresh vegetables. And what's even better, it's cheaper and you're less likely to waste food because you just toss it in the freezer.
Sounds and looks, because we're looking at some of your food, looks very good. You call yourself the CEO of Adding and Balance. Talk to us about the 3-color plate rule and what types of foods should we absolutely incorporate in our daily meals?
Yes, so my motto is definitely adding because on social media or in diet culture overall, a lot of people say to restrict if you want to meet your health goals or if you want to lose weight. Whereas, you know, that might help you succeed in the short term, but that actually might cause more problems in the long term. Because, you know, you can develop an unhealthy relationship with food and you're more likely to binge on that food you're restricting. So I like it if you change your mindset to adding to your plate. And when you add more to your plate, you know, you're going to feel a lot more satisfied. You're going to feel a lot more full. And so that's where I kind of incorporated the 3-color plate rule. So you have, for an example, just like a plate of chicken and rice. And I would say the overall color is white. But I like the 3-color plate rule because that allows you to add more nutrients to your plate. So maybe add some spinach, some tomatoes, and, you know, having more volume on your plate, you're just going to feel a lot more satisfied.
We appreciate you being a myth buster there. And we all love, of course, some budget-friendly tips with prices skyrocketing due to inflation. How can we maintain an affordable and yet healthy diet? Because often it seems that, you know, the fresh vegetables and fruits tend to be among the most expensive.
Right. And so, like I said before, always, you know, don't be afraid of the frozen section and the canned section as well. Canned fruits and vegetables are very nutritious. So when you can, it basically preserves all the nutrients. And I will say with canning, it might decrease some water-soluble vitamins like vitamin C or some B vitamins, but it can also increase antioxidant content. So for an example, tomatoes, canned tomatoes actually has more lycopene, which is an antioxidant, than fresh tomatoes, which is really good for heart health.
So what you're telling us is when you can. But I don't know.
I like that.
Steph, thank you so much for joining our program this week. You can check out Steph Grasso, dietitian, for more healthy tips. Thanks so much, Steph.
Thank you so much.
And that's our show for tonight. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
This is where I belong.